Good morning. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, June the 12th. SpaceX IPO is today. In case you were sleeping under a rock, we're up about, 20 handles off the best levels of the session. We're starting to turn back up. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Just reading through a few things here before the open. Okay, what do we got? 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Let me make sure I got everything up and running here. Oh, okay. ARM Holdings starting to push a bit higher. That's the top of the NASDAQ 100, followed by AMD, Western Digital, Google up a bit, and Mercado Libre, number 5, Constellation Energy, Coca-Cola Europe, Meta, Amazon, Booking.com, and Marriott round out the top 10. On the S&P 500, SATS, AMD, Arista Networks, Coherent, and Western Digital are the top 5, followed by Google, MGM Grand Hotel Resorts, Google, Albemarle, Carnival Cruise Lines, and Booking.com rounding out the top 10. We got about 30 stocks green at the moment on the NASDAQ 100. Leading into the opening bell, which we have about 2 minutes left. Okay. 1 minute, 10 seconds. Any news yet this morning? Okay, we got University of Michigan sentiment at 10 o'clock. University of Michigan sentiment at 10. Of course, we got the IPO. Okay, let's get ready for the opening bell. Okay, ARM Holdings looking good. Here we are. We're open. Okay. Intel. Nice little bounce on Intel. New York Fangs are mixed at the moment. ARM Holdings number 1 on the NASDAQ 100. Coherent is number 1 on the S&P 500. Okay, gapping up. Coherent. Constellation Energy. What's that doing? Energy stocks. Not that interesting. Google turning up. Tesla looking for a little rally. Apple turning back up. Apple. Okay. AMD, Google, Autodesk, ADSK. Off the low. ADSK. Software has been off, sitting above the 50-day. ARM Holdings still holding here. Booking.com, BKNG. Booking.com is turning. Okay, BKNG. That's one that Russell likes to trade a lot. Western Digital. These are all the top 10. AppLovin. Turning back up at the 50-day. Okay, what's futures doing? Futures, okay, S&P 500.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
Okay, Google, Meta.
Google Pulse, long dated.
Okay, Nike, NKE, Nike All right, that's the top of yesterday's bullish candle. Nike trying to push off of the 50-day. Nike. All right, hope everyone's having a good morning.
Google Pulse, long dated. Spider Pulse.
Okay, Nike pulling back. IWM.
The market opens in 60 seconds. Godspeed.
Okay, so that is behind almost 3 to 4 minutes. Let me just restart Discord. Let me just restart. Where are you? Discord. All right, let's see. Futures pulling back at the moment. Futures pulling back. Let's see what hedge flows look like.
Size, long dated.
0 day. Okay, 0 day. We've got no 99 percentiles yet. We're right below this resistance level at the moment at 74.25. We hit that level, got rejected, pulled back below it. Looking for a bounce.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The market opens in 60 seconds.
No, the market's already open. So I guess they're about 5 minutes behind. That's good to know. IWM, watching IWM rally here. IWM. I got the 290,
AMD Pulse.
290, 295 call spread, August.
Triple semi pulse. Marble pulse. Shenanigans. Sandisk pulse.
All right, giving the markets a little time. Okay, Intel's on the move. Intel following through, pushing higher. Intel pushing. Intel's up for a change.
Micron pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. Sandisk pulse. Shenanigans. SPX pulse. Long dated. Soft pulse.
Apple pulling back, all the New York fangs. Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Netflix. Okay, everything is off a little bit right now. IWM, all right, a little
Bitcoin
rejection there.
policy pulse, long dated. Size. Tesla pulse. SPX pulse, long dated.
All right, Intel's still pushing a bit. Intel looking good for the follow through so far. Walmart, okay, stock's off a little bit, a little profit taking.
Nvidia pulse, long dated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The market opens in 60 seconds. Godspeed.
On 9:40 on Wall Street, I'm Alexis Christophers from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio. An early rally is losing steam on Wall Street as traders await
Intel pulse,
confirmation of a peace
long
deal
dated.
between the US and
Hood
Iran.
pulse,
Let's begin
Google
with
pulse,
S&P 500
Meta
up 9
pulse,
points at
0
7.
DTE, put strip, Q's pulse.
All right, watching
Long
IWM.
dated. Size.
CRBS is down a little bit. CBRS, sorry, CBRS down a bit this morning. CBRS.
Long dated. SPX pulse, Tesla pulse, SanDisk pulse, Deep calls, Marvel pulse,
ARM Holdings
AMD pulse,
continues to push higher. ARM.
Micron pulse, Triple Q's, Nvidia pulse, Meta pulse, Deep puts, long dated. Nvidia pulse.
Iran leaked terms do not match written agreement. Truth Social, Trump. Okay, futures coming back. Futures are coming back.
Silver pulse, long dated.
Seagate Technologies moving a bit higher. Seagate Technologies.
Rick Wilmer is with us, and he is the president and CEO of your biggest headache in America. He has pro shops. Nobody on the East Coast knows this, but Berkeley chemistry is gold. And how'd you get through that program? I mean, that's 15 years ago. That's like the toughest casting year. It was a tough one.
Okay, where can I put that? I'll put it right there. All right, so Intel continues to rally. Intel continues.
Yeah, you're seeing it uptick. We've grown the last 3 quarters year over year. So you're starting to see things rebound and business pick up. And it's because of the reasons you're talking about. EVs are so much less expensive to operate than gas vehicles. How much? What's the percentage? About 50% less expensive just based on a fuel basis.
Micron Pulse, long dated.
Yeah, talk to us about just kind of the charging infrastructure in this country. Where are we today? Where do we need to get to? What time?
We need to put a lot more charging in if we're going to support this transition. And what you're seeing is uptake on
Spider Pulse, long dated.
more progressive that are more concerned about climate change. Typically, the coasts have a lot of adoption. Out where we're out in California, it's very easy to find charging. You know, but in other parts of the country, it's not so easy. So we've got to continue to drive the deployments. But if you're just going to ask institutions to put charging in for the heck of it, you're going to have a hard road. So I think what's happening now is people are really starting to understand that they can use EV charging to drive their businesses as opposed to just putting in as a negative. And that's going to be one of the things we'll be focusing on going forward.
Where is the country at? That administration today, that's not very supportive, it doesn't seem like. Yet I know all my buddies around the world are saying we're moving forward. You guys aren't going to flood. That's your decision. But the rest of the world is moving towards EVs and renewable fuels.
We're behind. I was in China about 6 weeks ago, and it was breathtaking in terms of EV infrastructure, the number of EVs on the road. Europe in Q1 saw over a third
Amazon
of
Pulse,
sales
long dated.
And EVs provide a lot more benefit to energy and grid than it's more than just a car story. It's about grid infrastructure, grid resilience.
Intel looking good. At the highs for now, Intel. Stocks, let's see what's actually moving the markets right now. Okay, so Goldman Sachs is up. Of course, we know that Goldman and Morgan Stanley are the leads on SpaceX, the IPO. Visa trying to turn up. Sherwin-Williams. Okay, PG. All right, all of these there. American Express, Caterpillar, gapping up this morning. United Health, healthcare stocks have been doing fairly well. Honeywell. Let's see. Okay. Metals and mining are up today. Metals and mining. Materials. Financials. Real estate. Utilities. These are defensive. These three. UPE.
NBIS, long dated. Shenanigans.
Okay, so metals and mining are up quite a bit this morning. Metals and mining. It looks okay.
Marvel. Shenanigans. NBIS, long dated.
Okay, Palantir. Palantir dropping off. Software off a bit. Okay. Let's look at the S&P 500. Mosaic. Albemarle coming off the low. IBKR. Okay, the broker dealers. Let's see what these look like. IBKR. SCHW. Turning the corner.
SP Exports, long dated.
Raymond James Financials. Okay. Stifel.
Marvel Pulse, long dated.
No.
Shenanigans.
Okay. So IBKR looking good. gapping up. IBKR SCHW brokers.
Q's pulse, long dated, deep calls, SPX pulse, 0 DTE, call side.
Intel continues to climb. Intel.
But I will say the terms that are going to leak out to the fake news of all caps, nothing to do with the terms that we agreed to. What they said includes a weekly pathetic statement on how the deal brings no relation to the truth. He goes on substantially with a number of sentences. He says, Union ships leading the Homeless Raiders, all caps, totally unacceptable. They better get their
Intel pulse, long dated.
Nokia breaking higher. 60-minute.
Size. Micron pulse, long dated. Micron pulse, long dated.
Top 10 on the NASDAQ 100 again. ARM Holdings, Seagate Technologies, STX, Western Digital, AMD, Intel. That's the top 5. Followed by Qualcomm, Starbucks, Lind, LIN, Lind. They make the gases and chemicals used in semiconductor production. Exelon, XEC, EXC, Exelon, Ross Stores, and Constellation Energy. Those are the top 10. NASDAQ. All right, we're starting to bounce a bit more.
Long dated. AMD pulse, long dated.
Okay, looking for the markets to turn here.
Bitcoin Ponzi pulse, long dated.
The terms that Iran leaked out to the fake news have nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to in writing. What they said in relation to the truth, very dishonorable people to deal with. With them, there is no such thing as dealing in good faith. Amazing. Also, they're totally rebuffed. Drone attack last night against Indian ships leaving the Hormuz Strait is totally unacceptable. They better get their act together and fast. That was from the president on Truth Social a few minutes ago. Markets go up, markets go down. Metals and mining. All right, going through the sectors. XLB, materials. Materials gapping up.
SPX pulse, long dated. SPX Pulse, long dated.
Okay, just waiting for the markets to come to their senses to see if they're going to have a bid here or not. SpaceX IPO today, looking for a bounce.
0 DT, call street. Micron Pulse, AMD Pulse, long dated. SanDisk Pulse, Q's Pulse, long dated. ASTS, 0 DTE, call side. Size.
Intel still pushing. Intel looking good.
Size, long dated.
Intel looking to break out of this pattern. Okay, looks like it's going to. Descending channel, consolidation. Intel looking good. Okay, Intel. Nice run up, consolidation. Now it's breaking out. MACD, stochastics, everything's turning up.
Micron Pulse, long dated.
ARM Holdings, the tech stocks continue to populate the top of these lists. Let's look at IWM. IWM looking to break out again to new highs, new all-time highs, IWM.
Marvel Pulse, long dated. Marvel Pulse, long dated. AMD Pulse. Marvel Pulse. Shenanigans.
All right, market movers again. Albemarle taking the top of the list. Materials doing really well.
Marvel
Futures are starting to bounce. Let's keep an eye on hedge flows.
SanDisk Pulse.
Markets are starting to bounce. Watch for a turn here. Futures, we got IWM turning back up. IWM. Oh, now they're going to bring on Chanos to tell us all about SpaceX and how he doesn't like SpaceX on top of Tesla. Chanos.
ASML Pulse.
Oh, God, you guys are annoying. Bloomberg.
for new SpaceX shares indicated over 29% above average.
ASML Pulse.
Investing at 1 p.m. Eastern
AM.
Time.
All right, nice reversal underway.
Dated.
Nice reversal starting to turn back up.
Morning Trade Live. Sambata's next.
Schwab Bank Invest Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with
IWM
unlimited
Pulse.
ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals
Google
worldwide,
Pulse.
no
Long
overdraft
dated.
fees, and enhanced security features to keep
SpaceX
your money safe. Also, because your Investor Checking
IWM turning back up.
Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location.
Futures starting to turn.
Accounts is easy. Cash
Okay, hedge flows turning up. Okay, we got this level right below
you can stop waiting.
73.50.
Investing in stocks, bonds,
Overhead, we've got 74.25.
with Schwab Bank Investor Checking. The checking
Okay, we
account
could just
that
ping
helps
pong
you
along
succeed.
inside of this area like we did yesterday.
Size.
A lot of the pinging and
Long
ponging
dated.
yesterday had to do with the roll from
AM.
June to
Sandisk
September
Pulse.
futures.
Micron Pulse.
Schwab
Long
coaching is
dated.
learning
Deep
constantly.
calls.
It's
Amazon
relatable,
Pulse.
it's practical,
SPX
clear,
Pulse.
understandable,
AMD
and
Pulse.
hopefully
Zero
entertaining. Take it
DTE.
for what it's worth,
Call
but I
side.
think it's absolutely
Size.
world class.
Schwab coaching is actionable.
You can hear in the background all of these trades that are going off.
Community, growth, and empowering.
It's really a human touch with your investing.
We have coaches who have been in the industry and around the industry for a long time.
So the nice thing about Schwab coaching is that clients get access to 9 different sets of expertise.
We want to engage with you and chat on the shows we host. We want to engage with you outside of the classes we host.
A consolidation that could add to this trade. So we shall see.
We have different formats because people learn differently at different times.
If somebody's a real bookworm, we've got courses for you to learn from. They can dig in, go at their own pace.
We have webcasts running through YouTube all day, every trading day.
We've got this ongoing 24, 25 times a year events that are making their way around the country.
University of Michigan sentiment is at 48.9. University of Michigan sentiment came in 0.2, almost 0.3 higher.
Apple Pulse.
Still in the low 40s.
Help you, regardless
NVIDIA
of where
Pulse.
you are on that path of education. It's really unique, not just that it exists, but that you can tap into 30 some hours worth of it
Size.
each and every
Long
week.
dated.
How incredible is that? And it's
ASTS.
free.
ASTS. Long dated.
Live insights, actionable data, and market moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at schwabnetwork.com.
Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome to Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Bartis,
Intel
for the New York
Pulse.
Stock Exchange.
Long
We've got plenty
dated.
to hit on both here and abroad over the next hour. So here is a look at what is coming up. We'll recap this week's inflation data and discuss what it all means for the economy and Kevin Walsh as he prepares for his first FOMC meeting as Fed chair next week. And over the next hour, we'll have example trades for Adobe
Amazon
and Lennar,
Pulse.
both
Long
companies reporting
dated.
earnings yesterday
Size.
afternoon. And we'll discuss why Adobe has
Oh, God, that voice. It just exaggerates her Australian accent. It really gets under my skin.
The public debut of SpaceX from here on the street to the NASDAQ in Times
Arm
Square, where
Pulse.
the company is listed.
Long
And
dated.
that is where we find our
Sandisk
CMO,
Pulse.
and Morgan Brennan. Morgan's going to bring us an exclusive with SpaceX President and COO Quinn Shotwell in just a moment. Leslie Pickard, live from the Morgan Stanley trading.
All right, so the S&P looks like it's starting to turn here.
The opening of the
Long
stock
dated.
today. We'll get to the latest indications for the first trade as we get them. And then Robert Frank, our wealth reporter, looking at how SpaceX and Tesla
Silver
could
Pulse.
propel
Long
Elon Musk
dated.
to become the world's first trillionaire. In addition to Shotwell, a huge lineup, including some of the company's biggest investors, from Sequoia Sean McGuire to Dollar Equity Partners Antonio Gracias, owning more than 7% of the company, and a Trinity's management, Gavin Baker. This is a
IWM still pushing higher. IWM.
on some of the headline indices too.
About to break. IWM is breaking out.
Prior to the IPO, looking forward to those conversations. Elon Musk addressing SpaceX employees at Starbase in Texas this morning. That was just ahead
There
of
goes
the opening
there
bell.
goes IWM soon. Pre-market.
Hard to believe that a little company that started in a warehouse in El Segundo is now going public for with the largest IPO that ever. And let me tell you, if people had told me this was going to happen, I was like, man, you must be smoking some really good crack. I think this company's going to fail. I mean, I gave
You need long dated.
I gave SpaceX less than a 10% chance of succeeding
You
at
need
all. To be
long
clear.
dated.
Well, succeed it has certainly, and of course we are going to see it trading as a public company.
Microsoft at new lows. Microsoft just getting hammered.
175, obviously, will be during
Jeez.
shortly as well.
They really do not like Microsoft. Wow. Wow.
I mean, you are talking about a market.
Meanwhile, Intel's the star today on top of IWM.
Show just how historic of a day it is and how staggering everything is. Look, in terms of how much SpaceX is raising in this IPO, $75 billion.
Maybe actually 85.7 billion.
More, right?
Yeah.
It goes higher, but let's just go
with the green shoe. It's likely.
Okay, so let's go with 75 because that's what we were going into today.
Sorry. Okay.
But even 85. I mean, look, it doesn't even come close to the largest IPOs in history in terms of how much companies were able to raise. With Saudi Aramco, remember being the biggest, the Saudi giant oil company. They raised $25.6 billion. Alibaba.
Intel's still going here. Nice trade on that 120 calls.
I mean, these were obviously giant
Okay.
raises at the time, and so we're setting records there. And then at the valuation, which I know, David, you just indicated could go higher as well, past $2 trillion. Let's just stick with the pricing valuation at 1.7. I mean, that puts the company bigger than the economy of Saudi Arabia, bigger than the economy of Switzerland. I mean, it's so interesting to do these valuation numbers and just to show the size and scale of this company. And then, guys, just as far as the space economy, how much has changed, as evidenced by the fact that SpaceX is going public here, is the amount of corporate spending that makes up the space economy.
Looks like CBRX, CBRS. It looks like they're shaking the tree, trying to get more shares out, get people to sell. That's down quite a bit.
Commercial sector accounts for 78%.
Nice call, Nick, on the Intel. Intel blasting right through 120. Intel breaking out. Okay, volume looks good. Volume looks really good here on Intel.
When it comes to what SpaceX is trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, I put it earlier from the final S1 of the company, although this has been in there previously, in terms of what they see as their total addressable market. It's interesting when you heard Ron, for example, one of the longtime investors, of course, with Elon Musk and any number of the companies that he started, Tesla certainly, and SpaceX, of course, the key ones. Total addressable market of $28.5 trillion. He's talking about being a $30 trillion company. So trading at a multiple of some kind, at least, of its total addressable market. But most of that ends up being the opportunity it sees in AI. $22.7 trillion is the total addressable market for enterprise applications. It's interesting.
Intel's still pushing. Intel.
Here, Musk talking about space, and then Starlink. Real opportunity in terms of addressing this enormous number is actually still the same opportunity that's being
Okay, S&P 500 also turning up, back above the gamma flip zone.
There's a big question of whether
S&P.
doing it more profitably. Also looking at some of these new numbers from the S1. But let's get to Leslie Picker for the latest on indications for where this thing could open, Leslie.
Hey, Sarah, that first indication, 174, that's now broadened to a range. We are hearing 170 to 175 is the first indicative range that we've gotten. Now what happens is essentially Morgan Stanley, the stabilization agent, will assess through the buy order.
Caterpillar continues to move higher. Industrials looking good.
For this stock, but you can see indicative range now 170 to 175, which implies at least about a 25% jump at those levels, guys.
Okay, Intel still ripping here. Intel.
Talking about this range too, which obviously would increase the number of shares issued to, I think 638.8 million.
Futures continue to rise. Looking good. S&P trying to break higher.
Usually that won't take place until the shares have officially started trading to know if they are going up or down, because the green shoe is used in different ways based on how the stock trades. So it's
Intel at 121.65. Intel.
If the stock does drop, you can use that 15% over allotment to stabilize the stock and help bring it higher for its
Intel up nearly 4% now. Intel. Okay, a nice run up. Consolidation for 4 weeks, 5 weeks, pushing higher now. Intel looking really strong. SPX, S&P 500. IWM. IWM ripping here, breaking out to new all-time highs. IWM.
So people were already able to get exposure through products like Fundrise's Innovation Fund, which made its debut earlier this year, and counts SpaceX as
new highs. IWM.
Fundrise CEO Ben Miller talk about all the things that are important and historic about today, Ben. There's the innovation.
There was a really big trade on the August 120, 290s rather, 290s.
Prospect for the migration of private to public. What do you think's most
Okay,
important
looks good.
Micron Pulse.
Well, I think what's most important is that
Shenanigans.
we are kicking off a new
Intel
era.
Pulse.
For the last
IWM.
10 years, most of what Wall Street was focused on was share buybacks, was focused on dividends. Let's say the CFO ran the street, and now SpaceX. I mean, the big question.
IWM.
Is much trading price, but
Spider
$75-100 billion IPO, a $2 trillion company. What are they going to build? This is the beginning of a new era in America where we've gone from focusing on efficiency last decade with like gig economy and better use of cars, Airbnb, more efficient delivery of advertising, to now an abundance era where we have, we're building AI, we're building spaceships, we're building, $5 trillion data centers. So this is just the beginning, I think, of an American decade. And I think SpaceX is absolutely the poster child for it. And I think the real question is, what are the next 5 years look like? This is as big a transformation.
Marvel Pulse. Long dated.
Intel continuation. IWM looks really good.
Meta Pulse.
The eyes have it. Okay, Apple's starting to turn. Microsoft off the lows. Shorts covering, most likely. Okay.
Thanks so much. Appreciate that. For more conversations like this, of course, listen for 5-minute Hollywood reports.
Marvel Pulse. Long dated. Size. SP exports.
Okay, some of the other stocks that were active earlier in the week, like McDonald's, what's that doing? McDonald's, just about to the 50-day moving average. Caterpillar, that was off early in the week. Now it's back up. Caterpillar, for those of you trading Caterpillar or John Deere. 3M.
We're going from an office economy to something new, something huge, and
Nike. Okay, Nike's turning the corner. Campbell's Soup, CPB. Campbell's Soup trying to follow through. Defensive names, Coca-Cola from the watch list. Flagging at the moment.
Zero DTE. Call sign.
All very promising, but I wonder how much patience you think the market will have for the cost and the build out of all of that in the meantime.
Intel still pushing here. Intel.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to predict the market.
IWM at the highs.
Private markets. So what's happened is private markets have gotten bigger and bigger. You're talking about a $2 trillion IPO. SpaceX was private for 20 years. And if you look at about what's going to happen over the next 6 to 12 months, is these companies are going to go public, and it's probably going to be 5 or 6
Long
trillion
dated.
in the next months. To put that in perspective, $6 trillion is almost $50,000 per adult male in America. So that's so much wealth creation.
Robinhood. Let's see. Robinhood. That one we were looking for that to break out, right? Of this squeeze. Robinhood. Okay, it's trying to break out of a squeeze. Needs to get above that 95 level. Robinhood 102 is possible on Robinhood. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, SpaceX IPO Day, June the 12th. It is 10:15 a.m.
Okay, so you're not selling your SpaceX. As we take a look at Quinn Shotwell, the company's leader, essentially, walking the
Okay, SpaceX first trade's coming up.
Continue, Ben. You're not going to sell.
Intel still pushing here. Intel still pushing the highs. Okay, there goes Intel. Intel still going here. Big move on Intel.
That's what our job is, and that's our job is to get people access to the private market. You know, we have a current class of companies that are going public, and then our job is to get the next.
SpaceX President Shotwell arrives at Morgan Stanley's trading floor.
Well, they say things happen slowly and then all at once, man. This is certainly an important day. Hope you'll come back and help us understand the next chapters as the street begins to get its arms around this new era. Appreciate it very much. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's get to the NASDAQ market site now. Seema Modi joins us. She's got a closer look at what is a very historic IPO today. Seema.
And David, there are hundreds of SpaceX employees behind me. Anticipation really growing ahead of that opening trade. This is the NASDAQ, the market platform where shares of SpaceX will be listed and traded. And of course, it provides the infrastructure to open the stock and also facilitate the buy and sell orders. The goal, guys, today is to ensure fair and orderly trading. And that really works closely, the NASDAQ, with underwriters and the stabilization agent who determines when the stock is ready to trade. Just by far, the number one question, of course, is given the sheer size of this IPO, the number of buy and sell orders, when could we actually see the first trade for SpaceX? Now, for reference, Cerebras, which was the biggest IPO to date, it raised about $5 billion. It opened at around 1 p.m. Eastern. Snowflake was at a similar time, while Lyft was a bit earlier at around 11:45 a.m. Eastern. So that's just some perspective there. And, you know, given the expected market cap of around $1.7 trillion, it will be joining the biggest companies in technology that are housed here at the NASDAQ, like Apple, Google, NVIDIA. And guys, here's a snapshot of how these large companies traded on their first day of trade. NVIDIA gaining about 64%, Apple 18%, and then there's Tesla, Elon Musk's other company. It saw shares gain about 40% on its first trading day. Guys, there's a lot of betting happening. Prediction markets are already anticipating how SpaceX could open on its first day of trade. Bully market is betting on a 70% chance of the IPO opening between $150 to $200. Of course, the latest indication we have at the NASDAQ is $175, but we'll be staying close and getting you more details as they come.
Okay, thank you, Seema. Seema Modi with the update from the NASDAQ. We do have some breaking news on Iran. Eamon Jabbers has details from Washington. Eamon.
Sarah, we're now getting some details from a U.S. official on what is in this proposed Iran deal. Remember, we began the week with these back and forth military strikes between the United States and Iran. Now we're seeing back and forth leaking of the terms of this deal, which does appear to be firming up behind closed doors. But what we don't know is actually what's in it. We saw earlier this morning an Iranian media outlet releasing terms that they said were in the deal, including that the Strait of Hormuz would be reopened under what they called Iranian arrangements. Not clear exactly what that means. And very little detail in the Iranian leak earlier this morning about what would happen with the Iranian nuclear program. Of course, that was the reason the United States went to war in Iran in the first place. We saw the president come out on Truth Social denouncing the leaks from the Iranian side and saying that's not at all what he agreed to or what is shaping up behind closed doors. He said the terms that Iran leaked out to the fake news have nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to in writing. What they said, including their weak and pathetic statement on having a deal, bears no relation to the truth. Very difficult people to deal with, the president says. And he says with them, there is no such thing as dealing in good faith. Amazing. Also, their totally rebuffed drone attack last night against Indian ships leaving the Hormuz Strait is totally unacceptable. They better get their act together and fast. So the president frustrated with those leaks, and now we see from a senior administration official confirming to CNBC some terms.
Intel still pushing a bit higher. Intel.
They say the nuclear material.
Wow. Very nice call there, Nick. Very nice call on Intel.
This is what they have agreed to. A White House official says this is a performance-based deal. Guys, back over to you.
Okay, let's see if it materializes. Thank you, Eamon. Eamon Jeffers in Washington. We are still awaiting SpaceX's first trade, currently indicated to open in a range of $170 to $175 per share. Our next guest calls the record IPO quote too richly priced. Says he's not buying it. Joining us now is NYU Stern School Professor of Finance, Dean of Valuation, Aswath Damarodin. It's great to have you, Professor. So, you don't like the valuation here? How are you thinking about it?
You know, this is like watching a kabuki dance. You could have called almost.
Oh, shut up. Kabuki dance.
Just getting back to the data, Claudia. Obviously, we had
Okay.
We care about energizing the world, and we're going to do whatever it takes to supply the world. And obviously, we released, not just in the United States, but around the world, stocks from Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and 2 extensions of the Jones Act waiver to allow crude supply from the Gulf Coast where it's coming from here region.
We do another extension. Actually, that's not an question.
We'll do whatever it takes to keep energy prices as low as possible for the American people.
Long dated.
California has chosen to impose on their people wildly high gasoline, diesel,
Sandisk
prices. Just crazy. And so a lot of people say, oh, we shouldn't care. That's a new state. 340 million Americans in every state across the country. So the Jones Act waiver has been enormously helpful for California and the West Coast. The Northeast Coast of the United States.
Intel flagging now. Okay, looks good.
Sandisk Pulse. Long dated. Micron Pulse.
Producing 50,000 barrels a day offshore California. Wells are already there.
Sandisk Pulse.
Intel continues. It's probably going to break higher next week as well. Follow through. Intel, you can see MACD, the momentum is clearly turned bullish on the daily chart on the right. Intel. Okay, so it's had this really nice run during the month of April. 50 days right there. You can see the 21-day is starting to turn up if you squint. That 21-day is turning up. Price is breaking out of this descending channel. Anybody who trades patterns is buying this today on the breakout. Looking for a follow-through, putting a stop underneath today's low. MACD's turn, RSI looks good too, not shown. Volume looks really good. And it's acting a lot different than it usually does. It usually dumps in the morning. Okay, looking good.
It's different in different places. It's different in oil inventories in the last few weeks in Asia are rising. And so in the United States, we have stepped in to fill this void. We've seen incredible response from American oil and gas companies. Not just raising production, but raising refinery throughput to a significant scale. In fact, if you look at the May data, the United States was
AMD
the world's
long
largest
dated.
exporter of crude oil, 5.4 million barrels a day. Russia, a little over 4 million. Saudi Arabia, a little under 4 million. But United States producers have
have stepped up, and from our reserves and from other stores to try to supply not just America but the world. But we've also had the benefit of, average gasoline prices in the U.S. a little over $4 a gallon. It's a little under $10 a gallon in Europe and Asia. So we have not been completely isolated from the impacts of this, but we have been much more isolated than everyone else. That's leaning in and being pro-energy. That's Trump administration energy policy.
Has there been an ask or pressure from the White House on the industry to do this?
Pressure is the wrong word, but of course we dialogue with industry across all sectors of this economy. We're not there pursuing some crazy agenda that's including the Biden administration.
Sandisk Pulse. Shenanigans.
Whether they're building artificial intelligence factories or remanufacturing plants or oil and gas or coal or electricity of any kind. We want to see America thrive. We want to see energy production increase. We want to see prices to consumers.
Triple semi-pulse.
We want to see competitors to do business in the United States grow. Higher wages, lower costs.
But there is a concern that potentially if we're running low on inventories and say we don't get this deal this weekend and we're back to potentially strikes and this lingers, the president in a recent interview said it could be closed until September. Then what happens if we get higher gasoline prices in America, closer to $5 a gallon?
We've done everything we can since the day it started to both fix the existential of a nuclear
Long-dated.
threat. It becomes a much larger threat to energy supplies, to peace, to commerce. And people just don't appreciate how critical that issue is. So to solve that fundamental problem, it's coming at disruptions, it's coming at some costs. I think the Trump administration has managed that fabulously well. I think we'll continue to do that. We may use different levers going forward, but we will do everything we can to achieve the fundamental objective that we will not fail on.
So what kind of levers? There were rumors months ago about an export ban.
Micron Pulse. Deep calls. Spider Pulse. AMD Pulse. SPX Pulse. Sandisk Pulse. Shenanigans.
All right, futures are just sitting here and just watching. Like yesterday, if you recall, early in the morning, we had this choppy back and forth. Hedge flows, more of a sine wave, peaks and valleys in a tight range. We've got resistance just overhead at 74.25, support just below at 73.50, and a little bit of support right here at 73.95. With the S&P 500 currently trading 74.12 and change. All right, we're trying to push a bit higher. Okay, S&P 500, as you can see. We had a little dip, but the dip buyers came in.
My bigger effort right now in Congress is permitting. We want to leave behind as much permanent change as we can. We won't go back to the energy foolishness we suffered under the Biden administration and we can under the Obama administration. We just got to stop this mindset that somehow making energy expensive in the United States and exporting our industries is somehow going to save the world from climate change. I've been looking at data and studying climate change for 20 years. It's just amazing how that issue, a real issue, that's sort of a slow moving, actually not that big deal of a problem, has just become so politically dominant among the left in the United States and of course across the board in Europe. I think they are moving.
Okay, Intel flagging. That should continue next week. Nice momentum on the upside, breakout.
Things we're talking about, but not
we look through ideas and decide if they're viable, and we'll come out and engage in that. But of course, it is a constant dialogue with energy producers here. How can we be helpful? I think in EPA, we changed the regulations for gasoline this summer. That's going to meaningfully increase America's ability to produce gasoline with our existing refinery capacity. That's going to be helpful.
There's also the drawdown in SPR. Do you have plans to sell it?
Broadcom. Okay, S&P. Okay, we still got to get above that high there. S&P.
SP Exports, long dated.
Okay, so we have this back and forth in the hedge flows. We need to see this start trending. Okay, need to see this start trending higher.
Size.
Mm-hmm.
Much fuller than it was before we arrived. I would like it to be completely full. That's what it's there for.
Is there a price level that you would want to go out and
if there was, I certainly wouldn't share it. But also, it's not as simple as that. You know, you've got to get money from Congress to build the SPR, and that's very challenging. There's not a great political constituency that wants to spend money today, you know, to prepare us for a problem later down the road, which is exactly
how incredible and monumental of an accomplishment it is to build a company from scratch, as Elon said, and that could now be worth well over $2 trillion.
Okay, so SpaceX being offered at 135. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
On this show, you'll hear from SpaceX President Gwen Shotwell. She's going to join from the NASDAQ on this historic day. Plus, we'll take you back to the Morgan Stanley trading floor as new indications continue to come in for the very first trade. Stay with us.
SanDisk Pulse.
React remains a major. Jim, we've got to leave it there. We've got to wrap it up there. Thank you so much for your time. Really apologize.
SanDisk
Have a great weekend. Jim Ferrioli there, Director of Crypto Research and Strategy.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
We'll take a closer look at Adobe and its reaction to its earnings report yesterday afternoon. Find out what's going on here. Let me trade lines back up there. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and
SanDisk
live
Pulse.
coverage wherever you are.
Spider
Trading at
Pulse.
Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Pettolides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time,
Shenanigans. SP Exports, long dated. NVIDIA Pulse, Micron Pulse, SP Exports, long dated.
Between the lines, from what's moving markets to what's next, with sharp takes and market know-how. Follow me on all social media platforms at Diane King Hall and connect with me on LinkedIn for more.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights,
live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on SchwabNetwork.com. The Rebecca Morning Trade line. Let's focus on the one-day chart for Adobe after reporting earnings yesterday after the close, and it's sort of going in one direction here. Then down, and that was the case yesterday off the back of this.
0 DTE. Constant.
We did see some pretty good numbers, but then obviously a bit of a top executive shake-up here that may have weighed on things as well. And obviously we've seen a lot of the reaction coming from the sell-side analysts this morning. So let's talk about some of this. This is the focus of the morning trade. So joining us for a closer look is Alex Coffey. As I said, Alex, I was breaking down the numbers with Jeff. With Gwen Shotwell. Historic day, historic IPO, and just really incredible to be here. Final IPO pricing, $135.
All right, there goes Meta turning back up. All the New York FANGs are starting to show short covering. New York FANGs showing short covering.
Long dated, right? I think there's opportunity as we proceed down the path.
Okay. So you don't feel like you left capital on the table when you see indications of
Hedge flow still pushing sideways.
You know, the book that we set up that we've been working over the last couple of weeks is really a great book. We're really looking for investors that want to stick with us for the long term, and I feel really proud about what we've done.
Yeah, I mean, and as we mentioned, this is a history-making offering and a major milestone. There's been some debate about stock valuation, even as I think most of the first Wall Street initiations have been very bullish.
Google.
As the key metrics that investors need to track as you and Elon and the SpaceX team realize this future.
So definitely
Stop.
folks should be watching
Meta.
what we're doing on Starship. They should watch consumer growth on
Netflix.
enterprise growth on Starlink and Starlink Mobile. And then, of course, we've got the Grok, we've got AI, we've got coding. There's a lot. There's actually a lot going on.
Long
I know, and you and I have been talking about it before, and so just to, I guess just to keep going with the conversation we had last week, Elon unveiling the AI-1 data satellite this week, also getting some reports that SpaceX could begin testing orbital data compute as soon as next year. Is that true?
I think we'll be launching the full AI-1 satellites late next year, but we will be putting compute on some of the Starlink broadband and the Starlink mobile satellites prior. We want to make sure we understand the operation. We love doing kind of canary sats and canary work before we fly the real thing.
Yeah, I know. We've talked about that as well in sort of this iterative design process and this idea of flying and testing and testing. Since you and I last spoke as well, you inked another compute deal, Google. That's on top of the one you did with Anthropic too. Should investors see SpaceX as an emerging competitor in this neo-cloud environment and when it comes to the terrestrial AI data center compute build-up that we're seeing from others?
100%. We are builders. We build our own launch vehicles. We build our launch sites. And we're building data centers both on the ground as well as in orbit soon. So I look at ourselves as an infrastructure company.
You and I have talked about it, capital intensive, and you've done these types of investment cycles before. You're also competing with OpenAI and Anthropic when we talk about something like Grok, the hyperscalers. Are you going to need to spend as much as those peers when you think about this over the longer term?
I think our use of compute is pretty efficient, so I don't think we'll have to spend quite as much CapEx as they are. And we also demand that our coders are quite efficient in their code as well. So I hope, let's put it this way, I hope not. I hope we don't have to spend that much money.
Well, and I think maybe perhaps one of the things that gets missed at times in the conversation is that there's talking about some of these other companies, very software-specific engineers and folks at the helm, but you guys also have all the hardware expertise and manufacturing expertise too.
I think it's incredibly important, and in fact, we've brought some of that those hardware-focused folks, and we've brought them over to XAI, and they've thrived there, actually. And then it's a new thing for them to work on and to learn. Building launch sites, building rockets, building AI compute, building AI models.
Let's also talk a little bit about space. Space is hard. It can be risky. Case in point, unfortunately, what we saw with Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket on the launch pad a couple of weeks ago. What do you see as the biggest risks for the company, both short-term and long-term?
Yeah, that's a
Great question. I don't think there's anything sitting in front of us that I'm super worried about. I don't see any technology or any endeavor that we're looking at doing that I'm afraid we can't do. I don't love crew fly days. Like, those are nerve-wracking. I worry about those, but it's not about the technology. It's just, you can have a random bad day and you really don't want them on those days.
Yeah, and I've heard you have a routine for those launch days.
All right, Google, of course, has a big position in SpaceX.
Ultimately,
Okay.
realize and build out this $28.5 trillion TAM that has been identified in your prospectus.
So I think if you think about just people using AI, it's hard to get to those numbers. But if you think about digital humans, you think about humanoid robots,
digital
you think
humans.
about all cars on the planet eventually being full self-drive. They all need AI, compute, and comms, by the way. So all this need for compute on the ground, kind of distributed across the globe, they all need to
WDC Pulse.
kind of reach back
Long
home.
dated.
So I'm very excited about the combination of that, plus the need for them to all kind of phone home, because they'll be using Starlink for that.
I want to go back to this idea of risks. Yesterday, Iran state media reporting that Iran is targeting, quote, all interests related to economic holdings managed by Elon Musk in West Asia. Realize, even just in the last few moments, we've gotten more reporting on this, that we could get a peace deal between the U.S. and Iran as soon as this weekend. But what do threats like this mean for
Long
SpaceX?
dated. Micron Pulse.
Deep
Calls.
we've
TSM Pulse.
we've had
Zero
threats,
DTE.
at all
Calls.
levels, and I
Intel
think
Pulse.
when you're
Long
doing
dated.
things that are really different and you're doing things that are trying to change the world, I think some people and some countries get mad, but we always try to do the right thing, and we'll keep forging ahead.
Well, and SpaceX is a big and growing defense contractor as well. You've got contracts across all the segments, whether it's launch or whether it's Starshield, which is a national security-enabled Starlink, or Grok being used on classified networks now. So
long dated.
how do you think about
Oh boy, looking good.
NBIS.
We're always going to support our government. Like, we're a company of
Long
patriots,
dated.
and we want to make sure that our government has access to the leading technology and the best stuff. And I think we provide the best stuff.
And finally, and I hear about this a lot from military
WDC
exports in terms of what it's doing in the warfighting domains. But finally, I want to go back to something you and I have talked about before, and that is founder, CEO, CTO, chairman of the board, Elon Musk. What is something that is maybe misunderstood or lesser known about him that investors, Wall Street, now Main Street, should know?
I think he's very misunderstood across the board. I want people to know him. In fact, he participated in some of the discussions that we had over the last couple of weeks with investors, and the investors left saying, I had no idea that is the man. I said, that's the man I've worked for 24 years. I love him. I think his focus on retail, by the way, is I think that embodies a lot of what he's trying to do. He's trying to make space open for everybody. He wanted this IPO. He wanted regular people to be able to buy the stock. And a lot of folks participated at the retail level. Not even traditional retail, but by the way, if you look at all the individuals that were able to buy outside of the institution, it's like 33% of the round.
Pretty incredible. The retail investor playbook and what this milestone means for that as well.
I hope it kind of shifts more companies to allow everyday people to buy stock. By the way, I'm not saying I don't love our institutional investors. They were incredibly supportive. They've been incredibly supportive, and they continue to be. But we've had so much demand over the last few years from friends.
Intel still hanging on to the highs. Shorts covering a bit, and we're just kind of watching to see if there's any kind of follow through. Got the SpaceX IPO, I guess, coming up soon.
Did you see all the kids? I did. There were so many kids out there. Like, fantastic.
Gwen Shotwell, President and COO of SpaceX.
Thanks.
Great to speak with you today on this milestone day for SpaceX and for the broader market.
Nice to see you.
You too.
David, I'll send it back to you.
Morgan, thank you. I've obviously look forward to hearing a lot more from Gwynne Shotwell in the months and years to come, of course, running that company. Up next, one of the largest outside investors in SpaceX, Sequoia partner Sean McGuire, is going to join us. First invested in SpaceX back in 2019. Then as the SpaceX
All right, S&P is pulling back in a little bit.
outside investors, Elon Musk could potentially also become the world's first trillionaire. We're going to look at the numbers that would be needed to make that a reality.
All right, hope everyone's having a good day. I know it's a little quiet. It is a Friday, June the 12th, waiting for SpaceX IPOs, just taking some notes and watching the markets. We ran up to 74.21 or so. We're back to VWAP. S&P is pulling back now. Hedge flows turning down. We've got a lot of positive gamma in this area.
Spider pulse.
Okay, but hedge flows have turned back down. This could be a very whippy back and forth today.
Spider pulse. Long dated. Size. Long dated.
Okay. Let's see. Looking at the stocks that are actually moving, however, ARM Holdings at the highs of the session. Seagate, of course, Intel ran up. For those of you who took some Intel with Nick earlier, Intel just off the highs of the session, trading at 120.91. It made it all the way up to 124. Nice trade there, Nick. Seagate Technologies, STX, Seagate, Western Digital, of course, Google having a part of the SpaceX partnering up with SpaceX, so that's a proxy there as well. Many of you are aware of it. WDC, Western Digital, bouncing at VWAP. Strategy, MSTR. Okay, Bitcoin. Bitcoin futures. Looks like this base is going to hold. This is day number 6. Looking for this to turn back up towards 75,000. Okay, so I'd rather buy the dip than up here at the highs, obviously. So we're looking for this to turn. If you're thinking about Bitcoin, you have a pretty good location here. Put a stop underneath if you're taking BITX 2 times Bitcoin.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. Looking for that to turn.
Can you hear me, Sean?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just getting adjusted to the audio. Thank you for
Zero
having me. It's an honor to be here. Incredibly exciting day.
Apple making a test of the lows here.
The pad, which I think, even before we talk about share price, like this is the company that has the most important mission of any company, I believe, in history. Today is just an early milestone.
Intel just off the highs of the session. Looking for that to follow through next week. On the breakout, retesting the highs.
We get to use Starship
125 to 132. There's a $7 move, $8 move overhead if we can follow through. Bollinger Band's fairly tight, RSI rising, MACD stochastics turning, volume picking up. So this looks good for the follow through with Intel.
Very early intermediate milestone for the company. So I'm more thinking about 10 years from now.
Yeah. All right. Well, on that note, then, I mean, you know, Sequoia is a company, and by the way, you've done what you're supposed to do. You invested wisely a long time ago.
CBRS turned back down. CBRS is having a bearish day. It's down almost 8% today. CBRS looking for that to bounce in this area. Previous IPO from the middle of May.
It depends on the fund, depends on the fund lifetime. You know, we have different obligations. Obviously, always.
Okay, Intel, of course, we looked at Intel. ARM Holdings. Nice bounce. Nokia, nice bounce. What's Nike doing? Nike. Okay, a little fade from the high of the day. Walmart. Costco. TJ Maxx. Okay, off the highs of the session. Futures pulling back a bit. S&P futures pulling back a bit. Watch your Bitcoin. Futures back to the 73.90 flip. Gamma flip zone. Just below VWAP.
And so the way I approach this is obviously I built a financial model. I have what I think the company's revenue is going to be in 2029, 2030. And
Apple just made a new low here. Apple making a new low.
I get to is a very big number. I'm not going to give investment advice here, but I get to a very big number. And so, you know, we'll make distribution decisions based on, you know, going backwards on IRR numbers from our 2030 model. And so, of course, like, we'll distribute some shares to our investors if we feel like the valuation is way ahead of its skis. I personally don't think we're even close to that right now. And me as an individual, I'm going to hold my shares forever.
Sean, you are in the privileged position is that you know Elon Musk really well. You've worked with him on a number of companies. I think you know him better than most. Yes, he's a young guy, but no, people aren't talking about the key man risk here around SpaceX. We talked about it with Tesla. It came up again when Musk was working at the White House. But what would you tell investors today that are wondering about that and whether that makes a $2 trillion company riskier?
Look, Elon is the most visionary entrepreneur of all time. I also think he's underappreciated in his operational ability. I think he's the best operator in the world. And this combination of being a visionary, just absolute operational grinder, a technical genius, and an amazing salesman, like that combination has never existed before. So of course there is some key man risk, but on the other hand,
futures starting to bounce. Futures.
Development pathway that, in my opinion, is guaranteed to work. Starship alone is going to unlock, I believe, trillions of dollars of like serviceable, addressable market, and so. Like, I don't think anything's going to happen, but even if something did happen, I think that there's a decade plus of, you know, revenue growth that's already kind of baked into the company.
Behind us in the past 2 years. Shenanigans. Micron Pulse. Long dated. SanDisk Pulse. NVIDIA Pulse. Q's Pulse. ASTS. Marvel. Deep Pulse. Spider Pulse.
But at the same time, you got to keep your eye on profitability. So I believe that they are starting to make the right moves in terms of not being as aggressive. You know, we're able to look and see what kind of pricing they're doing in many of their transactions. And I believe in the past 2 months, they haven't been offering as much price cuts as they used to previous to that.
And what about some of the commentary here, Alex? I mean, I know the CEO talked about how it's a challenged housing market. They spoke about mortgage rates, affordability, consumer sentiment, obviously geopolitical uncertainty as well. I'm just wondering how you're tying that all together with the marginal improvement we've started to see showing up in some of the housing data of late.
High tick alert plus 800. Long dated. Shenanigans. TSM pulse. 0 DTE. Pulse. Size. Marvel. Long dated. Q's pulse. Gold pulse. Size.
If you go back, the housing market was doing fine before the Fed decided to start raising interest rates aggressively in 2022, and it really hasn't improved much since they started to cut back interest rates in late 2024. So we think the Fed, in many ways, is responsible for the lack of affordability, and they're the ones who have the solution in their hands. We think that if they were to cut interest rates, maybe just 1% from current levels, that would help restore affordability for many of the builders and much of housing, and we would start to see an improvement in profit. Also, once the war ends decisively, we think that's going to help the market as well, bring back confidence.
Alex, always appreciate your insights. Thanks so much for joining us today. Have a wonderful weekend. Alex Barron there, President Founder, Housing Research Center.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated.
With Tom White, host of Fast Market. Tom, very good morning to you. Just walk us through an example trade here.
Yeah, another mixed quarter in the housing market. This is at the low end. Their average selling price continues to move to the downside. The CEO highlighted, those rising interest rates, material costs, and then the incentives that they had to give, even though the incentives came down a little bit. So I looked at a strategy here using the option market. It's a pay-to-wait type of strategy where you can create some yield, not only owning the shares, but also selling out of the money calls against your long stock position. I looked at a cover call strategy. If you think the stock's going to at least consolidate, maybe grind a little bit higher, but you're getting paid to wait on a strategy like this, and taking advantage of the 2.2% dividend yield. So for every 100 shares stock you buy, you're selling out of the money call to the upside. I looked at selling the July 2nd weekly options that expire in 20 days.
0 DT. High tick alert plus 800.
Against the stock that you buy.
Extreme high tick
Got a
alert.
price of about $90 debit here on it. It's probably trading under 89 right now because the stock has reaccelerated to the downside here. But the debit you pay is also going to be your break even. So if you pay a $90 debit and it's trading 92, you're buying it at a basically 2.3% discount to where the shares are trading. So if the stock's trading $90, maybe your break even's down at the 88 level or a little bit lower. So you're buying the shares at a discount. You get to collect the yield because you own the shares. You do have a lot of risk on this. This is capital intensive because you're owning the shares. But a pay-to-wait type of strategy, after seeing, the stock basically fall about 11%, 12% so far this year, maybe 18% from over the last 12 months. So if you think we're going to see some stabilization in the yield market, this strategy takes advantage of a pay-to-wait where you're collecting yield on the call that you sell and also the dividend. And as you go to expiration over the next 3 weeks, you get to roll that short option on a week-to-week or month-to-month basis. That creates credits, increases potential profitability, and every time you collect credits, that lowers your break-even point on this trade also.
Great stuff, Tom. Thank you so much.
All right, nice extreme high tick. I heard that from downstairs.
For the housing market, as we've seen from some of these companies, and we are looking at some other. For SpaceX's first trade.
Extreme high tick.
Deal as well. We've got oil coming
Long
off about 2% to
Shenanigans.
$85 a barrel right now. The S&P 500 is up about 0.5%, 74.26 right now. The Nasdaq 100 powering ahead to the same amount there percentage-wise. The Dow Jones putting on 400 points as well. We'll continue to watch that throughout the course of the day. Thanks so much for joining us here at Morning Trade Line. We've got Trading 360 up next with Molly.
Schwab Bank Investor Bank, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by JD Power.
Intel back up to the highs of the day.
Features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you with
Okay, Microsoft.
Security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking. The checking account built for investors.
Long dated. Tesla Pulse. Marvel Deep Calls. Nvidia Pulse.
Long dated. 42.2690. Crude oil, though, significantly falling off. We're well below $90 a barrel, now at 84.75 a barrel. And Bitcoin starting to rise today. We're at 64,195. We'll be talking about Bitcoin coming up in just a bit. But I do want to welcome in Alex Coffey today, our senior equities contributor, to take a closer look at two names that we're seeing on the move after JP Morgan issued a new note with price target hikes for both names.
Exactly right. We're talking Seagate and we're talking Western Digital, two big-time players in this memory space. Both of them are overweight. That was maintained. In the case of Seagate, they raised the price target from $775 up to $920 per share. For Western Digital, going from $530 up to $650 per share. Now, the thesis is the same for both, and that thesis is improving pricing outlook for the HDD industry.
All right, so that looks good. S&P.
Okay.
As a result, this pricing trend Bitcoin Ponzi Pulse, Spider Pulse, SanDisk Pulse, Zero DTE, Colstrip, Gamma, Q's Pulse, Intel Pulse, Deep Puts, Zero DTE, Colside, Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
Increase margins, which will then ultimately spill over into earnings.
Amazon
Expected
Pulse,
sequential price increases to
SP
be in the low to
Exports.
mid-single digits. So bottom line here, Marley, with both these stocks up about 6% on the day. Pricing inflection leads to accelerating prices. Those accelerating prices lead to expanding margins. Expanding margins lead to more earnings, and more earnings, and their idea should lead to higher stock prices.
And whenever we talk about these memory names, of course, we then talk about the demand and the sellout of all the memory and the supply.
All right, the S&P at the high of the day right now.
Because we are starting to get a little bit more concerned, but starting to have more conversations around the bottlenecks in this space, despite these meteoric moves we've seen in this price action on all these names.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Must be a cultural thing or something over in Iran. You know, for, I don't know, just really weird negotiating tactics, back and forth, back and forth. Anyway, if you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's a little after 11 o'clock a.m. on the East Coast. Hope you're having a good day. Markets, you can't fall asleep. Markets will pop in either direction, pop or drop. Okay, we got the SpaceX IPO coming up. You can buy Google as a proxy to that. A lot of people are waking up to that idea.
Matthew, great morning to have you with us. I'm not sure if you watched the market turnaround here just in the last few minutes, but we got some reports that we may be closer to a peace deal than we've ever been before. We saw things move entirely into the green. We've got oil down below $84 below $85 a barrel. We're at $84.95 right now. As far as how you're viewing this market and how headline driven it is, what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so we've now, I think, won this war 27 times. That's pretty cool. You know, I'll believe it when I see it. You know, we keep telling people, you know, every time we announce this is over and oil drops, I'm a buyer of the oil stocks. You know, I don't, even if it ends, I don't think we go down to $60 a barrel anytime soon. Damage has been done. But, you know, great to see the market rallying. Last Friday was one of the more ugly days we've had in quite some time. Good to see that reversing. But, you know, the real thing we're watching is the SpaceX IPO. I mean, I think that sucked all the oxygen out here.
All right, we're starting to move a bit higher now. Futures, hedge flows have turned up. Oh, it's a Friday during the summer. Okay. Hedge flows look like they're going to keep rising from here. Got a little ways to go to get back to the 21 day. The 21 day is over here, middle of the Bollinger Bands. That's what we're looking for at this point. We're above the 50 day. That was a 5% pullback. Institutions probably, easing into positions. Some of these stocks bouncing at the lows, like McDonald's, Nike, different sectors, of course. Netflix is turning here. A couple of upgrades on Netflix this week. Get Netflix back about 92, really 95. Get Netflix above 95. I'll be interested again. CBRS is off today, probably shaking the tree, trying to get more shares out of the market. CBRS down today. It'll be back up.
Sandisk Pulse. Shenanigans.
Energy goes down, I'll look at more energy stocks in there as well. I think right now you fade the headlines, you buy the energy stocks on the dips.
Long dated. Micron Pulse.
$8.5 trillion. Most of that made up by $22.7 trillion in the total addressable market for enterprise applications for AI. And I'm just curious to get your thoughts about how you see the evolution of the company meeting that potential goal, at least, or opportunity.
Look, you're seeing us today begin to sell compute. We build the best, most coherent, large clusters of compute in the world, the best computers in the world. And lots of enterprise clients want to buy that compute now. And then over time, as our models develop and we develop our own AI systems, you'll see us integrate forward into the application layer even more than we are today. We have real-time data from XAI and we're true-seeking AI. And it's important to remember that the models are imbued with the values of the creators. And we're the only true-seeking AI in the world. So I believe that over time, we'll take more and more share because people want the truth. They want real-time data and the truth. The thing about it is integrating from energy to compute forward applications. That is our plan, ultimately to end up with world compute as well.
Antonio, when you think about the building blocks of all of this that are going to eventually be investment opportunities, not by name, but by category, can you talk about what areas are most interesting to you?
In terms of the application layer or the overall
anything that it's going to take to make this happen over the long term?
Look, I think all of it. I think you begin with energy, the utilization of energy, using that well, power, and then move into compute. The way we utilize compute, build our data centers, build the entire system networking. Coherence matters a lot, and I think people undervalue that. They don't understand that not all compute is the same, and we build the best, most coherent clusters of supercomputing in the world. You then go to overcompute and launch. Obviously, if you have free power and your launch costs are low enough, you'll have very low costs and very efficient compute in orbit. So that's sort of what we see today. Starship enables all this. But what's been amazing about this team the last 20 years is most of the stuff you see today, that Starlink, Starship, these things were not imagined 10 years ago. This team's extraordinary at actually finding the next thing, doing whatever's required to meet the overall mission of making humanity more planetary and bringing our intelligence to reality in a true-seeking way. So I'm excited, super curious to see what happens next and what they will find, what they will build, and all the things that are required as we go from Earth to Moon to Mars and beyond. It's sort of hard to even think about how big these markets are and what this company will achieve.
Microsoft still rallying off the low. A lost cause there. Microsoft has to do a lot of work to get back into an area where it makes sense above the 50-day. Okay.
Starlink, SpaceX, XAI, Tesla, a lot of these Musk ventures.
Sorry, I lost you there. I lost the audio.
Well, I was asking, from a governance perspective, what safeguards are in place, if any, if conflicts of interest arise among the various businesses that Musk controls from Starlink. I mean, a lot of these, they deal with the government, Tesla, SpaceX, XAI, and they're all, when to be presumably a big part of our future. So how as a board do you deal with any potential conflicts?
Look, the reality is you want to do the right thing for the shareholders. Obviously follow the law and make sure that anything that comes up will resolve in a reasonable way for all parties. That's the most important thing. That's what we've done in the past. We'll do in the future.
Shenanigans.
And always with the mind of what's great for shareholders of all companies.
Speaking of your fiduciary duty, I mean, you mentioned earlier most of the gains, of course, of the great investment you made in SpaceX are due to your owed to your fund holders, essentially, or at least the accretion in value. But Antonio, to what extent do you actually monetize that?
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans.
And we built our first refinery there in California. Second refinery was built.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans.
A city that's named after our refinery. So the state grew up around us more than us going to the state. And so we're part of the state's history for an awful long time. California is a big producer. It was one of the biggest producers in the world at one point. And we're an integral part of the economic story in California. Things have evolved, obviously. But it made sense for a long time. It doesn't make sense.
Great, so we're going to start with some of the news of the day and what's going on in Washington. Keeping up with the headlines, the president, Secretary Wright said 7 million barrels a day are getting out of the Strait of Hormuz, which would be a pretty big deal. How can we view the market dynamics right now? What actually is coming out of the market?
Yeah, our view would be it's probably not quite that much.
Micron Pulse,
ships that
long dated. Shenanigans.
Off, typically at night, with some support from the US military, and that has helped ease fundamentals in physical markets, and so we've seen price action that has been a little bit
deep calls, SPX Pulse, Micron Pulse, Intel Pulse, Deep Pulse, NVIDIA Pulse, Shenanigans, 0 DTE, call sign.
On the supply and the demand side to buy time and kind of address the risks that exist.
What is the driving force behind that? Because most people thought it would be higher than $150 a barrel.
Long dated.
Well, early on, you saw, the paper markets trade on expectations and narratives. And early on, there was a lot of fear that prices were going to go that. As you saw paper markets really take off, physical markets follow, and then things have reversed. As the narrative has been, we're closer to the end than the beginning. There's a peace deal that's just around the corner. And physical markets obviously have had to deal with the realities of supply constraints. Early on, demand was strong, and in fact, you saw people buy further out, particularly Asian refineries that typically might buy a couple months in advance, cover themselves further. And so you actually had demand pulled forward at the same time the supply was shut off. And so that's where you saw differentials get very wide. Subsequently, you got supply from SPRs, you got supply from ships on the water that were sanctioned that were then allowed to unload. You've seen commercial inventories drawn down. You're seeing turnarounds and maintenance activities deferred in facilities that allow supply to keep flowing. Some movements now through the straits. So there's been a supply response, as you would expect, and there's been a demand response. China had been buying a lot of oil for the SPR. That has come down. You've seen certain measures, primarily in Asian economies, to reduce energy intensity of their activities. You've seen some substitution of coal and other things that have taken some pressure off the markets. And so both supply and demand have responded. And I think the market has bought time. Now, the reality is inventories are all low today, other than in China, where there still are very healthy inventories. The rate of the products, where you look at crude oil, we've moved from comfortable inventories under normal times to what would be soon to be uncomfortable. And I think that's the real question is how much longer can these measures kind of ameliorate the risk, and at some point they may not be able to.
How much longer does Chevron think? Is it in July, August story? Or?
It's probably in that time frame. And that's a little later than I would have said if you asked me 4 or 6 weeks ago. So particularly the reduced buying out of China is something that we didn't anticipate at the degree that we've seen that. And so I think that, along with now the fact that we are seeing some of these flows out from the Strait, probably have pushed that timeline out a little bit more. So you have your earlier comment about the president's remarks on Labor Day or towards the end of the summer. The market may be able to kind of hold things together out into that time frame, but not forever.
How confident could an executive be that we are close to an agreement if the president has said it dozens of times since the conflict began at the end of February?
Yeah, I mean, I think the evidence would say you shouldn't fully believe that until you see the agreement signed and you see the actions begin to come into effect. Iran had a long history of being a kind of a patient and immovable negotiating force, and so this has been hard to call. And markets are hard to predict, wars are hard to predict. I think negotiations with adversaries like
Triple semi-pop, long dated, shenanigans.
And the market seems to be somewhat discounting these things. I mean, you mentioned yesterday, you used the term whiplash. The Carg Island statement didn't seem to send the market up the way it might have a month ago. And the we're close to a deal didn't seem to send the market down. I mean,
Shenanigans.
But I think the reactions to these things are less and less the more it gets repeated.
You had mentioned to me, John and Lisa, a few weeks ago when you joined the show that there are more clashes happening that not being reported. Are you still seeing that?
Yeah, I mean, there was, the U.S. hit a couple of ships just yesterday. That was not in the media initially. It's now out there. There were actually 3 fatalities on one of the vessels. And so there has been activity in both directions. And
Triple
it usually gets out
long
eventually.
Shenanigans.
We tend to have sources that we see things.
SPX pulse.
Yeah, there's been during the ceasefire where the president said we're shooting at each other less, or I forget the exact term that he used, but it's not a true ceasefire the way that most people think of a ceasefire. It's just less shooting.
Right.
Not zero.
I did ask someone about this though, and they said it is pretty good in terms of ceasefire for the region, for the neighborhood. I guess, do you expect then, if the Strait of Hormuz was to open, that the U.S. Navy would stay there for a longer period of time?
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of what their strategy. I think that's obviously based on the context of how they assess the risk, how they believe the Iranians are
long dated,
behaving in a manner that's consistent with whatever the agreement was.
TSM pulse.
And the administration has used our forces around the world. We've seen it in a number of different places to enforce sanctions, to interdict ships at sea that are alleged to be a violation of sanctions. And so, I wouldn't be surprised to see a military presence there for some time.
JP Morgan said that 5 million barrels a day is coming out. The secretary says 7. You think maybe it's more like 3. When do we get back to 20?
I think it's going to take time. You've got ships that are out of position. You've got production that's shut in. You've got, normally we've got a very efficient global
NVIDIA pulse, long dated.
It has been put into a state of different kind of equilibrium right now. And for that to truly return, you've got to get inventories rebuilt in the Gulf and around the world. You've got to get production reestablished. You've got to get ships repositioned. And that is weeks and months, not days.
What are going to be the lingering effects of this crisis on the industry?
Yeah, I think, an event like this typically creates some longer lasting effects. And I think it's a little early to know exactly what
long dated.
But typically, you see a lot of people concerned with
NVIDIA pulse, Micron pulse,
SPX
pulse, Intel pulse,
Meta
pulse, Spider pulse, Marvel pulse, Zero DTE.
Projects like that build infrastructure to create optionality for logistics. I think you're likely to see countries establish reserves where they might not have before, and maybe higher levels of reserves from countries that have had them. Will it diversify sources? I think this is a place where the U.S. and the Americas are very well set up with strong energy resources and a lot of access to blue water ports, and not the dependence on choke points that you see in some other parts of the world. I do think some things Secretary Wright talked about in terms of
long dated.
It's the U.S., but it's Canada, it's Latin America. We're blessed with an abundance of resources in this hemisphere, And I do think
Q's
you'll see
pulse,
this
long
country,
dated.
this industry become a more important part of the global energy system.
Do you see that right now happening with LNG, given how much Qatar has been taken offline?
Certainly, the U.S. is in the midst of, it's already the biggest LNG producer in the world.
Q's
And
pulse,
there are any number
long
of
dated.
projects that are advancing here along the Gulf Coast. If we can deliver those projects, deliver the supply, avoid some of the things that, again, Secretary Wright mentioned that an export ban would send a bad signal.
Micron pulse, long dated.
You don't want to
Q's pulse.
question in people's minds. So I think we're blessed with a lot of gas in this country that will underpin not only our economy, but the global economy for decades and decades to come.
Given the things you mentioned, other countries looking at pipelines, finding ways to mitigate being reliant on the Middle East, do you think in the future we could see the Strait of Hormuz being something
Micron
that's nice
pulse,
to have, not need
long
to have
dated.
to the global energy landscape?
There's a lot of assumptions you would make to get there. I mean, the Middle East is, the Strait of Hormuz, you can think of it as the central artery of the global energy system. It's been cut off, so you don't almost, health service, like a heart attack. So finding a way to
Micron pulse,
have
long
a
dated.
system that's not as reliant on that, I think is important. I think we'll see steps taken to achieve that. I still think we'll see ships flowing through there. It'll be an economic way to drive
Size, long dated.
oil on ships and into destinations is a very efficient way to do that. So, but I think you'll see optionality and alternatives that emerge in the system, so there's not as much single point risk concentrated in the stream.
Has Chevron thought about rethinking the presence that you have in the Middle East because of this?
IWM pulse,
Large peers. We produce oil in our
zero DTE,
culture zone that is shared by Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, petrochemicals in Saudi and Qatar, natural gas in Israel. But it's 5% of our production. Others in our industry are 20% exposed. So we actually are looking at some opportunities to go into the Middle East. The risks are very clear. There's some risks that I think people would view differently today. But the terms are also better.
Zero DTE,
Costs are tough to get the investment. And countries there have been
Amazon pulse, long dated.
Balance of
S&P still pushing. Most of the New York FANGs are up. Google is pressing about a lot higher. If you don't want to trade SpaceX, trade Google as a proxy. Many of you are thinking that way.
Chevron has been talking about powering data centers. Why are you venturing out of your core business? But I guess for the future,
Many of you are thinking that way.
A core business. How much are you working with the technology space as we see this build out of AI data centers?
Yeah, so it has, we've been very explicit that we were not going to go in the power business as a merchant.
Zero DTE, Wall Street.
We're headed to the 20-day moving average. Coming up quick, about 10 points overhead. Hedge flows continue trending higher. Next level of resistance is around 74.60.
As the demand in the U.S. became very, very clear, and as we had relationships long dated, it became evident that a model that would look a lot like what we do today, which is isolated nuclear power generation, high reliability, large scale, is what data centers are actually looking for. It allows you to avoid the issues of raising electricity rates for rate payers because you're not going through the grid. And we've done that. And so, particularly here in Texas, where we're advancing our first project, there's enough gas to supply large-scale power generation for multiple days.
Google.
It's a business opportunity we'll look at.
Shenanigans.
It's analogous actually on the way to LNG. We've got, in West Texas, we've got stranded gas. The price is negative sometimes because there's not enough capacity to get into market. There's a lot of gas there that hasn't even, we've only been drilling primarily for oil, and gas comes out for the line. There's a lot of gas that you can drill So, large gas resource, if you were creating
Long
demand
dated.
flow closer to the
SPX
resource
calls.
and,
Long dated.
create
Zero DTE. Call sign. Gum. Deep puts. Zero DTE. Call sign.
So we're gonna explore, we're gonna see.
But we do want to just take a pause here and get back to Seema Modi at the NASDAQ as we await the first trade. Seema, what are you learning? Well, Sarah, the latest indication we hear out from the NASDAQ is that SpaceX is around 158. Now, this can, of course, oscillate, and it's a number that we continue to watch. But what's happening behind me right now, about 112 executives from SpaceX are being briefed around the IPO process by the executives here at the NASDAQ, how the fulfillment process works, the mechanisms in place to ensure a safe and orderly trade. And what we're getting the sense of is that this opening trade could happen in the next 20 to 30 minutes. So stay close here as we learn more about the opening trade. But as you can see, executives here are very keen to understand how quickly we will see this IPO open for a trade. I did speak to two different employees who didn't want to share their name, but they told me they're going to be making over $5 to $10 million on this deal. So you hear about these stories about a number of people who are working at this company for many years, and now they have these shares. They're excited to see where that opening trade is. Again, the latest indication we have is 158. We'll keep you up to date. Okay, thank you, Seema. Seema Modi with the update from the NASDAQ. A lot of millionaires being created today. Chris Katz,
Bitcoin, turn in the corner, watch Bitcoin.
ambitions, which are so key to the growth story. I think that is a critical question for the future of Starship, Chris, whether SpaceX can make it fully reusable and fly it frequently.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated.
Well, I think there's two ways to bring you can make the world's largest rocket and reuse it as much as possible.
Good
You can also
pulse. Long
just
dated.
really like a rocket fab. You can make a lot of rockets like soda cans, you know. And I think, but you know, in the middle it's very hard. If you have a really big rocket that's not reusable, you're going to find it very expensive to operate that system, and that's where a lot of governments, United States government, European governments, they have very expensive but not reusable rockets. And so I think there's a lot of companies trying to work on both ends of that spectrum. You know, it's exciting times to innovating in this area.
How close is SpaceX to doing that with Starship?
Well, I mean, I think if you look at they're a 23-year-old company. You know, you look at the time that it takes to develop a new orbital system. It's about 10 years to get it into real operations. They've done over 700 launches. I think the second peer has done an order of magnitude less. Rocket Lab's done over 70. We've done 2 successfully. Jeff Bezos with Blue Origin has done 2 successfully, and there's a Firefly
Zero DT.
company that's done 3 I think successfully. So you know, there's a big gap between number 1, number 2, number 3. There's an order of magnitude effectively gap. So it is very hard. It's a very difficult business. Starships are really evolving quickly. They've been testing and developing and getting that close. So I'm very optimistic that Starship will be operational very soon, and that'll be another step function change in the economics of space access.
So, I mean, Elon Musk, when he was about to open the market here, said earlier from Texas that he wants to take everybody to Mars if they want to go to Mars or the moon or beyond. But how close is that vision to becoming a reality where we really could see a commercial business developed around people who just want to go to Mars?
Well, I mean, I think
Robin Hood pushing a bit higher. Robin Hood.
Delivering cargo to the space station to get started before they put people on the Dragon capsule and Falcon 9.
Okay, Robin Hood. The upper band is starting to open up. Robin Hood. Lower band starting to open up. We're pushing through 95.
Long dated. Micron pulse. Soft pulse.
There's an opportunity for a huge amount of investment. If every telecommunications company on Earth begins to invest in infrastructure in space and in data centers, I think that's the other big one. And so that will allow the access and the frequency of space access to increase. And then the next thing that will happen is more people will be able to more affordably go to space, and we'll build more permanent infrastructure on the moon, probably initially. And then the moon is a great place because it's relatively close compared to Mars. So I think the first thing we'll start to see after we see a very successful IPO here, very successful
Bitcoin
space
daily
economy
pulse.
start to grow. We'll
Tesla
see
pulse. Long dated. Q's
a lot of
pulse.
infrastructure in space.
Zero
And that's
DTE.
become a
Pulse.
place where there's a human,
Gum.
permanent human presence,
AMD pulse.
and then that'll lead to Mars. So
SPX
I think we'd
pulse.
probably
Zero
fast forward 10
DTE.
to 20
Long
years
dated.
before,
Size.
we're able to do anything substantial outside of Earth.
It's going to get really interesting, of course. I love the soda can thing. And then I'm sure in the weeks and months to come, we'll talk about who owns the moon and all of the regulation that goes around that. Chris, appreciate you helping us understand the story on an important day. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, still ahead. Early SpaceX investor Gavin Baker will
Q's
join
pulse.
us as we wait
Long
to make
dated.
historic IPO. He first made a bet on the company back in 2015 at Fidelity. Now his firm holds a major stake.
Elon Musk may become the world's first trillionaire today, although we'll see where this opens up as we get indications that have come down from the low 170s earlier this morning. We're going to break down the key levels to watch for him as he tries or approaches.
Can you imagine being an employee at SpaceX, overnight becoming a millionaire? That's wild. Good for them. Good for them. Robinhood trying to push a bit higher. Robinhood. Google.
Long dated.
Google pushing.
Size. Spider pulse. Long dated.
Down in Houston, Texas, WTF oil off $3.15 per liter.
And of course, we're keeping track on the SpaceX IPO. It priced yesterday at $135, and the latest headline is that it's indicated to
Intel
open at
pulse.
about 150.
Long dated. Spider pulse. Size. Shenanigans.
Yep. So with the stabilization agent, in this case, where Sam's trying to do the matchup.
Intel new highs.
Right now, it's a little bit of a reset in the market. We can do that with Matt Piper. Matt, what do you look at?
Intel with a new high of the day.
Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. They get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k, tax and penalty free. Go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. All eyes to the skies. We're talking SpaceX. Shares are expected to jump about 11% from the offering price of $135 to about $150 when they start trading on NASDAQ under the ticker SPCX. When that happens, not sure, but soon is what we're told. It has market. Let's take a look at the numbers. The S&P right now is up 51 points, or 0.7%. The Dow is up about 1%, or 485 points. The NASDAQ is up 0.6. Oil prices are sliding in word of a deal that's quote never been closer, according to Iran. Brent,
Hedge flows continue to rise. Hedge flows.
Well, Knicks in 5 is crashing weddings this weekend in New York City. June is the busiest month to wed. Couples who picked their date more than a year ago are now scrambling to decide to incorporate the matchup into their already expensive party.
Long dated.
Imagine $1 million tickets for the Knicks. Front row. $1 million. I saw Larry David and a couple other people there at Game 4. Not a big Knicks fan, but that's amazing. $1 million for a ticket to Game 5.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, news in focus.
Okay, S&P. We got some resistance right overhead at around 74.60. Watching hedge flows. Positive gamma. We're above 73.90. That creates positive gamma. We have dealers buying the dips. Microsoft just rolled over. Apple rolling over. NVIDIA rolling over. So is Amazon. Amazon rolling over. We got Google fading from the high right here.
SanDisk long dated. SpaceX IPO indicated right now to open around $155. Remember, priced at $135.
$153 per share. That'll make SpaceX a $2 trillion company. The number 153. 153 is the equivalent of a $2 trillion company. 153. All right, so this is pretty historic. We're seeing the largest IPO ever about to open.
It all depends on SpaceX shares staying above $139 a share when they close. So let's break down the math. Now, his Tesla stake at today's current price is worth about $280 billion. On SpaceX, the S1 filing lists him with 6.4 billion shares, but that includes about a 1.3 billion shares that he votes but won't actually vest until he colonizes Mars or reaches a 1 trillion terawatts of compute. Now, since they are not vested, I am not going to count them as own shares or part of his net worth. So,
okay, ARM Holdings, Seagate Technologies, Western Digital, Advanced Micro, and Qualcomm. That's the top 5 on the NASDAQ 100. So tech is certainly leading today. Zscaler is coming up the list. It's at about position number 12 on the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at Zscaler. Zscaler coming off the low. Okay, so we got like a multiple bottom in this area. Push back up towards the 50-day would be good for Zscaler.
By the SpaceX IPO and how they're investing and spending their new fortunes. Sign up for the Inside Wealth newsletter. CNBC.com/Inside Wealth. Guys.
Robert, thanks. Talk soon, Robert Frank. As we get closer to this first trade, let's get back to Seema Modi at the NASDAQ. Seema?
Hey, Carl, anticipation is building, and once again, the IPO is...
I imagine a lot of people are pretty happy in that group. That's pretty wild.
The indicative price at this point is $150. So that's what we're expecting right now. Remember, the stock was priced at $135 right now, expected to open at around $150, but that number keeps oscillating. So we're going to keep a close eye on where
No, it keeps oscillating? Really?
Zero DTE. And the number of executives we've been speaking to here say they've been waiting for this moment for 24 years. There are a number of heartfelt stories being shared by a number of different people, IT managers, people who are in the C-suite, about their experience, the journey it took to get to where they are today. And now, again, minutes away from when SpaceX, a record-breaking IPO, will open for trade. We'll keep you guys updated. What's happening right now? We see this crowd, Seema. These are employees. Yeah, so it's majority of employees from SpaceX who are crowding around the NASDAQ IPO trade desk. And you have 2 executives here from the NASDAQ. They're part of the IPO listings team. They're walking through what's happening minute by minute and the indicative price. I can just look over here and see that, again, we're expecting $150 a share. We have David Friedman, the CEO of the NASDAQ, because, as I said, we are expecting the stock to open very soon here. We are a matter of just a minutes away, and people are sort of crowding around, looking over at his screen to understand where we're at. And what is taking place right now? I mean, what does it take to open a stock of this magnitude?
Pulse.
Yeah, so it's putting together the book building process, right? It's matching shares, buy and sell orders. But, you know, the challenge and the opportunity here with SpaceX is it's such a large IPO, 556 million shares. No exchange in the world has ever worked on an IPO like this. But I think the idea that this stock is going to open very soon from now tells you that the book building process is going very well. They're able to match shares and sell orders and buy orders very effectively. And just minutes away here as we put together and firm up the book with the indicative price at this point, just looking over my shoulder right now at $150 a share right now, Sarah.
Yeah, we've been watching that indication come down from about 174 earlier this morning, now back to 150. Watching very closely. All systems appear to be quite go, as they say, Sarah. And as we've been watching and listening to Musk in Texas today, it is a reminder that, as we said with Kramer, company's 24 years old, almost a quarter century, more than, I think, 13,000 employees who have been waiting a long time. You forget how long ago the initial disruptive technological innovations like Falcon really were.
Well, Elon said it himself very well, where he said, you know, it's hard to believe that this little company that I started would be the largest IPO ever. He said, if people told me this was going to happen, I was like, man, you must be smoking some really good crack because this company is going to fail, he added. Well, clearly not. Biggest IPO ever here. And, you know, it's grown. The majority of the revenue today is derived from Starlink, of course, the satellite company in communications. And there are all sorts of projections about what that could mean for the telecom business and a little bit of XAI as well. Obviously the AI company that competes with others, like an Anthropic, even though it does a deal in business where it sells compute basically to these big players, these hyperscalers, Google as well. But ultimately, it's a future bet, right, on the businesses, including the Starship business, the launch business, that it will be able to do this in a cost-effective way, in a profitable way that will change how we think about and interact with space, and whether we're able to go there, as Elon Musk himself said this morning, will take you to Mars and the moon and beyond.
Yeah, not just cost effective, but in the words of Wolf, which of course initiates today, outperform 175, near zero launch costs, which in their words creates one of the biggest moats in the history of American and global business.
Google fading a bit, S&P fading a bit from the high. S&P fading from the high today. This pop initiated on Iranian U.S. news. We're about to open here.
We are getting very close here as executives just pull around this IPO trading desk to get a sense of what they can expect in the coming moments here. Yeah, we're just listening in. I guess they're explaining it to the employees and investors there, Seema. Just tell us again the indication on the price as we're about to open. Okay. Indication price right now is 150. I'm looking at the screen. That's where it seems to be at this moment. I did hear him say 146, but what the screen is showing is 150. But again, this is a book building process that involves a highly technical process working simultaneously with the stabilization agent, which is Morgan Stanley, to get these trades firmed up and all the buy and sell orders matched. And again, we are getting very, very close.
Meantime, we're starting to get some activity, say, on social media. David Solomon of Goldman Sachs tweeting a moment ago, congratulating SpaceX, reminding Goldman and Elon's relationship goes back.
Okay, I'm just hands off the steering wheel right now, pulling over to the side of the road, waiting for IPO, SpaceX IPO.
Zero DTE.
Let's take a listen to what's happening here in the past.
Guys, we are just moments away from this opening for trade. Again, we have the IPO trading team. We're getting very close. Let's listen in. It's 7:15.
Okay, SpaceX is open. Wow. SpaceX is open. 153 here. 2 trillion.
Absolutely great coverage on an important day. I mean, a moment like this, you think back to all the landmark ideas we've covered in real time over the years, going back to Facebook and Uber and Twitter and Baba, but nothing quite of this size. And just again, a reminder of what a remarkable moment.
Okay, we got very close to the 20-day moving average and pulled back.
behind that the street, the banks, all the relationships that have to get built. It is an incredible thing.
Yeah, it's a juggernaut, and it's a record breaker in so many ways. How much money they raise, the valuation, which we're watching, and north of 177 trillion, $1.77 trillion. Seema, it also has to be a good moment for the Nasdaq where you are, and the fact that they were able to open this smoothly
and early.
I mean, we thought it was maybe going to go into the afternoon.
Intel just off the highs of the session. Futures pulling back. Futures pulling back. All right, 159. 159. SpaceX 159 open.
Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft, Salesforce. So it's interesting to see how quickly this is going to become one of the biggest names here at the Nasdaq. And then, of course, the rule change, right? The fast tracking that SpaceX will now have to be included into the Nasdaq 100.
Okay, tagging 160 now. SpaceX tagging 160. All right, futures pulling back in at the moment.
Giant photos of the opening bell from Tesla's first trade, Nvidia's first trade, AMD's first trade, and you will bet this picture is going to go right next to it.
Yes.
Let's get to Leslie Picker as well.
161.
Over at Morgan Stanley again, Leslie.
162.
Hey, Carl. Yeah, lots of cheers over here as well. And now the stock is double from that opening print, up about 20%. At the 11%
Zero
at the opening
DTE
price,
put straight.
it's just under a
Size.
$2 trillion
Zero
market cap. So now it's up to
DTE
about $2 trillion. Remarkable.
Robin Hood. All right, just off the highs of the session. Robin Hood. Okay, a lot of stocks pulling back as the IPO goes live. Okay, Tesla pulling back. Google pulling back. People taking profits.
It's been telegraphed for weeks now that this was coming and that people need to be putting their orders in if they want to trade in order to get this thing open. So they were able to get the volume. I heard that they opened on 60 million shares. That's more than 10% of the offering size, which of course allows the stabilization.
Okay, let the market settle down. See if we get any kind of trend out of this. Hedge flows pulled back, of course. Hedge flows. Okay, we got some support in these levels here, 74.25, 7,400.
I think you want to see some comfort that the stock will remain above its IPO price, but of course, if it is exercised, this company could raise another $11.25 billion. Obviously, this moment is important for SpaceX because it is such a gigantic capital raising opportunity. 15% above the issue size is the typical overall allotment there. $11.25 billion in additional capital if this stock trades higher today and or continues to do so over the next 30 days, if not today, so they're able to exercise that, guys.
Really quick, Leslie, if you were looking at a typical 20% pop, that would put you around 162. We're almost exactly there.
Yeah, it is pretty remarkable because that 20% goal is kind of what people see as the gold standard for an IPO. It's enough that people feel good about it, but it's not a double in the sense that you'd be leaving a tremendous amount of money on the table. In this case, $75 billion on the table if that stock were to double. So a 20% pop is usually seen as a very
All right, just watching the markets at the moment. The leaders this morning still leading. ARM Holdings, Seagate, Western Digital, Intel, Qualcomm, AMD, Strategy, Microchip, Analog Devices, Honeywell, Lam Research, Comcast Cable, Zscaler, Charter Communications, AppLovin, Applied Materials, Lind, Google, T-Mobile, and so on. Looking pretty good. Market's looking pretty good. Off the best levels of the session at the moment.
First trillionaire of the human race. Our next guest was an early investor at SpaceX twice at two different funds. Joining us this morning at a CNBC exclusive is Gavin Baker, currently managing partner and CAO at Treaties Management.
SpaceX trading above 163 now.
Today. Gavin, thanks for joining us.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Talk about this moment. How does it feel?
It feels like a point in a journey. This is not the end.
Good point. Good point.
I think it's a new beginning of what's hopefully
Part of the journey, man. It's not the destination, it's the journey getting there. I like that.
It's special to be here at Starbase with the
Tesla dropping off to low of the day at 390. Tesla.
Challenges, impatience from the street, quarters, disclosure. What's that going to be like for a business that is so capital intensive and runs on long cycles?
Long dated.
I would just point you to the early days of Amazon, which was investing heavily in a business, and the stock market was very supportive of those investments because it saw that there was an ROI.
Shenanigans.
We know that SpaceX was able to get per my friends at Altimeter's calculation, a 55% IRR on their Colossus One data center. So when you have IRRs like that, I think markets are generally supportive of capital investments.
What does Elon need to do? What does SpaceX need to do to get to this kind of valuation and profitable place from your perspective?
Micron pulse.
Well, I think we need to take a step back. And a month ago, SpaceX did not have a cloud computing business. Now, by some measures, it is the fourth largest cloud ahead of Oracle.
166, 167.
Let's see what they do in a year.
167. SpaceX at 167. Okay. Over $2 trillion valuation.
So I think a really important variable for SpaceX is how many gigawatts can they bring on over the next few years, because they are monetizing these gigawatts of terrestrial compute at a very high rate. Then when are we reusing Starship such that we can put Starlink V3 satellites?
Intel trying to push back up. All right, so the leaders today continue to lead: ARM Holdings, Seagate Technology, Western Digital, Qualcomm, Intel, the top 5, AMD, Strategy, Microchip, Comcast Cable, Charter Communications, the top 10. On the S&P 500, Albemarle, Mosaic, Coherent, Seagate Technologies, HPE, Teradyne, Texas Pacific Land Trust, Teradyne, SNDK, Qualcomm, AMD, all of these jockeying back and forth on the top 10.
Space over terrestrial, space on command, maybe incrementally more attention, more preference?
Okay. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
SanDisk pulse. Q's pulse, long dated.
Do expect that to happen, but it's, it has to make sense for based on how many stocks are trading, whatever. But I think main happening from a cynical perspective is that it would allow Elon Musk to potentially take control of because Tesla doesn't have a new class structure.
Q's pulse, long dated.
The other extraordinary thing about SpaceX, though, is that we've really seen that Elon Musk get stuff done.
AMD pulse, long dated.
Special releases the files, the roadshow, S1 was drafted.
SPX pulse, long dated. 0DTE Micron pulse, put strip, shenanigans. Size, SanDisk pulse, 0DTE, call sign.
Anthony, thank you so much for all your reporting on this deal and we have more right now, stock at SpaceX is $35. Again, IPO is $13.35. Stock over 60. The market
Soft pulse, long dated.
down 83 points. The news today was Iran saying we are as close as we've ever been to a deal with the U.S. So that's
SanDisk pulse, long dated.
markets mixed with a higher with that oil trading down. Got oil down $3 every month. All right, right now it is time for Balance of Power at the top of the hour. Balance of Power.
All right, Paul Sweeney, thank you very much. I'm Keely Lyons in Washington, but clearly all eyes are on New York today as SpaceX launches into public markets. A record-setting IPO of $75 billion priced at $135 a share. The stock opens on the NASDAQ 11% higher than that at 115. As we speak, the shares are trading at 162 and change, up more than 20% in this public trading debut. This is now a more than $2 trillion company, and Elon Musk, at least on paper, is the world's first ever trillionaire. This is financial market history that we all have a front row seat to today. And of course, the markets are trying to digest this, along with the news that the U.S. and Iran may be close to inking a memorandum of understanding to prolong their ceasefire and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. There's a lot for markets to digest today, so let's get a check on them right now as we turn to Charlie Cuddle. Good morning, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kayla.
SPX pulse, long dated.
Right here on Bloomberg. Liftoff for SpaceX, 11:47 a.m. Wall Street time. Right now, first day of trading, we got SpaceX shares up 21%. SpaceX at 163.03. First day of trading after the company made history with that $75 billion IPO. Stock sold
Amazon
$150 in its opening trade on NASDAQ, 11% above its $135 offering price. At that level, the stock turned Elon Musk into the world's first trillionaire. Right now, we've got the Dow, the S&P higher, NASDAQ in the red though. Right
NVIDIA pulse, long dated.
74.05. That was a gain of 0.1%. The Dow up 253 now, up by 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index holding on to a gain of under 0.1%. All of this with a VIX below 19, and the SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, up now by about 0.9%. Spot gold flat on the day, 42.10 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude now retreating by 3.4%, 84.70 for a barrel of WTI, barrel of
SMH pulse, long dated.
3.6%. Again, recapping here, S&P 500 index higher by 8, SpaceX, the big story of the day, right now at $160 a share, SpaceX up by 17.8%. I'm Charlie Cuddle, Daily Lines. Our coverage continues. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Cuddle, thank you very much indeed. $160 stock right now, more than $2 trillion in market cap, meaning SpaceX, after already setting the record for the largest initial public offering of all time, is entering public markets as one of the largest stocks trading in public markets right now. And of course, as Charlie mentioned, Elon Musk on paper is the world's first ever trillionaire, already the world's richest man. He's getting significantly richer in terms of his wealth today with this debut that by all accounts, at least right now, seems to be going fairly smoothly. We had questions about whether or not the plumbing was going to run into any clogs or issues here, but right now it does seem that this debut has been relatively smooth against SpaceX, trading at right around $158 a share right now, up about 17.7% from that $135 IPO price. So let's get more on this now as we turn to Anthony Hughes up in New York. He's Bloomberg News equity capital markets reporter and is with us now. So, Anthony, obviously we had some question as to how exactly this was going to go, given how unusually this pricing process was conducted. Elon Musk just said the price is $135. There wasn't that typical price discovery process you can see in the IPO usually. So what does the trading debut now, with it significantly above that IPO price, tell us about how accurate this was?
Yes, well, I think the fact that the stock has gone up 100% initially and then it's now suggests that it's been a fairly smooth process in the sense that the bank's like to manage the IPO in a way that delivers investors return, and obviously there's a balance in there between giving what the investors acceptable return, but then also not giving away the stock. It's a difficult balance sometimes, and it's one that and there's a lot of complaints about the stock trading badly or did too well. But 20% is a level which is usually fairly smooth IPO.
SMH Pulse, long dated.
Numbers without stock position would overshadow the
SMH Pulse, long dated.
Maybe people have been people are disappointed they didn't get much stock because there was some cutbacks, but I think this performance we've seen so far suggests that it's fairly balanced out.
Well, and to your point, obviously this was an incredible amount in shares that were issued, $555 million. As we consider the demand picture, talk to us about the breakdown between retail and institutional investors here, at least in the IPO.
Yeah, there's a few different numbers floating around, but I think initially during the process we were thinking that about 30% of the IPO might be back to retail. In the end, I think the numbers were around 20%, and that's much higher than for a normal IPO, than maybe only 5-10% of the IPO retail shares from institutional investors. So the art of an IPO is probably making sure that you get the stock in the hands of people who are long-term investors to a large degree. And obviously there's also a portion of stock which is being traded through early on, which makes the churn of the same stock being quite sold. That's sort of making a mark on the stock and helping to establish those are hoping to see any price. But really the idea of an IPO is to try and get the stock as much as possible in the hands of people who are long-term investors might be long-term. In this case, SpaceX is pretty keen to get the shares in the hands of retail investors, particularly small investors who have seen what Tesla has done over the long term. In many cases would be quite keen to hold the stock long term. Maybe that's some of those people who are expecting to be a gain on the first day today, but for those people in the long term, people who must invest those trading
All right, Anthony Hughes covering ECM for us at Bloomberg. Thank you so much. And I want to bring to the conversation now Sana Pashankar, who covers space for us here at Bloomberg. So Sana, as we're looking here at SpaceX now trading just around $160 a share. As I mentioned, this is a $2 trillion stock. Talk to us about what's behind that market capitalization. How much of this is space versus Elon's pitch on AI and compute power?
Intel turning back up.
Both AI and space. SpaceX's biggest, gamble and what's really underpinning that valuation is orbital data centers, which is
Intel
data centers.
long dated.
And so Elon has really, pitched investors on the
Marvel
need for space-based data centers given the constraints on energy and resources on Earth. And so that's, it's a combination of both space and AI, but they're really projecting that 90% of
Cursor. Look, we were looking at investing in Cursor. I think it was probably the next best lab in the country beyond the Frontier Labs. We thought this company could get to 10 shot at building.
Intel turning back up. Intel's at the high of the day. New high of the day, Intel. All right, the momentum is clearly bullish. All right, so 50 days down there. Intel looking good.
Who wanted in on this IPO? Who said you were going to be a buyer? Are you?
I thought this was going to be up 40, 50%, up 20. It's an absolute screaming buy. But I also said you buy a small position, it's going to be volatile, and you just set it and you forget it. Because he has a great track record, Elon Musk. Tesla is up 25,000% since their 2010 IPO. And that is a big, big number. So who knows what this company is going to do, but a total addressable market, even if it's half of the 28.5 trillion that is estimated, that's still huge runway for this company. And founder-led companies usually increase shareholder returns by double. So you want to own a founder-led company. They have the sense of urgency, and he does. We know that for facts. The space business, they have a 90 share. Starlink, they have 10 million customers. Brad just talked about the AI opportunity. This company can win. They can just win in one of these things. And I think the stock is much higher.
You own this stock in pretty good size in the private market.
SpaceX, SPCX. Okay.
I think this is the most strategically unique asset ever to come to market. And they're going to have enormous pricing power. The one risk is their biggest client's the U.S. government. So when you have that type of
SpaceX, create a symbol for SpaceX.
Pricing power, where your costs are coming in tremendously and your profits are going up enormously, the revenue opportunity and everything that Brad outlined. By the way, if you can't listen to that and get excited about this business, there's actually something wrong with you. This IPO is the most engineered IPO in history, too. Do you think any of the underwriters are not going to support this? The size of the offering, the retail participation. So there's a lot to be excited about. The index inclusion, right?
NASDAQ 100 in about 15 days.
So much that is supportive of here. Now, there is
S&P, S&P looking for this to turn up. S&P 500 starting to turn.
However, I think there's so much enthusiasm around this.
Okay, S&P turning back up. Let's see what hedge flows. Hedge flows are starting to bottom here. Okay.
You can't be excited. I think the writing's on the wall in the roadshow that this and Tesla could be together at some point in time.
Well, that's the great speculation. So stock's up about 20-ish%. As Leslie Picker was saying from the trading floor, Morgan Stanley, the sweet spot, if you will, and how these things are, hoped to trade in their earliest moments of trading. What about you? Interest from you or no, Malcolm?
No, and I think that Brad framed it perfectly as far as what you should be considering this company to do if you're buying in an IPO, right? The S1, the prospectus told you basically we're an AI company now, right? The focus, the TAM that they talked about, the $28 trillion, which, by the way, is the size of the GDP.
Intel still journeying higher. Intel, nice little rally.
Zero DTE put strip.
Satellite connectivity, and I'm being general when I say nothing to do with, but most of it is hyperscaler CapEx related to
Where is
unseat some of the
Which is funny because now the biggest revenue percentage they get is from the connectivity angle.
Yes,
Starlink's the biggest contributor today. Not suggesting in any way that means it's the biggest contributor in the future, because it's obviously in what you're saying is
okay. 371 stocks advancing, so this is more bullish for the indices. We've got breath looking good. Let's see what the New York Fangs look like. New York Fangs with a bounce. So far, kind of reminds me of what we're seeing on the S&P. S&P, a greater bounce back to the 21-day. S&P 500. Okay, bounce back to the 21-day. Middle of the Bollinger Bands. 20-day, 21-day. 5% pullback from 76.20 down to the 72.37.85. The 50 EMA was down there. This is the 50 SMA that you're looking at. 5% pullback. That's a number that institutions throw around a lot. We're looking for a 3 to 5% pullback. 5% twice a year. Okay, so there goes Netflix turning back up. SpaceX. Jim Chanos. Let's see what Chanos is saying. Is this guy ever positive on anything? Jim Chanos?
Chanos is thinking about the New York cloud. This is the team here. The New York Times article a day or so ago is SpaceX worth $1.8 billion. XAI seems to be suddenly changing its business model from developing models like Grok to basically becoming the adversarial neocloud. The entire variation rests on XAI's progress. The neocloud strategy is a commodity business that is valued far lower on the public markets. Jim Chanos, the
Okay, Intel's still driving higher, looking really good. Intel having a good day. There goes Intel. Intel is testing the triple top high now. Intel. This needs to break above 130, 132, I guess, would be good. SpaceX moving higher. SpaceX. This is SpaceX, the IPO. I'll watch this for a few minutes. This is historic. Okay, SpaceX continuation pushing higher here. SpaceX futures turned back up. We got futures turning back up. Hedge flows turning up a bit. Back into the middle of the range. All right, SpaceX looking pretty good here. SpaceX. Okay, let's go for 200.
This valuation hangs on the fact that we have huge demand for an AI compute future, right? They just sold this compute to Anthropic and Google at a big premium, Scott, because we are out of compute in this country. If you look at Noam Brown, who's one of the lead researchers at OpenAI, I'd encourage you to check out a tweet he had the other day. And Noam basically said that because of test time compute, if we let things run, the current models run long enough, they can solve almost any problem. What that means is that we're at recursive self-learning, but we're lacking compute. So the world is going to be massively consumptive of compute. He's the best at building and standing up the compute. There are rumors out there that he's already putting in for 20% of all the Vera Rubin volume, right, from Jensen Huang. He's going to take it and stand up more data centers for himself. It creates tremendous optionality for XAI. Make no mistake about it, Elon intends to be on the frontier himself. He is not ceding the AI race to Anthropic and OpenAI.
At what price, though, right? Because I don't dispute anything that you're saying about what the future looks like, but for the sake of the viewer, I want to
Intel at the high of the day. Intel high of the day. All right, looks good.
It's coming public, and it's one of the top 6 or 7 largest.
A little bit higher there, Intel.
That is massive, and it's also going to have massive implications for the entire market itself going forward the rest of the year. So I think it's really important if you're a viewer watching this and thinking, with all of the excitement, have I missed the boat? Do I need to get in on this? Before you open up your trading app and get ready to place that trade, I just want you to think about the price that you're preparing to pay.
I think Brad's made that point repeatedly, that, you know, the greatest reward.
Oh, boy. Is everybody having a good day? I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday, June the 12th. SpaceX IPO is out now. It is currently trading near the highs of the session. Okay. Netflix turning back up, Nvidia turning up, Microsoft turning up. S&P is trying to hold, push a bit higher. Hedge flows flattening out at the moment. Price action in a range. Big support below, a lot of purple on the 0-day, non-0 day, a lot of positive gamma.
This year we added 25 to 30 gigs of compute. Elon's talking about adding 1,000 gigs of compute a year. But I want to come back to this thing about whether we should be running out and buying this today, because I'm not here to, pump the stock to every retail investor out there. You're absolutely right. It's fair value. Today it's trading in an open market, and I would say it's fair value today. There is no get rich quick scheme. We saw what happened with Cerebras, right? Just a few weeks ago. It pops on the open, it sells off. I think that creates opportunities then for people who are doing their work to step in.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When you're getting a lot of comparisons to Meta, another large IPO, came public, did what it did, sold off, gave investors an opportunity.
SpaceX pushing a bit higher.
Because of the news flow that was around it, because of some of the lockups that came up. What do you think about those type of comparisons, given you're an investor, both as am I, by the way?
I mean, the reason that Facebook sold off, and we were huge buyers into that sell-off, was because they made a bet on HTML5 rather than native apps, and people didn't think that they could their mobile application, and everybody was moving off the desktop to mobile. So there was a fundamental reason that caused a lot of question. It was not just a valuation question. And by the way, when it was on the cover of Barron's, if you remember the huge arrow going down, it hit $17 a share. We put 20% of our fund in. It was a one-way street from there up. So, I mean, that was a counter indicator. And what they did, like any great founder-led entrepreneur, is he pivoted. He said, okay, we'll just go build a mobile app. And they monetized the heck out of it. The same thing.
Let's see, what's Robinhood doing? Robinhood.
If you want to have a little fun and day trade this thing,
Robinhood dipping a little bit, looking for that to bounce. Robinhood. ARM Holdings also dipping a little bit. ABCD pattern looking for ARM Holdings to bounce. Seagate Technology. Okay, that already bounced and starting to move a bit higher. Seagate. Intel trading just below the high of the day, 125 something, 125. What was the high today? 125.26. Intel. The high of the day was 125.26. Looking very good on the breakout of this wedge or channel down, breaking to the upside. Bollinger Bands are starting to open up now. RSI rising. If you buy inside of a squeeze and you get the direction right, you get your best entry price, because Bollinger Bands have yet to open up and volatility has yet to increase. So your intrinsic value plus the volatility equals your ultimate, price, obviously. So Nick called this one this morning. He was buying the 120s when it was trading right at the open. So that wound up doing very well, hitting 125.26. Congrats to Nick on that one. Anybody who followed Nick, congrats if you took profits already.
For his own sanity to do it, running these two public companies that have such an overlapping mission. I mean,
Okay, New York Fang. Let's look at the breadth. Let's see what breadth is telling us. Okay, S&P 500. Notice it's not at the extremes. It's not extreme plus 30%. S&P 500. Mid caps. See the plus 30% line right there? Mid caps, small caps, plus 30% overhead. NASDAQ, kind of meandering here at 0, but plenty of room to the upside and plenty of room to the downside. So NASDAQ, if it catches a bid, you have a really good, a very high probability of these, of stocks moving higher as breadth increases, right? So buying the dips, we got purple background on the S&P. That's telling you that we have positive gamma. We're above 73.90. We're making a new all-time high on the equal weight index, which is telling you something, unless it reverses. Number of stocks about the 20-day. Remember what we said on Monday, Tuesday, that this little wiggle could turn into a pop or a drop. In this case, it's confirming to the upside. More stocks are advancing than declining. We have 354 stocks advancing out of 500, and the Qs are right at 52. So 50-50 on the Qs. IWM is a lot more on the buy side and rising. Okay.
XAI didn't found Tesla, but he joined and sort of took it to another place, obviously. So much of what everybody's going to be buying into today in some respects is speak to that. Well, I think there's too often we don't acknowledge on this desk, right, that one or two people at the heads of these companies determine their fate, right? So you want to back, if all I did in my career is back the best founders and the best leaders and short the others, I would have done extraordinarily well. Too often you try to make excuses for the person you know is not a great leader. In this case, he's an extraordinary visionary, technologist, engineer, and next to him, people like Glenn Shotwell, who are extraordinary operators. It is, it's the type of people that you want to be backing. But one of the things I bring up,
Would like to buy some SpaceX. I have a hard time doing it on IPO day. SpaceX is going to have an ETF at some point. I'll be looking to do that, kind of like CBRX or CBRS.
Lorraine Gonzalez, who ran the state senate in the state of California, when he left California, she said, "Good riddance." This is a problem we have today in America. We need to celebrate entrepreneurship. This creates the abundance that we have. Yes, we need to do things like Trump accounts to raise the floor for these kids and do all these things.
By the way, kudos to you for your involvement.
Thank you. But I look around the table of SpaceX, the number of people who came from outside the United States.
Okay, where's my pulse audio? I don't hear any pulse audio alerts. What's going on here? Let's see, pulse.
We are having a, not that I want to go down this path, but we are having
Where's my pulse? Pulse. Where are you? Pulse.
He's from South Africa, and we need more people of his quality or whatever to come into this country and try and be the next, or move the ball of this arena forward. Then your message needs to be heard as much in the halls of this place as it does down in Washington. For sure, because that debate is fierce right now, as you know.
There we go.
It's trending in a direction that's not
Intel Pulse.
It would be. I would say that we are pounding the table in Washington and on sets like this. Two things can coexist. We can have a real border where people who come here illegally are stopped, and we can have a fair process where people can legally come into this country. And I would say we need to double and triple down. We need to be strategic. We need to go around the world and recruit all the Elon Musk around the world, make sure they know this place is the best place to pursue their dream, to innovate, to get risk capital, to do all these things. And by the way, when those two things get commingled down in Washington, I'm quick to point out the difference, right? These are two very separate issues. This is what made America. This is what we're going to celebrate on the 250. Folks like Elon who risk it all, come here, start with nothing, and build one of the most extraordinary success stories in the history of the country.
Well, I mean, because there's a debate even in of itself on H-1Bs. So let's not.
You heard me. Double down on
hear you.
immigration.
I hear you. But there's a debate in D.C. about that too. So it's a complicated issue. I said I didn't want to go down that road, but if you drove the car down there, we were going to go there for a minute. At least get it on the table, because all of these issues matter, and they matter in technology as all of you know. You have to take a break. Take a quick break. All right, we'll come back.
Deep puts.
We'll talk more obviously about the SpaceX IPO. We will talk about what's been happening
Zero
in technology
DTE.
as well.
Call sign.
Get back right after.
Size.
All right. It's looking pretty good today. Hope everyone's having a good one. SpaceX IPO now live. Elizabeth Warren. Elon Musk just became the world's first trillionaire. The typical American household would have to work more than 11 million years to make Elon's Musk's. So what? So what? You make money. You're a millionaire. God, she's so two-faced. God, I can't stand her.
Long dated.
I love when politicians that are millionaires talk about other millionaires like, okay. Whatever. Anyway, hope everyone's having a good one. Google's hanging in there. We've got a cup and handle on Google. That handle's a little bit, it filled a gap yesterday, or actually this week it filled a gap. Last week there was a gap at the end of April for Google, gapped up, came back down, consolidating. Yeah, so looking for Google to continue higher. Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft's got a lot of work to do, of course. SpaceX, S&P 500. Okay, we're just sitting here. Okay, S&P. Waiting for another tweet. For another pop. If we get another pop, I would be taking some profits off into strength, reducing my risk a little bit more. If we start trending a bit more, that'd be good.
SP exports. Long dated.
Yeah. SpaceX leveraged ETFs. You can wait for those as well.
SP exports. Long dated.
Yay.
Nvidia pulse.
Well, there it was, the open at 150. We can take a look in real time to see what the stock is doing now, but that was just a few moments before 12 noon. We have about a 21.5% gain, so it's really been holding in. Again, I just cite what Leslie Picker was reporting earlier, the so-called sweet spot, and this thing seems to be anchored to that. We also noted, guys, what some of the firms on Wall Street are saying now about the prospects for this. Price targets, and what I told you that Wolf Research came out with. Oppenheimer did 190 as a price target, outperformed. New Street 165. They didn't rate it. Just a few moments ago, CFRA came out with a sell rating on the stock. That's what makes a market. 115 is the 12-month price target that they have. We'll go through the note a little bit and give you an idea of what.
All right, Tesla turning back up. Tesla.
Point to the strengths, obviously, that this company has.
Intel turning up again. Intel. Very strong day on Intel.
Negative outlook that they have platform
increasingly depends on investors capitalizing on outcomes that remain unproven, particularly Starship. I mean, that's the bet, right? You say the targets are huge, no way in heck they can reach them, sell. You say the targets are huge, don't underestimate what they've already done. They could easily reach some of these things if they do things that are right, buy. Therein lies the market.
I mean, in technology, a lot more money has been lost sitting on the sidelines, wringing your hands about all the things that can go wrong, rather than betting on the upside. And when you have the single best entrepreneur, innovator, and company at executing and operating in the history of technology, to me, it's like kind of a no-brainer to take that bet. You know, and the other thing I know is the downside from 135 was $20. So really, you're going to sit out on, you know, the biggest opportunity in the history of technology, perhaps, right? Because you're worried about $20 to the downside. The amount of money that has been lost by very smart people on Wall Street with that exact same argument about Meta, about Alphabet, about every other company that has come before them is a long list. We're sitting here because we're optimists on the future of America. We believe in the future of technology. You know, again, I don't think you have to rush in today and push all your chips on the table today, but this is one you want to have exposure.
Well, I'm glad you addressed retail. And Malcolm, I felt like earlier you were trying to speak directly to the retail investor in that cohort who's watching our program today. I wonder what you make of the restrictions that were put around some of the retail investors who wanted
S&P
to take part in this IPO from a lot of the, you know, some of the retail brokerages that were out. And what do you think that means in a greater picture of how we should think about this?
It's only 12:35. It's a slow day today.
How they want a piece of the action. They want to feel the excitement that Gerstner does, and that Etheridge does, and that Link does, and Sechin does.
Yeah, so I think it's a really important distinction that you're making, because there's institutional buyers who are going to hold on to this thing forever, right? That their time horizon is forever. And then there's the folks that are wanting to get into it, catch the wave, hoping to be the next Tesla because they missed out on Tesla however many different times it had its pop. And I've talked to you, Brad, off camera several times. I know how you feel about retail investors getting an opportunity to participate in some of these bigger opportunities that we're talking about. But what I think we have to keep in mind is that the get rich quick to your phrasing is not in this. We're talking about $43 billion roughly is what was raised from all IPOs last year combined, non-SPAC IPOs. We're talking about roughly $200 billion being raised this year between 3 companies. That is significant. That is going to suck a lot of oxygen out of this market before the end of the year, and that liquidity has to come from somewhere. So I'm concerned about the retail investors who stand to get crushed by that wave if they aren't careful, if they're trying to get into these for the wrong reason. If it's a quick flip you're after, Fidelity you're talking about has restrictions in place about selling the shares within 15 days of the initial allocation. I think SoFi's is even more punitive. It's roughly 30 days. Schwab's the only one I've seen that doesn't actually have a written block against it, but I think they said something like, we don't want to see it here. So still, there's these mechanisms in place that you as a retail investor need to be aware of, that if your plan is not to hold on to these shares for quite some time, might be better off waiting a month before all the different mechanisms.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the way I like to look at IPOs. Give it a month. You know, just like CBRS, right? Right now it's at pull back to recent lows, just above those recent lows. So it looks like a buying opportunity. You don't have to chase it on IPO day. Hopefully SpaceX just keeps going, you know. But they have they're going to have ETFs. I just posted that in the room. ETFs that'll be you'll be able to trade long or short. So you could wait for that.
Restricted today because I'm talking about it, but I will be next week for sure.
I just want to make sure we're on the record.
I'm on the record. If I could do it today, I would.
All right.
I think the points that Malcolm's making are absolutely true. You know, it does sound smart to paint the bearish case, but rarely are bears proven right. And I'm not saying he's painting a bearish case, but
excuse me.
This supply.
dismantle was the word its nuclear program. What does that really look like in practice? Our understanding has been that those final details would come at a later date. This would be a phased proposal, so there's going to be maybe some questions there. There's so much more that we could go through here. If financial relief, Iran has said financial relief needs to come first. Senior administration officials telling us today financial relief is only coming after Iran meets its targets for the deal that freezing the assets of East Africa, oil sanctions. That's another disconnect. And then lastly, the U.S. says that Iran will end its support of proxy militia groups. Iranian state media today said the ceasefire needs to extend to Lebanon, which would seem to infer that they are still backing, of course, the Iranian-backed military Hezbollah and Israel's front. Great reporting. Thank you so much. And of course, this is all coloring the G7 summit to be held in France next week. President Trump is planning to attend. Tyler Willis will be there covering it for us here on Bloomberg. We're looking forward to that coverage very much. Of course, Tyler owns Washington coverage and Love owns tech and space coverage as co-host of Bloomberg Tech, and he's here with us now on this debut day for SpaceX. And I feel like this is your Super Bowl. It probably is most people in financial markets. Super Bowl is for setting records here, not just in terms of IPO, but in the size of this.
Intel higher.
Talk to me about the demand here. Is any questions as to whether or not this price was set correctly, given the unusual lack of price discovery that happened, whether or not 555 million shares being issued was going to be met with adequate demand? Are we seeing evidence that perhaps the appetite was even more robust than initially?
Well, it was massively oversubscribed on the institutional side, which accounted for 80% of the offering, and on the retail side as well, which was about 20%. Get into like more of the specifics of how that sliced and diced. It's trading right now 167.50, 24% above the IPO price of 135. What we reported over the last 5 days is that it has been Elon Musk himself, Brett Johnson this year,
Size.
the president, that really controls
Spider pumps.
terms literally, as opposed to like the bankers. Bankers have a lot of influence in IPO processes, but this time, part of the rationale, as it was explained to me, is that you said it earlier, ahead of a roadshow without a range, it is a
Hedge flows turning back up.
basically remove the leverage of the long-only asset managers, the big institutions that would account for most of the
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls, Tesla Pulse, Marvel Pulse, SPX Pulse, Spider Pulse, 0 DTE, call sign, size.
So, there are lots of retail investors that did get an allocation, some evidence that there are people that are also
Spider Pulse.
But now there are lots of people that are reluctantly, and I guess not reluctantly, it's not very low. They don't want to be buying the open market, but they are.
Yeah, perhaps some nose holding going on here. To your point about valuation, walk us through
Nvidia Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
saying that it can reach, and what tangibly the company is now going to need to be able to accomplish.
Meta Pulse, shenanigans.
Deliver what it's promised to customers like
So like right now on a fully diluted basis, this is a company that has a value of more than $2 trillion, and they are pitching a story.
SanDisk Pulse, shenanigans.
They are many things, diversified business, which most of is selling AI software, right? They say there's a $28.5 trillion addressable market, and 26.5 of that is what they are calling in an umbrella or bucket of enterprise AI. But in the near term, all of that is predicated on them being able to get
SanDisk Pulse,
which is on
shenanigans.
powerful rocket and launch system humankind ever developed.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
They've done 12 test flights. They are closer, in the coming weeks doing a 13th test flight. They've never landed
SPX
parts of it,
Pulse,
the
long dated.
booster and the spacecraft on top back on Earth. They have to do that if they are able to put into
Hedge flows turning up.
that are data centers. And that is
Okay, we got some immediate resistance just overhead right here. 74.25, 74.30.
Long dated.
it's not straightforward. And that has been a part of like how much you place the value from 2030 to 2050 is not
if you will, because we're talking about what SpaceX will need to do to deliver for customers like Anthropic, which at least in some parts of the wider SpaceX business here, you're considering fraud.
Intel Pulse, long dated. Micron Pulse.
Just speak to that, Ed, and how all of this is setting the stage for Anthropic and also OpenAI's ultimate public debut.
So state of play is that Anthropic was filed confidentially with the SEC for IPO, and so was OpenAI. SpaceX, through its XAI arm, SpaceX owns XAI, it's a subsidiary, a wholly owned subsidiary of SpaceX, did a deal with Anthropic, where Anthropic pays SpaceX more than $1 billion a month to rent compute capacity.
CBRX starting to see some flow coming in. It did hit a low today, back down towards the recent lows. It's starting to come off the low, and buyers starting to come in. CBRX, CBRS. New York bangs are mixed.
Meta Pulse, shenanigans. Nvidia Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. SanDisk Pulse, deep puts. Intel Pulse, 0 DTE, call side. Size.
That isn't to say that's a statement that's on average, consumer behavior is pretty durable and resilient.
Long dated.
But that's to take nothing away from the experience of people on the left half of that distribution who are feeling pinch, are feeling pain as a result of things like higher energy and other prices that matter to them. I'd say similarly, we already talked about the ways in which the United States writ large is more resilient to energy shocks in other parts of the world, in part because of how much domestic production there is in the United States, in particular around something like natural gas as a result of the shale revolution. And then also highlight, the United States is very, technology intensive. And so when you look at, again, the real economic impact of something like the AI CapEx boom, you look at the equity market and how big a portion of U.S. equity markets, the technology, the IT sectors and exposures are. I think that highlights as well why we see so much resilience. I think one additional concept.
Hedge flows trying to turn back up. Higher highs, higher lows. You can see hedge flows back and forth.
How on average the U.S. is relatively resilient economically from a market perspective, but that average, as we were talking about with respect to the consumer,
Oracle Pulse, long dated.
Around how companies, people, feel that
Intel keeps trying to break out to new all-time highs.
The stock market seems to be looking past this one period and looking toward brighter days in the second half. Can economies snap back that quickly for a period of high tension and over-energy quickly? Is spring, for example, going to be what the economy looked like last year?
Yeah, I think that, on balance, our view is, is this shock, something that matters to the U.S.? Yes, we talked about sort of modestly lower growth. We looked at the 2026 as a whole, some moderately higher inflation, at least in the short term. But yeah, I think the overall picture we see, at least at this stage, is one of the
USO Pulse.
That word, I wouldn't want to cover over the dispersion that we're seeing in the economy and in the markets as well. One of, I think, the signal statistics that we've seen this year is, the index is at some level, it's basically kind of where it was a touch higher than it started the year, but the experience around that was quite varied. So if you're a
Size, long dated.
It's been a pretty dramatically negative year. On the flip
flip side, if you're in the energy sector or you're providing key inputs to the infrastructure build out around AI, it's quite a different story. And so name level volatility plus sectional volatility in the market is historically high, even as index level volatility, that overall ride
Intel Pulse.
hides a lot of the churn beneath the surface. I think from an investor perspective, it's interesting because that really creates opportunities for active managers or alpha managers to deliver results to end clients, to investors.
I'm going to assume that Kevin Walsh is going to be our next picture. I'm going to make that assumption. I'm going to just, it is what it is. He has suggested less communication to the market. Now, I grew up it's kind of when I started my career. Alan Greenspan said that's just said nothing. And when he did speak, it was like a recorded language. So, what would it mean to markets if we went back to those Greenspan communication days, and at the same time, they were Fed buying less debt? What does this mean to markets?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd say a couple things. I mean, one, I think you're right that in some ways returning to
Micron Pulse, long dated.
That is less actively communicating, that is less deploying its balance.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
The environment we knew as kids. Yeah, we're growing up. I was like, hey, Alan Greenspan, he's on TV, but I don't know what he's talking about. Exactly. Yes, it's
SanDisk Pulse, long dated. Micron Pulse.
During the aftermath of the GFC, during that long period where there was insufficient demand of the economy and active monetary policy had to be part of that mix, the Fed needed to deploy, a historically wide set of tools to achieve its objectives, its mandates.
Intel Pulse, Tesla Pulse, long dated.
Using the tools in its balance sheet to achieve those objectives.
Things I had never seen before. Was it Operation Twist? Like, I'd never heard of that before. Like, what are they? I had to go 3 out of textbook. Wow.
Exactly. And, it's not, I think, surprising then is that we've stepped into a much different macroeconomic moment, since the pandemic, as we said, BlackRock was really shaped by supply, not demand. Monetary policy is being set up differently, and as a result, some of the tools that came to
SPX Pulse, long dated.
Unusual, like very active communications, like use of balance sheet, or similarly stepping back into something that looks different than what we inherited, back during the Greenspan days, but in some ways carries echoes.
Is there less volatility in the markets because we won't look up and see various Fed members doing interviews? Which would suck for me because we love talking to guys in California. But is it just more volatile stock market? They just have their meeting and you don't hear anything.
Well, yeah, one of the things I would really highlight is this volatility or dispersion within markets. Like I said, there's the
SPX Pulse, long dated.
Which year to date has been somewhat elevated, but really kind of within historic norms. But when you look at the dispersion within the market, when you look at the volatility across the market, it's really at historic highs. And we think there are a few things going on. It's that AI theme. Who's winning, who's losing, how significant that could be for the business models of a bunch of currently existing firms. That's the geopolitical shocks and dynamic, most importantly, energy. I think you're right. It also has something to do with the traditional tools of policymaking, like what the Fed is doing with its tools and how that's changing as well. But I think what it tees up for us at BlackRock as investors is a world where, one, diversification is harder to come by. Unlike in the 2010s where everything was pointing to volatility being suppressed, liquidity being
SanDisk Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Micron Pulse, USO Pulse.
Today, we think it's a pretty constructive environment for equities.
Size, long dated.
With respect to long-dated government bonds, it's a less attractive backdrop for diversification, one where you can lean into that dispersion, lean into that name-specific volatility, embrace the role of alpha between employees to not just generate return, but also diversification.
Perhaps we can just channel some more policy. We're not too far removed from the midterm elections, and These elections could come at a time of the gas probably still going to still be high. We'll still be feeling some ramifications or aftershocks of inflation because of the war. What should be the Democratic economic message? Because as I said today, there's a pretty strong opportunity for them to make a clear message that prices have still not come down, and the president's approval ratings are at lows.
So I've retired from politics, and moreover, I think anybody who was in Washington would have told you I didn't have a license to practice politics. I'm like way long on the like technocratic nerd side of what happens in Washington D.C. I guess I would just say, if you look across the long sweep of history, at least since the war, with the Second World War, is midterm elections have tended not to be good events for the party that's in power. That's been true across time. That's been true across parties. That's been true regardless of what the configuration is. Very few exceptions. That's a general sweeping law. And so, I would expect, just given that,
Intel Pulse, long dated,
likely to be a relatively favorable environment for the out party, which is
Intel continues to push the highs.
I think what highlighting here, I do, speak from some experience that, when the electorate is focused on affordability, when the electorate is focused on inflation, that tends to be a challenging environment for incumbents. And again, both of those things, I saw in 2022, in 2024, where some electorate focused on affordability.
Intel Pulse, long dated, deep calls, SPX Pulse.
The electorate shift towards the Republicans, and we'll see what happens in November. But I think those kind of basic lessons offer some outlines of what this November might look like as well. Of course, there's a lot of time.
Okay, New York Fang's trying to hold the bid. Intel tagging a new high of the day.
Long dated.
Needs to get above 126. Intel.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
Good thing is the equal weight index is breaking higher.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
Even kind of given my background, I tend to kind of dial down the importance of what is happening in Washington right now, and dial up the importance of what's happening, in companies across the country, around the world, what's happening with respect to technology and innovation out in the Bay Area and beyond. To me, that's where the tail of what's to come in the markets and the economy is likely to see.
All right, that's it for the latest episode of Power Players with Brian Sozzi. Appreciate you watching and listening.
Live life, never bug with STEM's flying insect blood trap, made without chemical insecticides. It attracts and traps bugs 24/7.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated, deep calls, shenanigans. Tesla Pulse.
It's not that he tries to get lost, he just chooses a sporting lines. Location sharing puts your entire crew on.
Whoa, SpaceX looking really good. Nice dollar.
Staying on top of all your credit card benefits shouldn't feel like a massive headache. Cards Optimizer from Intuit Credit Karma puts them in one place and lets you know which perks are
Amazon Pulse,
so you can use them before you lose them. Because you deserve to get the most out of your cards and fully indulge in every last benefit. Download the app to get started.
Tesla still rising. Tesla. Oh, that's right. It's Friday. I keep forgetting it's Friday.
Zero DTE, call side, size.
No, that's the old show.
Tim, the stock now up about 28%, raised $75 billion, and it made Elon Musk a pretty rich dude.
Yeah, the first trillionaire in history gives this
Netflix is grinding higher. Netflix.
$7 trillion, making it one of the biggest companies out there. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, a special edition. I'm Jim Stanovic, along with Carol Master, coming to you live from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. And Carol, we've got a great group with us for the next 4 hours.
An amazing team has been tracking all of the ticks and all of the stories leading up to this massive historical IPO. We're talking about Bloomberg Tech host Ed Ludlow here in studio with us. So too is Bailey Lipschultz, his Bloomberg News IPO reporter. And then Bloomberg News TV reporter Yahira Anand. She is out there at the NASDAQ market site. So as we said, we've got full team coverage. We're going to be leaning on all of the expertise of Bloomberg News across our newsroom to really
S&P starting to rise now. Let's see what hedge flows are saying. Hedge flows rising.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say a lot of questions about what the company
TSM
will do on its first day of
long
trading.
dated.
The idea of a close to $30 trillion total addressable market, Carol, that was the story that was sold ahead of this IPO, and it looks like investors today are buying it.
We're going to go to Yahira in just a moment, but I want to just really quickly bring in Bailey and Ed just for a quick comment. I mean, it's about an IPO. It's about a specific company, lots of moving parts, and an individual that has really captivated and dominated our world for over a decade. He's now really rich by a lot in terms of billionaires, trillionaires, the first one. Ed, top of mind for you right here.
Yeah, as unprecedented as it is, the biggest IPO in history, the volume of cash raised. What is remarkable is how foretold this all was. It's all happened exactly as we reported and described. And it is super interesting that the stock is at 172.50 right now. You know, on a fully diluted basis, you're kind of heading towards $2.4 trillion. But there's nothing crazy here. It's taking time, and it will take a lot of time for people to really digest the future this company's presented in terms of its valuation and trading.
What did I hear? You know, people talk about valuations. It's trading. SpaceX is trading on Cosmos or a Cosmos valuation of some sort.
Price to Cosmos ratio.
Thank you.
Yeah, better than community adjusted EBITDA from many years ago. Bailey Lipschultz, along with Ed Ludlow, you've covered your fair share of IPOs. Today's first day of trading, kind of best case scenario for how things are going. It seems to be going off without a hitch.
No, everything's going off without a hitch. I was talking to folks on the buy side who were kind of thinking, 10% would be a good goal.
Sanders
We opened at
Pulse.
11% right now. As you guys have mentioned, near 30% up. There has been, as far as I know, other than local announcements, no real breakage as it relates to plumbing, no issues with opening the stock, similar to what we saw with Facebook. Again, 300 million shares trading right now. The float 555 million. Keeping an eye on that, just typically because with these massive IPOs with retail allocation, we expect the full float trading in day one.
All right, guys, sit tight. We're going to continue this. Of course, SpaceX IPO. Thousands of SpaceX employees helped ring in the company's public debut in both Texas and New York. It is the first time a company has done a dual opening bell ceremony for an IPO, according to a spokesperson for the NASDAQ. And that's exactly where we find Bloomberg News. Yahira Anand, she is at the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. Walk us through the open and what you've been hearing and seeing.
Well, the excitement and relief here at the NASDAQ is palpable because, as Bailey was saying, this has gone off without a hitch with SpaceX opening just over 2 hours after the opening bell. And now we are seeing a company that
Okay, you're annoying.
at around $2.2 trillion. That is more than the likes, that is more valuable than the likes
Tesla
of
Pulse.
Meta.
Long dated. Deep calls.
And institutional side, with the deal heavily oversubscribed. And speaking of
Oh boy. Getting old, Vinny. Everything aggravates you. Everything gets on my nerves. Just tell me actionable setups and we'll be fine. Stop with the hyperbole. Home Depot looking good. Let's see what some of these other names look like. Home Depot. Keep in mind the equal weight index is breaking out to new highs. Over there on the right side, you can see the zoom thumbnail almost back up to the highs of the day. The equal weight looking good. SpaceX is running, looking good. Okay, Home Depot. Home Depot breaking out, moving higher. What's Nike doing? We got the World Cup. That should help Nike prices. McDonald's at the 50-day moving average. Volume looks good. Looks like McDonald's will keep going. Microsoft off the lows. Microsoft has a lot of work to do. No doubt it'll be back above the 50-day, but it's just going to take some time. IWM, small caps at new highs, small caps. We identified that August 290 strike position a few days ago. Someone bought a huge position in August monthly 290 calls. That's doing really well for them. All right. So up $5 on those.
Long dated. Shenanigans.
Pfizer, that was one that was mentioned the other day. Pfizer trying to get above the 50-day. J&J, the pharmaceutical stocks looking good. J&J, Merck, AbbVie, Abbott Labs. Okay, that's trying to move a bit higher. What's Fly doing? Firefly? No, nothing. Rocket Labs. No. Robinhood. Robinhood with the new pattern day trader rule going to the wayside. No longer need 25,000 for some people. That's a big deal. It was for me back in the day. Can only make 3 trades a week. So that's a good deal. That should be good for Robinhood. Okay, Tesla's on the move. Tesla's starting to go back above a hammer, back above the 50-day moving average. Tesla's running. Tesla running. No kidding. The difference between a billion and a trillion is so much? That's a profound statement.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. Micron Pulse. Spider Pulse. Long dated. Tesla Pulse. 0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
All right, Google turning back up too. There goes Tesla. Tesla running. No day trade? Okay. I did not know.
whether they actively chose to or not. And that means a lot of passive money will flow into this stock. The $20 billion of automatic passive buying demand could hit the stock according to Bloomberg Intelligence. And the controversy here is that
0 DTE, call side. Micron Pulse.
Tesla.
He says government concerns are being ignored, indexes are changing themselves to fit one company. But also the argument is, if a company does hit the public markets that's worth nearly $2 trillion, excluding it from us doesn't make any sense.
Intel. Wow, Intel's killing it. I don't know. I'd be taking some profits off into strength personally. I think it's a good idea to reduce your exposure. Next week, we've got VIX expiration. Okay.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated.
Intel's still pushing. Intel. Tesla was a nice little run up there in Tesla.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Okay, S&P 500. S&P 500 grinding back up.
SanDisk Pulse. Shenanigans. Intel Pulse. Long dated. Tesla Pulse.
The start of the week saw a wave of selling that by Monday's end turned into the largest retail outflow from individual stocks since 2023. It's kind of like the Andy tossing aside
Amazon Pulse. Long dated.
Their favorite toys. Names like Micron, Broadcom, Qualcomm, and AMD each are down between 5 and 15% over the past half dozen trading days. The fear is if SpaceX does too well, then maybe some of these market darlings get a reality check and the capital keeps rotating away from names that up until this point have turned their portfolio green. SpaceX is
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. SanDisk Pulse. Shenanigans. Intel Pulse. Marvel Pulse. Shenanigans.
Acquire money that you can invest in SpaceX, or not to mention there's two other huge IPOs coming down the line in Anthropic and OpenAI. One asset class that seems to be very hard hit by people trimming their portfolios to clear out some space for SpaceX and Anthropic and OpenAI is Bitcoin. Now, if you haven't been paying attention to Bitcoin, I don't blame you, but it is down 50% from its all-time high back in October. Right now,
Home Depot. Let's see what some of these look like. Home Depot. Gradually moving a bit higher today. Home Depot, Robinhood. Robinhood off the best levels of the session, trying to break out. Intel, of course, having a good day. Intel, still pushing the highs. Intel.
You got to sell your existing one. So we've already seen a little bit of that participation start to drop a little bit as people have started to
long dated.
In the first quarter of this year, that is down from 21%.
S&P 500 pulling back a bit. S&P. Okay. See if we can't get another bounce. Intel still pushing the highs. Intel, very strong day today. Big breakout of that channel that we've been watching over the last couple of weeks. Looking for that breakout. We finally got it today. Intel. MACD's turning, so this should continue, I would think. Take out triple top highs. Resistance on Intel.
Is that an industry that you might expect to be going down because the SpaceX IPO is actually doing well, and that is the space industry. Space stocks have actually been booming over the past 12 months. AST Mobile is up 150%. Rocket Lab is up 290%.
Intel got the September 125, 130s. Been rolling stuff out from July into August, August to September. Giving myself time. As the Stones would say, time's on your side. Yes, it is.
Intel Pulse, long dated.
Okay, Intel continues to break higher. Oh, shit. There goes Intel. Intel. Wow. This is pretty impressive. Not your father's Intel inside, is it, anymore?
Long dated.
Every once in a while it gets frustrating. Today's not one of those days. I know Sundog, Jeff, you must be happy, right? Intel? I know you've been with Intel forever. I've had a core position in Intel back down in the 50s, but man, this thing has just been going crazy. Oh, looks good though. Looking good, Intel. Thank you very much.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on. If you think it couldn't derail your daily routine, you don't know shingles. Painful blistering shingles rash can disrupt your life rhythms, interfering with family time and sleep.
Strength isn't optional for me. Being able to carry my kids and give my best on stage, all while feeling confident in my body, is everything. Strength training gives me that, and Ladder gives me the plan. With Ladder, I get a daily plan from an expert coach who guides me through every workout, no matter what my injury.
Hold on one second. I got to get this.
Micron Pulse.
The secret to my results. Until I'm done, and I train on that.
Half protection is not enough. Using old school.
Intel breaking out. Looking good.
NordVPN with a built-in next-gen antivirus. Avoid online scams, malware.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
$4 in my account and an empty fridge. Payday? Still 3 days away. That's why I opened Tilt. In less than 5 minutes, I got a Tilt cash advance up to $400 sent straight to my account. With no interest, no credit check, and no stress. Groceries covered, no guilt, no games. Check your eligibility, get your offer, and move through life with a little less weight. Visit Tilt.com today. Cash that meets you where you are.
Intel still going here.
My stock of the week are sportsbooks, which are poised for a historic month thanks to the World Cup. DraftKings is up 12% this week, and FanDuel parent Flutter has gained 8% after its CEO predicted that at peak times during the tournament, which started yesterday, the company expects to see 100,000 bets a minute. Gambling execs have called this World Cup the biggest betting opportunity in
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
all platforms globally. That'd be a 43% increase in the amount wagered.
Wow. Wow, Intel.
The main reason for the spike, pretty simple, more games to bet on. For this edition, the World Cup expanded its field from 32 to 48 teams, meaning there are an
AMD
additional
Pulse.
40 games on the
Long
schedule.
dated.
Trying to take the over
SanDisk
corners.
Pulse.
There are a couple of
Shenanigans.
that could boost gambling. For the first time, the majority of Americans can place legal bets after more states approved it. 65% of the population can now gamble on sports compared to 40% in 2022. Plus, with the games taking place in North America, the time zones for an industry that's being squeezed on all sides.
It's not just that more people can bet and the times are more favorable, it's that there's just more bets out there that you can wager on. So Caesar says it's offering 10 times more betting options for this World Cup than it did in the 2022 World Cup. You can do same game parlays. You can do live betting now. You can do soccer specific prop bets. The list goes on. So that's one of the reasons why it's going to attract more money. So there's more options for it. And then also you got prediction markets joining the party as well. 19% of bettors said they can use prediction markets. That is very close to traditional sports books at 29%. Kalshi has over 500 World Cup related markets as well. So not even just gambling companies, throwing prediction markets as well. There are so many different ways to bet on this World Cup.
Yeah, the World Cup final winner on prediction markets is already on its way to becoming the biggest market in these companies' history. I just checked this morning.
Wow. Intel. What are you doing to me, Intel? All right, looking good.
And this is we're 5%. Like this is only going to grow to even more billions. So prediction market, people are definitely flocking to prediction markets to place their wagers. But it's just crazy to think of the scale of the World Cup and how much people are wagering on this. And so I looked at the Super Bowl. So how much was
AMD Pulse, long dated, Q's Pulse.
1.76 billion. They're expecting.
I thought you were going to quiz me. I was going to guess.
No, I'm going to say the answer because I don't think we would have gotten it. 1.76 billion compared to 50 billion for the World Cup. The World Cup final in Qatar in 2022. 1.5 billion people watched the final. 5 billion people watched the whole competition. 1.5 billion people is 1/5 of the entire global population. So everything. It's however big. 200 million people watch the Super Bowl. So however big you think the Super Bowl is, I mean, the World Cup is just so much bigger with more attention, more legal wagering. This money is going to be better.
It's a beautiful game. It's the world's game. It's way bigger than football. It's the world.
I think I'm maxing out my
Yeah.
It's too much. And also a lot of wagering oversight nonprofits are saying this is going to get so many more people hooked on gambling, and we've already documented all the ills of that to society. But either way, people are going to do it. It's just the biggest competition in the world. After getting married in Venice, partying on his yacht, and bankrolling the Met Gala, Jeff Bezos is back in founder mode. Yesterday, he lifted the curtain on his new company, Prometheus, the first time Bezos has occupied the CEO chair after leaving Amazon in 2020. And you're never going to guess what business Prometheus is in. Okay, maybe you will. AI. But it's not just AI the way we're accustomed to, with chatbots and agents responding to our every desire on the internet. Bezos is building
long dated,
physical AI, applying artificial intelligence models to the real world in order to
SPX long dated.
Whereas OpenAI and Anthropic are aiming to build artificial general intelligence, Bezos wants to build what he calls
Jeez, look, freaking! Oh my gosh, look at Intel. Ay, ay, ay.
Together, Bezos and Bajaj say they've raised $12 billion at a $41 billion valuation, with investors including Bezos himself, JP Morgan, BlackRock, and Goldman Sachs. They've already hired 150 employees around the world as they move out of stealth and get ready to compete with a number of rivals, hoping to usher in a robotics revolution.
Okay, that was a nice short covering rally there, right? Intel.
Way faster, so teams can quote do much bigger things. And he gave an example of designing a jet engine. He says it can be
All right, so tomorrow it'd be nice to see this follow through. Tomorrow, Monday, it'd be nice to see this follow through, break to the upside. What day is it? 12th. 13th. Okay, we got June 14th on Monday, so we can't trade on Monday. So it'll be Tuesday, right? Tuesday, next day. Tuesday is the next day. June.
0 DTE call sign.
aiding people in their quest to iterate, to design, to manufacture, to test. All of those parts of the engineering process, they think that can be enhanced by AI. One issue with training an AI on something like this, though, is that there's no data. Where does the data come from? When you train a large language model like ChatGPT, you have the entire internet. You have all of the written work of humanity, but there is no internet.
AMD Pulse.
Where are they going to get it from? So that's one big problem that they're going to have to solve, because engineering data is not just so freely out there on the internet.
Maybe that $12 billion can help. Bezos had also some interesting things to say about work and labor in this AI future and how Prometheus and he plays into it all. I don't think it would play well at graduation.
Okay, NVIDIA, Intel, nice little rally up there, Intel.
0 DTE, call side.
Okay, CBRX coming off the low. Okay, CBRX coming off the low. I got a feeling people sold some of their CBRS and CBRX to fund maybe a trade on SpaceX. This is starting to turn back up now. Okay, that looks good. So if you like this one as much as I like it, buying the dip, not a bad idea. Put a stop underneath the lows. CBRS.
SanDisk Pulse.
My son bought some more of that on the low this morning against my best wishes. He's got his position is too large. Got to get him out of this idea that you can just throw money at the markets. He does buy the dips, but it makes me nervous that he trades the way he does sometimes. Takes a lot more risk than his father does. That's for damn sure. He's going to get one of these paydays one day. He's going to make $1 million. He's going to say, "See, old man, see, I told you." I can see it. I visualize it. I visualize him outperforming, out trading me. It's just the short term where he takes these big trades. I think he took like 250 shares of CBRX. Wait, what are you doing to me? All right, CBRS is turning back up. CBRS dip buyers. If you liked it last couple of days, got to like this dip.
Intel Pulse, long dated. Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep puts.
Let's see it again. This hotel normally costs $285 a night. And boom, $170.
Trivago just makes it look easy. World class.
Score your own deal on Trivago when you compare hotel prices and save up to 40%.
That's what winning looks like.
Hotel, Trivago.
Nice. Publix logos are on Instacart. Love a logo from home. I wish everything in life was buy one, get one. We could have 2 birdhouses.
Size, long dated.
One for the Cardinals. Oh, but then the crows would get upset. And I do not. Not again. Oh, jeez. Nothing beats a book.
Intel still pushing, looking good. All right, so S&P still off the highs of the session. We'll see that can push a bit higher.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
When is Juneteenth? It is Monday, right?
SPX Pulse,
Juneteenth date. Friday. Okay, so it's Friday we're off, June 19th. Sorry about that. All right, so I assumed it was Monday. Juneteenth. All right, so I corrected myself.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Okay, good. Thank you, guys.
Long dated, deep calls. Zero DTE, call strip. Size, long dated.
Intel is still pushing here. Intel looks like it wants to keep going. Okay, let's look at SpaceX, SPC. X. Okay, it hit 176.50, 176.50. All right, so on an IPO day, from what I understand, it's a short only if you take out the low in the first 5 minutes. This is using SMB Capital, which they have multiple double-digit, double comma, 2 comma traders there. Shark, I believe, trades over $1 million a year. But their strategy is in the first 5 minutes, if it takes out the low, that's a short. If it doesn't, it takes out the high, then it's a long. And generally speaking, they like to wait for about 6 months. But if you're going to trade if you're going to trade the IPO the day of, you got to pay attention to that open in 5 minute. So obviously this is very bullish. I mean, obviously in hindsight we can see that, but I was just thinking about that video I was watching the other day about doing the SpaceX IPO. That first 5 minutes is what you need to pay attention to. This is a 15-minute candle. All right, so 5 minutes. All right, so we never took out that first initial candle, right? We never took out the low. So this is a long, obviously an above VWAP. Oh man, all those rich people. I'm happy for them. A lot of people get pissed off about rich people. You know, you could be rich too one day. Real estate, stocks, business for yourself, lots of ways to do it. Can't do it if the leadership is going to take your money away from you as soon as you make it, like in China. They decide where the money goes, right? What's the name of the guy that runs Baba? I forget his name now. He can make all that money, but the leaders are going to figure out how to use it for the country. Anyway, what's Vinny talking about? Don't worry about it. I'm just yapping away here. Tesla looks good. All right, Intel's at the high of the day.
Stock price at $135 Thursday evening, valued the company about $1.78 trillion. We're hearing chatter of strong institutional demand, with BlackRock reportedly ordering $5 billion in SpaceX stocks. The IPO has led to some wild moves, space-related stocks, Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic is getting slammed today after 20%
SPX pulse.
Thursday. Rocket Labs putting a good showing out of the gate today after 9% pop on Thursday. Shares some of the key
SPX
space. Have to watch this too. All in the green, namely JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. These could show sizable fees in the third quarter.
All right, S&P backing off a little bit here.
Wall-to-wall coverage of SpaceX IPO here at Yahoo Finance all day. And I mean, wall-to-wall.
We're making higher highs and higher lows. This last little pop, we didn't make a higher high.
Meta pulse.
Okay, looks like Walmart's turning back up. Walmart turning back up. Trying to get back on the green on the day. Walmart's trying to get back to green on the day. Okay.
Elon Musk seems like he couldn't even wrap his head around. In fact, he even stole his work.
How could you wrap your head around being a trillionaire?
NASDAQ, the employees right behind him tuning in remotely. He said that actually when someone told me this was going to happen, I said, you must be smoking crack. That's what Elon Musk had told employees during today's.
No, he said some good crack, not just crack.
AMD pulse. Long dated.
McDonald's, Home Depot, McDonald's.
Long dated.
Okay, McDonald's at the 50-day trying to break through. Volume looks good. McDonald's. Okay, McDonald's, we've got the December 290, 300 call spread. 290 if it breaks above the 50-day. 300 is the strike that I sold overhead. December, we should see. I would think that would be good before the next couple of weeks. I think we could probably get through the 50-day. McDonald's looks good. Home Depot looks good. Let's see. Home Depot. What's Home Depot doing? I see it's up quite a bit right now. Home Depot breaking through the 50-day. Continuation. Buyers at the low of the day on Home Depot. Okay. So whenever the 1 minute chart gets oversold, watch the lows. Once you start to see higher lows, you can start to scale in. This looks good. Okay, 326 up to 329, a $3 move. That's $150 per contract if you take a 50 delta call. All you need is 2 or 3 of them. That makes you $500 a day. That's $10,000 a month.
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
Okay, looks like CBRX is starting to turn up. All right, turning back up quickly now. All right, we're back up to almost 19 now. CBRX. SpaceX fading back to 169.60.
One thing that really stood out in our work, and I think this is really important for the viewers to understand, is that when we looked at the maximum peak to trough drawdown over the next year, the average was about 50%. So, and the lowest was 20%. So
Intel Pulse, long dated. Intel Pulse, long dated. Deep calls.
So I think investors just be aware that you have to hold on, strap in tight, because with these IPOs, especially as a discovery as they come out, the volatility is high. But again, think about something that was down at some point 20% or 50%. That's pretty big, and not something that now we're starting to see for the next year. Do you think it's because Elon is so involved here? This is another Elon Musk company. There's a large appetite to get another piece of Elon Musk and SpaceX. Is SpaceX the one that fucks this trend?
Zero DTE, call string. Size.
It could, right? I mean, I
Fix
think
pulse.
the warnings are well placed, but if you go back and look, I mean, the analogy has been drawn to Meta, but our analogy is closer to Amazon, which is a company that changed the way we lived and did business, right? And so Amazon, since the IPO, is at 243,000%. And so the question becomes, and it was up quite dramatically 1 year out. So the question becomes, is this an IPO and a company that captures the imagination of investors? I think it is. For us, it certainly is. We have a thematic portfolio that is one of the themes is space.
CBRS turning back up. CBRS turning back up. Okay, nice turn there.
UNH Pulse. UNH Pulse. Deep puts.
Meta pulling back a bit. So is Microsoft.
IWM Pulse.
Okay, on
UNH Pulse.
Intel still pushing.
Size.
Intel still pushing up here.
IWM Pulse. IWM Pulse. Size. UNH Pulse. Deep puts. Size. SPX Pulse. Long dated.
Really be exponential, and I can't even quantify it at this point.
So let me get you in here.
IWM Pulse. Deep puts. Size.
19 million shares of SpaceX. Are these stocks,
SPX Pulse. Long dated.
From that perspective, they're likely to trade.
I don't know about that. At least not right out of the chute. I think SpaceX is going to be in its own little volatile world until everybody kind of figures it out. So, especially because, Tesla's been a little bit more on its butt lately. So, I would say that, and as a trader, I'm not looking at those two to kind of be attached to the hip. So, I'm going to trade them, and I think most other people are going to trade them very independent of one another, at least for the next year or so.
Tom, if one is a believer in Musk,
That was Tom Soslow.
how should they go about trading SpaceX?
Well, there is this Elon Musk effect, and it's kind of actually I find it to be scary because I don't like, I have this good billionaire, bad billionaire thing, and I've got Elon in the bad billionaire camp.
Why's that?
So I don't really love everything tied to Elon. I think there's you are talking a little bit about a single point of failure potential.
Why do you have Elon in the bad billionaire camp?
Well, for starters, he created the Cybertruck.
I hate being behind those things, Tom, so I agree with you there.
Yeah, and the other thing is, look, I like to think of myself as somebody that has a little bit of a humanitarian view of the world, and I think 270,000 civil servants losing their job because of him being the richest person doesn't make me love the guy.
Fair enough. Keith, what do you think this moment means for some of the stocks that you use as sources of funds lead up to the SpaceX IPO? I'm looking at the Mag 7. We've got a lot of hot AI names, Micron and SanDisk. The chatter in the market has been these stocks have been sold, so the average investor has enough money to buy SpaceX.
It's interesting, Brian. I think there's other factors besides this, SpaceX. If you look at the collective Mag 7 this year,
Intel making new highs again right here. Yikes, this thing is just on a mission today, huh? Intel, new highs. What a freaking chart today. 127. All right, we're going to hit 128 here shortly on Intel. Intel. Wow. Intel, just keep going here, Intel. Just keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Yikes. It's still going here, Intel. Look at the volume, too. Look at the volume. Wow. Wow, they're gonna test the highs. They're gonna test the highs here. There's your high right there. Coming into view now. Intel. Intel high right there.
Do you think this IPO, biggest IPO in history, this marks the end of the bull market?
No, I don't think so.
Earnings are too good to mark the end of a bull market. Oh man, look at this Intel move. This is so not your father's Intel inside. Microsoft rolling over, Intel at the highs. Wow.
That wasn't the peak, and when Google or Alphabet today came out, I think it was 2004. That wasn't the end of the bull market. I do say we've had this off the lows before the pullback. Tech had a 47% move over a short period of time. So I do think, and we've been looking for more of a pause in the tech trade, even though we're still positive because the earnings are there. But no, to answer your question directly, I don't think this marks the end of it, but obviously some excitement has come in here short term because of it.
It's in the lead up to the IPO, SpaceX IPO,
Triple semi-pulse.
We're asking that average investor out there, the average person, what they thought about Musk and SpaceX. Take a listen.
I'd like to hear, does it make sense as an investment? What is kind of the opinion of having an individual human being as a trillionaire in America? What are the implications that it has for our society?
Nancy, what implications does this IPO have for society?
Well, listen. There was a great interview with Jeff Bezos where he said, you can hate me because I'm a billionaire, but if you go back and look at what Amazon has done for the average consumer, it saved time, hassle, money. How do you put a price on that? So if we get data centers in space, if we see half of what's outlined in the prospectus, with the caveat that there's a and risk factor. I think you can say this has a positive implication for society and for the average investor. So I don't like the political side of the whole thing. I don't really care. There's a lot of CEOs I own stock in their companies, and I don't like them as individuals, but that doesn't mean they're not really good operators of their business and visionaries. I think
Wow. Intel. Don't forget to take a little profits off into strength. Intel probably runs into a little resistance when it hits that 132.50 area. Okay. So we got a ways to go. Still got a ways to go. Intel looking sharp though, right? Hard to short this one today. Wow. S&P, can we get a little rally up here on S&P? It's Friday. I gotta keep reminding myself it's Friday. Got the weekend off. Good. Video comes out on Sunday usually. I might do things a little differently this weekend. Take Saturday off. Do everything on Sunday.
What often happens is that a big success in a particular sector or theme will draw attention. Now we have seen the source of funds, at least in our view, has come from Planet Labs, Rocket Labs, Kratos. We'll see if investors return to those names, and I think they will. NVIDIA as well.
Cisco pulled back, right? Cisco. Haven't looked at Cisco in a couple of days. Cisco. Yeah, Cisco came back a bit. Consolidating Cisco. Let's see. What do I have on Cisco? June 17th.
So you have to hope that this will speed up implementation.
I want to take it back to the streets. We also asked folks if they thought this would be a successful IPO. Take a listen.
I would say, is it too late for me to invest now? And do you think it's actually going to be successful?
Tom, is this a successful IPO just from the standpoint that it's coming public and it looks like it might open before noon?
I mean, if you want to talk about it success-wise, I mean, it's one of the most brilliant PR moves. The way, the amount of PR that they got from this IPO, it's just incredible. I mean, it's tens of billions of dollars worth of PR and marketing and everything else. So from that standpoint, I would say, yeah, it's a hugely successful. Are people that are participating in that were allocated stock, are they going to be rewarded?
Intel still going.
Shareholders are going to be rewarded. So from that standpoint, I think, yeah, it's a successful IPO for sure. When you look at the markets today, S&Ps are down, NASDAQ's down. The market's not. The reaction of a lot of stocks just on the opening today is kind of strange. Maybe you wouldn't have thought that this would happen, but so let's see how the market reacts. And I think your other question was pretty fair. Is this a transformational moment in the market? Is this what we're going to look back at and say, hey, you know what, this was the top of the bull market? I don't know, but it's interesting.
Tom, I'm always going to be a champion of the retail investor, and this is also a big moment for the average investor out there, just given how the stock is allocated on various platforms. Robert, and you name it. Do you think the retail investor will be left holding today?
Yeah, I would not be buying SpaceX up here at the high. At this point, I'd rather wait a few weeks and see what it does, similar to what Cerberus did. Cerberus came down from its highs, base recently, just tested the low again today, Cerberus, and bounced. All right. There's no hurry. I think SpaceX is going to be around, and it'll be a big deal for at least the next 10 years, I would think, like Tesla was. Okay, you didn't have to buy Tesla immediately. It did dip a little bit in the beginning and then took off.
I think next week when they launch the option markets right away, I think this will be one of the hottest.
It's always that fear of missing out that gets people.
So I think you're going to see
or trading too big.
I think this is going to be a thing everybody grabs in the next couple of weeks. I think it'll be
clearly most actively traded underlying both options and stock.
Intel, I'd be taking some profits off into strength. Okay, this is a pretty decent size selling candle here. Intel.
Via financial reporting, its financial statements, its earnings calls, its investment bank presentations. Keith, is that, do you think this will hold true with the likes of the SpaceX?
Yeah, I think it's unique in that, first of all, we've been, seeing how it's been trading in this hyper-liquid market beforehand, and, we've never seen a valuation of a $1.7 trillion company, which puts it in the top 10 of all U.S. companies. And I do think that the trend that you see there is you go from excitement initially with an IPO to, measuring the output. So, it makes sense to me that you think that's the historical cycle. Again, is that the same cycle this one will have? And it's really, hard to say. And I also think it matters about the overall market. And listen, I'm not an analyst that covers the stock per se, so we don't have a recommendation. But I would think about this. I mean, for most analysts out there, you do some
McDonald's, nice follow through. McDonald's.
For the future, which is, seems like more like venture capitalism. That it's either going to work or it's not. But again, I think history is a guide, but this one is very unique in how it's coming to market and how long it's been private.
Simple question, maybe not such a simple answer. A lot of excitement for this IPO. Why isn't the market come out stronger out of the gate on a day like this?
Sometimes these things are somewhat anticlimactic, and I'd also just say, market, even though we had a really nice day yesterday, we've had a bit of this kind of corrective move, especially in tech. Off the highs, it was down about 9% off the highs, and then you recently just saw OpenAI discuss maybe cutting prices.
Okay, S&P equal weight index. Let's go take a look at that again. S&P equal weight. Should always check that. Gives you an idea whether or not tech is working or not. If it's breaking out to new highs like it is today, that means tech is working too. Not just the other, what is it, 375 stocks advancing today. Okay, NIMO back above zero. It's at plus 23, plus 2375. NIMO. We got 375 stocks out of 500 advancing. Breadth is rising. It's not anywhere near overbought. We could see this follow through into next week and most likely will. NVIDIA turning back up. Intel hit the highs of the day. Just shy of new all-time highs if we get back to 132. Intel's at 127 even. Okay.
Or is this just Elon Musk-led moment?
Well, no, I don't think it is. I mean, I do think SpaceX is really the only vertically integrated AI company. They have the capital, they've got data, they have large language models, they have hardware, the manufacturing, and the engineering talent. But that said, I think you need these other companies. We would be more interested in Anthropic than we would be in OpenAI, but that's today. That could change tomorrow, depending on the arms race in that business. But no, I think there's a lot of interesting companies that are sort of in the wings, and again, with our thematic portfolio, we're really interested in all of these spaces, no pun intended. So space, robotics, quantum, and nuclear, we're looking for opportunities, and when these other companies come public, we'll be looking for an opportunity there.
And we're still looking for that SpaceX first trade, watching the digital billboard out there in Times Square. Tom, Keith, and Nancy, I appreciate the perspective on this very important day. Thanks so much.
Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, June the 12th. SpaceX IPO went off without a hitch, hit new highs. SPCX, let's see. Okay, it hit a high of 176.50, it looks like. High of the day. High of the day. 176.52. 176.52 was the high of the, and it's still going. So our people are pretty bullish on SpaceX. Good job. Last thing, I mean, one side of me was thinking to myself, I hope this doesn't market top in the market and everything just roll over. A lot of these tech stocks also continued higher, so that's good, right? So you got the New York FANG components getting a bounce. Could be a little bit more bullish. Okay, you got a hammer. We're above the 50-day. We're above support. You got stochastics oversold. MACD is starting to show, I don't know if you can see that, but starting to see modestly shorter histogram bars, which is telling me that momentum is starting to slow for the bears. So if we get a bounce next week, that would be awesome. Get the RSI back up. Get a lot of these stocks like, okay, Intel seeing some profit taking. Intel profit taking. Intel profit taking. Okay.
I've always enjoyed tower
Mm-hmm.
The art style was 100% inspired by the game Geometry Wars. I absolutely love the simple, colorful graphics and the bright particle explosions. The idea was to simplify the game on screen, which allowed me to instead add hundreds of upgrades to choose from. There is absolutely massive number of upgrades, thousands of levels.
Okay, Intel profit taking.
Long time nerding out in Excel.
Aren't you the least bit sorry about the people you killed? What if it goes over your head? Probably already has.
Last report came in an hour ago.
Dead can't testify.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you do say can and will be used against you in a court of law. The murder weapon was your lies.
We're closing in on you.
Intel inside. Okay, Intel. Tesla turning back up. Andrew, no, it's in a long-term account. Short-term stuff, I had nothing. That was a nice little run, though.
Finance, we are counting down to the final hour of trading for SpaceX's historic debut. Shares are up 28% right now. I am here with Jay Conley, Froz Supermanian, and Brooke DePaula, who is live at the NASDAQ. First, what you see, guys, when I take a quick check of the market, just wanted to show you, this is a company now worth $2.26 trillion. And a lot of that is Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the first trillionaire in history, at least in the modern era. And you can see, I'm going to draw up an intraday chart. The IPO price was $135. It opened at $150 at about 11:46 a.m. And 56 million shares traded on that first print. It is $8.4 billion, an historic amount. But I want to show you what's going on with the general market right now. We are still in rally mode. We had a nice recovery yesterday. Here's the Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 400 points. The NASDAQ up about a quarter of a point. And the S&P 500, that is a 0.1%. Let's take a look at the sector action here. And we have materials in the pull position.
SpaceX just hanging out at the highs. New York FANG. Okay, equal weight index breaking out.
Want to show you a picture of the NASDAQ 100. SpaceX is not a part of it just yet. They should be joining the NASDAQ 100 in about 15 days. But here's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a little bit of pressure with the mega caps.
All right, so SpaceX shares will join the NASDAQ in a couple of weeks. All right. So Intel, that was a good run. For those of you with shares or options. Okay, that continues to fade. Okay, let's see. What's the S&P? S&P is just sitting here. Okay.
I'm going to show you the equal weighted version, and you can see, well, what stands out here, most of these other names are in the red, including Virgin Galactic, which was having a nice pop yesterday, but is now down 30%.
Wow, Virgin Galactic is down 30%. Wow. Wow. SpaceX up 28%. Nice IPO debut. Okay.
In hopes to potentially get a glimpse of Elon Musk, who ended up being at the SpaceX headquarters at Starbase, Texas. And so there was no Elon Musk physically here, but his mother, May Musk, was here. You also had the COO of the company ringing the opening bell behind me. And the excitement just throughout the day has kept going, especially now as you see this IPO price hovering around $170. And there's this feeling, this energy that, okay, not only did it go above that 135 IPO price, not only did it go above that 150, but it's now hovering around 170. And so moving into the close, the momentum's still there, but we're talking about hundreds of people who are inside the NASDAQ alone this morning. And it seems like that party is either happening upstairs, Jared, or it's secret off the bay.
All right, well, I want to talk to the rest of our panel here. Froz, let's get you to weigh in. I know you've been writing a little bit about this. We just talked about Musk becoming the first trillionaire, but what are some of the dynamics that are really catching your attention here on day one after that nice pop?
You know, actually, Jared, in the morning, you and I were talking about this for weeks now, about where this price gets to do. Yes. And we were talking about, oversubscription. Oh, 4 times oversubscribed.
Seemed low by historical standards.
We'll talk to you about that because you've been following this very closely for years. People say, hey, that's actually not that much. So then, how does that reflect in today's price? I'm not saying that's the main thing, but today we saw the pricing was in the 170, then it started coming down and indicate lower, 167, 165, 162. Got all in on 150, that's where it actually opened. And I thought to myself, that's not necessarily a good thing. It seems like the demand wasn't as high as we thought. And here we are sitting right now, stocks up nearly 30% to 170-ish or thereabouts. So clearly maybe the pricing was good. It was structured there.
like a 20% pop or above is a good day for them, right? It's not going to mean you essentially caught enough of that today.
You don't want to leave too much on the table. You want a nice press. You want a nice pop so the press can report that, etc. You know what was also really interesting to me was the time that it opened, 11:46 a.m. Now this is a huge IPO, and a lot of the historical ones be taken until 1, sometimes as late as 1:45 p.m. Jake, I'll get your comments there.
Yeah, 11:45, really, really early. Now it's crossing saying we're up about 30%. That is much more the situation you want than what we saw with Figma or Circle, where they opened later, had these massive, massive pops. But it was a bit weird for us to see the first trade at 11:45, 11:46, somewhere in there. I know Brooke was at the NASDAQ listening to NASDAQ CEO Adina Friedman talking just about the excitement of the place. This is a big day for the NASDAQ as well as SpaceX, winning this listing, getting to have this company on their book, getting to run this IPO. That's a big deal for them too. It seems like the early timing comes just from the raw excitement, right? Yeah, the banks wanted to get this trade started. The NASDAQ wanted to get this trade started. Again, we saw this price at 150, so much lower than where we started the morning, indicating, but we are now up 30%. So all seems to be going okay.
Well, we got somebody on the floor right now, so let's go to Brooke DePalma and get your reaction. We were just talking about that 11:46 a.m. print. Was there any surprise that it came that earlier? What was the general mood on that?
Heading into today, Jared, there was a feeling that because of the size of this IPO, the world's largest IPO, now above $2 trillion market cap, sizing up against the likes of Meta, even more than Elon Musk's other company, Tesla. I mean, this is insane amount of capital raised today here at the NASDAQ. Moving into this day, what we were sort of getting the sense of was that
Okay, Intel's still fading. Okay, looks good.
Longer because of the size and the sheer volume of this. Actually, Robinhood spokesperson confirming to Yahoo Finance that they saw record-breaking trading activity today on their platform given this IPO. So heading into this, there was like this feeling that it was going to take much longer. But I feel like NASDAQ sort of using this as a win. I mean, we heard from NASDAQ President Nelson Griggs that this just goes to show the technology that the NASDAQ has in order to work between the bankers and the buyers and the sellers and ultimately come to that debut at 11:45. Keep in mind, the first call was like 9:50. And so this was really, shortly after, 2 hours after the opening bell, right before noon. Pretty quick indeed, and now to see that momentum continue as we make our way towards the close. I would call this a very successful IPO, not only for SpaceX, but also for the NASDAQ when you have OpenAI and Anthropic in the pipeline as well.
Yeah, let's also point out here, SpaceX is now the 6th largest company by market cap, only behind, let's go from the top, NVIDIA, Alphabet, Apple, and Microsoft, and Amazon. And then we have SpaceX. On day one of trading, this is the 6th largest company by market cap, pushing Meta actually out of the top 10 to the 11th spot, pushing down the list Taiwan Semiconductor, pushing down Broadcom, pushing down Saudi Aramco, which held the record before today for the largest IPO back in 2019. So immediately, not only is SpaceX having a good day with the IPO, this is now one of the largest companies in the world right away. Once we get it listed in some of these exchanges, once these passive funds start buying, the company's going to have more power behind it. It just goes to show you how big of a day this really is to the market.
Yeah, just a quick comment there
you felt that.
on the technology. You were talking about the NASDAQ. I would call this a win for the NASDAQ because I heard a lot of traders whispering, well, remember what happened with Facebook, which is now Meta, back in the day, I think it was 2012, it was called the Face Plant offering, and that's because there were all kinds of technical glitches on day one. But I think a broader point here
Okay, S&P.
There's a lot of excitement about it. You don't necessarily need to rush in on day one. A lot of times these things pull back.
Yeah, exactly. There's no hurry. Pretty exciting, but no hurry for this.
Under their day one lows within a certain amount of time. Now, usually that's 3 weeks to 3 months. And I think it's even higher if you go out a year or two. So the point is, there's a lot of excitement now. And yes, it's a win for the NASDAQ. But this is the SpaceX itself is going to be added to the queue. That's the NASDAQ 100 index in about 15 days. The rules had to be changed in order for that to happen. And that just kind of tells you how big this is.
I'd like to go to the Wi-Fi Interactive right now if we could, and we have our mega caps heat map up here. You can see SpaceX up in the right. Jake was just talking about this being the 6th biggest company now, and we don't have Saudi Aramco in here, but this gives you a flavor of what's going on. You'll notice how big that pop is versus some of the returns that we're seeing in a lot of these other mega caps. So a big question in investors' minds is, given the size of this IPO, given the fact that we have 2 more coming down the pipe, is this going to be a market event where, well, I don't want to say top tick, but that has been the whisper. That, and Praj, you have some thoughts?
Well, I mean, just looking at the chart today, SpaceX at 178 at one point, right? That's come down a bit from there. So just to, you know, I was speaking to some of the about how we thought Tesla was volatile. This stock is going to have that in space for a while now. I think during that inflow, will kind of coming in.
Let's talk about that inflow for a second. Explain that for the viewers.
So basically, we know it's a $75 billion fundraise essentially here, capital raise or stock raise. It's only 4.2% of that overall flow of SpaceX. So I think it's 555,555 shares.
That's what's available to the public. Right. And typically with an IPO, you might see a larger allocation. And there's another instance where the rules had to be changed to accommodate this IPO. But given the size, if you had a 20 or 30% float, that would just be maybe an obscene amount of money.
Well, the total float of SpaceX is about 4 billion shares. So that's
Okay, everything is starting to. Okay, we got NVIDIA, Microsoft seeing some short covering, a little pop up here. NVIDIA, Tesla trying to take the high of the day. Tesla here. Wow, got more time than I thought we did. I thought it was after 3 o'clock already. All right, I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back. All right, NVIDIA is starting to bounce a little bit. S&P bouncing a bit as well. Okay, this is the most recent high right there.
We are back here digging into the SpaceX IPO. We got Jay Conley, Pro-Supermanian, and
Volume picking up. We're above the 7390 gamma flip zone, so that's a good way to close off the week if we can manage to stay up here near the highs.
All the activity up in Midtown today, but still a market that's in the green and gaining some momentum. A lot of that is based on that news. So down here, you hear a lot of traders talking about the news flow, especially what's happening with the Iran conversations. That's pretty much front and center.
Okay, the markets are just kind of sitting here. All right, let's take a look at a few things into the closing bell. Last hour and a half, I should say. We're making a new high in the S&P Equal Weight Index. So no matter what the New York Fangs are doing at the moment, the majority of stocks are rising. And about 70% are back above their 20-period moving average. About 60%, a little more than 60% are back above their 50-day moving average. These are bullish indications going into next week. The number of stocks above the 200-day have risen back above 61.5%. Okay, so this is all bullish with breadth also giving us indications for higher next week. Notice we're not at extremes, so this could very well follow through. Plus 30% would be considered overbought and ready for a little bit of a consolidation at best at this point. So this is mid caps. The top panel is big caps, mid caps, small caps, NASDAQ. If you recall, NASDAQ was flat right at the zero line early this morning. This continues to move higher, which is a good sign because that's telling us we're getting a tailwind from tech, which has been strong all morning for the past 2 days. Okay, the 10-year yield, we want to see that lower. Okay, so that's good. If we can close near 4.45%, that'd be great. Anything below 4.5% would be good. 4.5% is a pretty good number. If you're trading IWM should be higher when the 10-year is moving lower. Below 4.5% should be good for IWM. Okay, so IWM is up. Earlier in the week, we told you about a very large August expiration. A trader was buying something like, I don't know, 5 million or more in the 290 strike for August. Let me go see what this looks like right now. How much open interest we have left in IWM, the August expiration, because I might do that again or add to it, I should say. August 290s. Okay, there's 13,000 contracts. Only 181 has traded today, so that's a good sign that traders are looking for more upside. We've got, that's a shift too. We got the 300 strike trading 620 contracts today with 16,780 in open interest. So between the 290 and the 300 strikes, we got quite a bit. 305, sorry. No, that's right. 300. We got 16,000. And if you go up to the 310s, the 310s have 10,000 open in open interest, almost 11,000. So from 290 all the way up to 310, we got about 40,000 contracts in open interest. That's a really good sign. So IWM looks good. IBB, biotechs. We want to see biotechs higher. XBI, IBB. Those are higher, so that's good. Bitcoin, we want to see Bitcoin off the low. It is. So this is more of a bullish signal. Yes, it is at lows, but if we're bottoming here and turning back up, that's bullish for the markets. We talked about breadth. We talked about bond yields. Let's go here. Whoops. Let's go here. Junk. Okay, so this is my junk bond stack, if you will. Junk bonds higher is bullish. You've got IWM and IBB, green and red, rising. You've got crude oil dropping. That's a bullish indication. You've got Bitcoin turning higher, as I said, and we got advanced decline making new highs. New York Stock Exchange advanced decline or making new highs. And you've got the 10-year yield moving lower. Okay, so if we can get the 10-year down here below 4.4%, that would even be better. So going into next week, if this haul holds by the close, I think it will, that'll be bullish for equities next week. New York Stock Exchange. We always want to check out the New York Stock Exchange. If you're in doubt at all, check out the New York Stock Exchange. New York Stock Exchange is making new all-time highs. 23,653 was the high. 23,600 was the high over here. If you look at the weekly time frame, this is giving me chills. Giving me chills here. 23,603. We're making new all-time highs on the New York Stock Exchange. Follow the money. No reason to be that concerned about the markets when you got everything working in your favor. We're back above the 10 EMA. On many charts, 10 EMA on the weekly. The New York Stock Exchange has remained above the 10 EMA weekly for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks now. Okay, 10 weeks. Very resilient. I don't see anything to be concerned about. RSP is the other equal weight symbol. Okay, this is the Invesco S&P 500 equal weight ETF. You can do that, or you can use SPX EW. Okay, so S&P equal weight making new highs on the weekly time frame. This is excellent, excellent. Let's go to the S&P and look at the XII, the ARC Institutional Index. This is what institutions commonly hold in their core portfolios. We told you yesterday it was a red stick to start the day. If we manage a blue stick or a green stick by the end of the day, that would be bullish. You can see right where we bounced at support, and the dotted line is the 50-day, I believe. The 50-day moving average we bounced at. Okay, this is bullish for next week. What else can I tell you? We told you advanced. Let's go look at the New York Stock Exchange. New York Stock Exchange. Trust me, if you do this every week, we do it for you, but if you do this every week, you want to eventually become a better investor and trader. If you just do this little rundown that I'm doing right now, you're going to be ahead of the majority of people out there that are investing. Okay, you got the New York Stock Exchange new highs, simple equation, new highs, subtract new lows. If it's a positive number, it'll be above zero. Notice the histogram is above zero. We got 131.75% increase over yesterday, which was bullish too. All week we've been bullish, except for Monday. We were trying to get back above the zero line. More importantly, like I said before, advanced decline is making new all-time highs, and we've got the New York Stock Exchange with green elder sticks. Okay, making new all-time highs. I don't see anything bearish actually going into the week. Okay, let's go look at the pattern site.com. This is Tom Bukowski, retired at the age of 36, I want to say. Go to his blog. There's a lot of advertising here, but once you click through the blog, once you click through the advertising, it's a lot of good information here. All 5 of these indicators are bullish right now. Chart pattern indicator since 5/20, May 20th. Okay, since May 20th. Okay, 85.2%. That's a bullish signal. Okay. Yesterday we had 16 bearish, 16 bullish, 183 patterns waiting for breakout, 50% on CPI, okay, which is neutral, which is okay. That's okay. All right.
Wall Street Journal reporting the fee pool for SpaceX's IPO is around $500 million, or about 7.
Sorry about that. Okay, S&P is turning back up. So you've seen it. You've seen it here first. Just about everything is bullish going into next week. And the IPO went off without a hitch. SpaceX IPO went off without a hitch. I was thinking that maybe people would sell the news. I don't know. SPCX. Okay, off the highs of the session, but above the IPO price. Everybody has an opinion about SpaceX. Markets don't care about our opinion. They only care about price action and volume. And right now, this looks okay. S&P 500 breaking back above this little channel. Had this little channel down and breaking higher now. Okay, can we get back up to the high of the day? Close at the high of the day would be excellent. Everything we reviewed thus far suggests that we could. Okay, so this looks good. 20-day over there on the right. Okay, close near the 20-day would be good. That would set us up for either rejection or a pop above on Monday. Tesla turning again. Tesla turning back up. Tesla back to the highs. Intel is consolidating. People took profits going into the weekend. Makes a lot of sense. All right.
At the New York Stock Exchange. I hope those of us that are still down here on a Friday afternoon. Thank you very much. But the point is, it's not going to be money made through banking and through lending, borrowing and lending.
Broadcom, I have a credit spread, 580, 585 call credit spread. That will expire here shortly. It's $450 in credits. Walmart, looking okay. Walmart looking for the follow through next week. Walmart. Walmart trending along its 90 MA. 90 MA is about to cross through the 21-day. Price is trying to get through the 21-day, the dotted blue, red line. Bollinger Bands are coming together. It's telling me that prices are probably going to consolidate soon.
Well, the employees want to cash out. Yeah, people want liquidity. Right. That's one thing, but also just the company itself saying that we need to start building up way more starships, start developing our orbital data centers.
Okay, Home Depot. Okay, Doji. Bollinger Bands opening up. RSI rising. So this is probably good for next week as well. Probably continues higher next week. We've got a lot of volume over here. Volume by price is telling you that there could be some resistance. This is Home Depot. Okay. Riding the upper Bollinger Band above the 50-day, 921 crossing through. RSI rising. This looks good for next week as well. McDonald's, MCD. Got December calls on McDonald's. The 290, 300.
I mean, we talked about Elon Musk being a trillionaire, but he's mentioning billionaires today. You got to imagine there's a lot of excitement down there in Texas. He's surrounded by people that are finally able to sell, well, if not now, but very soon, they're able to sell their shares, and that's going to be a life-changing event for a lot of people. Ross, this is something you've done talking to a lot about on the desk, something you've been following. You bring up, they've got to raise money to get Falcon rockets built, to get the orbital data center projects moving along. When Musk talks about some of those further out ambitions, right? Orbital data centers, notching up the amount of rocket launches we're doing every day. What kind of timelines does he actually put on that? Because this is untested technology.
Yeah. It's funny because just last week they had a little video put out on their
S&P 500. Okay, can we get a little run in today? S&P 500? We could. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft on the move.
Something of a sci-fi movie. Yeah. So the Musk is saying, hey, oh, by the way, this is all much simpler than our Starlink satellites. We don't require all these advanced antennas and connectivity.
Okay, Robinhood. We said that Robinhood would probably follow through. Next week, Robinhood. Got August 195 100s on Robinhood. We touched 195, went above it a little bit today. The high of the day for Robinhood was 96.10. I got the 95 100. Probably taking profits off into strength next week into that 100 strike. That'll be maximum profit. Robinhood, cheaper way to enter when you're inside of a squeeze, looking for the squeeze to open up. And then you can just get rid of the short strikes or take profits and buy straight calls at some point. So Robinhood looking pretty good here for the follow through. RSI is rising. MACD stochastics turned up. We're above these volume by price bands. No reason why this can't be at 100 next week. Robinhood, no reason for it to be, no reason it can't be at 100 next week. Intel, for those of you who traded it today, I had nothing in my trading account. I have shares in my long-term account, and that's doing really well. Pfizer just sitting here doing nothing.
Honestly, I probably this today, Cam. I don't know if it's a hot take or not. It is a hot take. I think that'll happen. Well, I just think, we don't have, to your point, we don't have any of the things that we normally get to enjoy, which is, hey, how in the range. Right. What was the range before? I had nothing to do with this clip that you just saw. What's your reaction? Right now, 169 the price. What's your reaction?
Okay, Nokia. Nokia having a good day. Nokia. Okay, I have the 15-20 call spread, so we're looking for Nokia to be higher next week. Nokia had a nice little pop-up today, so thank you very much for that. I could add to this one. I'm going to pass though. I got 10 of these, so that's fine. If it starts to go next week, I'll add to Nokia. I have the 15-20 August monthly call spread, 15-20 for August, 15-20 on Nokia, 15-20 call spread. So we're in the money on the 15s to 20s. I think if we test that upper Bollinger Band in the next few trading sessions, we should see these calls appreciate nicely. Okay. Got a short on crude oil, SCO, looking for that to come off the low. SCO. Okay, I have, what do I have here? I have July. What? SCO.
This is the largest thing. Obviously, it's a crypto-centered take, but I think the biggest winner in the SpaceX IPO could be Hyperliquid. The on-chain perpetual futures exchange had prices indicated close to what we're seeing on trade now about a week ago. And so, we've talked to a lot of people saying that, look, these IPOs are not great. For the same reason why I think we saw Elon Musk try and buck history, by the way, that he came public with SpaceX. And when you look at that, volumes originally in Hyperliquid were close to like 20 million, now north of $1 billion in terms of what's been traded there. So it's been exciting to watch this play out. Just because, again, I think as we see more of these work well, what does it start to look like? And what does the CFTC allow for pre-IPO price discovery? I think it's why we've seen some pushback from some of the big players here in terms of Nike, CME now saying like, hey, wait a minute. If these 24/7 exchanges are able to suck up a lot of the price discovery here, what does that mean for us? And so another lever there.
Taiwan Semi, what are you doing? Taiwan Semi. TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor. Okay, we got a little bit more than an hour to go. Taiwan Semi looking for a bounce next week. I did have some SOXS going into, what was it, yesterday? We took that off yesterday. The market's pushing higher. Had a small loss on the SOXS. All right, Shopify. What's Shopify doing? Shopify, SHOP, Shopify. Looking for that to bounce back above the 50-day.
Yeah, I think, I mean, this is something that, you know, the reason why the crypto industry wants to see the Clarity Act passed, and it's hot right now in Congress.
Okay, AAOI, optical. Looking for that to bounce.
Because, you know, again, we're seeing this from Coinbase, we're seeing this from all these other exchanges, is crypto and TradFi, traditional finance are coming together. And I agree with you. I think that there will be situations where we kind of saw it with this too. There were other tokenized SpaceX projects that did not get off the ground. No pun intended. Some of these did not work out the way that they were supposed to. And so it does.
Okay, you guys are annoying.
Some of those markets look Hyperliquid and, you know, more feathers in their cap to say, look, we know what we're doing and we can get this done. And it's a huge opportunity if those are the venues where price discovery happens. We've seen this, by the way, in terms of where oil's prices have moved with the Iran war updates from President Trump. We've seen prices move there over the weekends, and that's why we're seeing a lot of these exchanges rush to catch up. But it's a massive opportunity when you look at, you know, I know you cover the crypto space, Jared, but Hyperliquid being up more than 100% this year should not be surprising. It's wins like this, and it's publicly traded companies like Hyperliquid Strategies, DATS tied to them that are seeing the benefits of more than 125% this year.
Yeah, for better or for worse, 24/7 trading seems to be the future, and it's already here in a lot of ways, as we were just talking about. I want to get to Brooke. You've got some Vandatrack research that you're looking at. I'm saying now, SpaceX is the most bought stock by retail investors today. There's a bunch of numbers.
Okay, S&P 500 watching.
What stands out to you?
Jared, heading into support, we knew that this was going to be popular among retail investors. Now to see the way this is playing out, this is definitely not only making history.
S&P 500 looking for follow through. Okay, gotta take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
Retail net buying on its first day of trading about more than 5 years ago, and they're saying that SpaceX has already surpassed every other major IPO launch in the last 6 years, and heading into the close recession, it continues to see strong inflows. And so, record-breaking IPO on so many different fronts, and as we've seen and as we've all been chatting about, to see the retail turnover in recent days in order to get in on this IPO is definitely matching up with the story that we're seeing this afternoon.
Definitely lots of trails blazed today. I want to thank Jay, Prague, Brooke, Zach. Thank you all for joining us here. And there's going to be more Yahoo Finance coverage on SpaceX's first day of trading ahead.
Oh my God, babe, I won! God, look at this! What's that? It's obviously new force. I should actually use a real baby cow.
If there was a place where you could feel young again, where history unfolds, supported from the Vatican, where dreams are possible, where you could lose yourself in the moment, that place is here. The moments you remember and the ones you'll never forget. Samsung TV Plus. Congratulations.
Legendary win. Lavish luck. Play now.
Domination. I'm Jared Woodley in for Josh Lipton, live from our New York headquarters. There's just an hour to go until the closing bell, and stocks are higher with all eyes on SpaceX as following its historic debut on Friday here, opening up at $150 per share at 11:45 a.m. Yahoo Finance's Brooke DePalma is live at the NASDAQ, taking on the energy on this banner day. Brooke, how are the vibes there?
Vibes heading into the close are still the excitement because we are seeing this stock above still its debut price. It's largely kept around $170, spiking a bit higher. We're really holding on to this benchmark that's only about $10 higher from where it debuted at 145 this morning at $150. This is still at the time at 150 with 11% premium to that 135 IPO price that was announced officially yesterday, and also was the case for the weeks leading up to this. And so the momentum seems to continue. This stock now up still heading towards close up more than 25%.
Well, thank you, Brooke. We're going to bring in here and let's break down how investors are seeing the SpaceX first trade. We got Jessica Inskia. She is joining me in the studio. She's Director of Investment Research at stockbrokers.com. Jessica, I'm going to ask you a question in a second, but first I just want to go to the chart here. I want to pull up Alpha Space and show you what's going on with the stock here and highlight a couple of things because this really was an historic open. So this is a one-day chart, and it starts at 11:45 a.m. at $150. There were over 50 million shares that traded on that opening print, $8.4 billion. If that's not a record, I would be very surprised. And you can see there have been some zigzags. It's been up and down, reached a high of about 176 and change, and it is right now trading at $168.75. And I want to show you the broader heat map space here because, and by the way, SpaceX takes up so much space here, it's hard to see, but we see a lot of red here. Rocket Labs is down 8.6%. We got satellite companies down 12%. And there's been concerns that SpaceX being so big, that might be sucking away money from other trades. And so, Jessica, I'll just kind of bring you in on that. Like, what are your thoughts here? This is just so historic.
Yeah, well, I think first of all, it's gone very, very well. So, from a market mechanics perspective, I think this is going to start opening up the floodgates. And it was a test and stress test for Anthropic and OpenAI. Sure. And so it's great that this went so well. We haven't seen any stabilization that had to be put into place. I think that's wonderful. I do think retail has some interesting sediments out there. So retail got 20% of the allocation,
which is really big historically.
Historically big. BlackRock came in, and the sentiment, if you pull it going through the Wall Street Bet forums and read it a little bit, was it would be negative if retail got full allocation because then it wouldn't show this additional demand.
Sure.
So it's this supply and demand that's also showing up with the sentiment, but that's what makes the markets. And
yeah, so, supply demand sounds like the market's big.
Exactly. So I actually think it's gone very, very well. Retail is handling it very, very well, which is my concern because of the changes in market mechanics and less. But I think next week.
Let's talk about next week because we got lots of options opening up next week. Literal options, which I believe are starting Tuesday. We're also going to have some leverage ETFs. It's not final. We don't have the final word yet, but they should be available Monday. So if you wanted to day trade with leverage, it's the upside or downside. Theoretically, that's going to be possible. Not saying that's a good idea, but it's going to be possible. Talk to us about the options.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see how those are going because now we're going to get more of the details. So from an analysis perspective, it's hard to do some technicals because we don't have a lot of time here.
Right.
But the way that I like to think about options, and I know I've said this even at Yahoo Finance multiple times, is that
probably today.
Probably, yes. But we think of stocks in two dimensions, right? Up and down. That's it. We layer on options. Now we have that third dimension. We're going to have a pattern. We're going to have a price, and we're also going to have a time frame. And from an analysis perspective, that's going to give you more insight into retail sentiment, where they think it's going to go. Right now, what seems to be floating around in headlines is, yes, the valuation is super high. We don't care. We want allocation.
Yeah, I get. So I've gotten some texts from my family members today asking me if they should buy SpaceX shares, and I keep repeating the same statistic that 91% of IPOs, they undercut their first day of trading sometime in the future. Usually it's within, I don't know, a few weeks to a few months. But talk to us about, you're just talking about trying to get a handle on the technicals and how much history do you need before you're comfortable trading any IPO, never mind the biggest one in history?
Oh, for me, so I love a good year before I start doing technicals.
All right, well, it's talking in 2027.
I know that's true, but that's when it can be added to the S&P 500.
Sure.
That's actually Elon Musk's lockout period. So there is a lot of more information that helps folks on analyzing where it's going. Now, I look at earnings report and things like that, and so I know that's a little hard to use. But for my technicals, because I prefer moving averages, you have
I'm totally with you there. I'm totally with you. Thinking about the timeline here, we just mentioned there's lockup periods, and we can talk about that a little bit. But SpaceX
Futures trying to push a bit higher. Tesla looks very similar, trying to push a bit higher as well. Microsoft, higher highs, higher lows. Got a lot of work to do in Microsoft. Coming into the close, we got 382 stocks out of 500 advancing. The Qs, 70 out of 100 advancing. Breadth looks good. I just went over all of the indicators that we like to follow and include in our weekend video. All of them are bullish.
Calm in 2000, talk tip to that, the Nasdaq.
Yeah, exactly. But nonetheless, this is different. Now I think we're in a different type of environment. Post-great financial crisis, we had a lot of regulation that came in, and where the liquidity was sucked up.
NIMO is plus 23 and rising. We are at standard deviation, one standard deviation from anchored VWAP back in April of last year. We anchored VWAP to the low back in April of 2025. We're right at one standard deviation right now with NIMO rising and prices moving back up towards the 20-day moving average. Okay. Futures have just been moving sideways to slightly higher now. Just shy of the 20-day over there on the right. Futures, S&P, cash. 20 days at 74.65. We're currently about 30 handles below that.
You mentioned 15 days. That's also an important number because that's when SpaceX is in theory going to be added to the Nasdaq 100. You mentioned the S&P 500, and yes, the S&P 500 is not going to change the rules so that SpaceX can go in early. But if you own the Qs right now, that's the only Nasdaq 100 ETF, QQQ. Like it or leave it, you're going to be owning SpaceX in a short period of time. Talk to us about some of the dynamics of all these rule changes that have happened to accommodate Elon Musk and SpaceX.
That's interesting because markets are dynamic, and so I always want to follow market mechanics. And I'm just watching the rebalancing and what retail does. And I think it's interesting. The 15-day period is only Fidelity's lockout.
Intel, we had a little drop there on Intel. That's turning back up.
We may not be able to participate in IPOs in the future.
Okay.
Something we haven't talked about and haven't heard talked about too much, and this is a deep dive. I like to look at real liquidity systems sometimes, or repo markets and what's happening there. So if we look at the settlement day, so we're trading today, T+1. You owe me a soda. But we are, it settles on Monday.
Right.
So since it settles on Monday, the way
SpaceX hanging out right around 166 right now.
that's where we're pulling cash from. It is also a corporate tax payment day on Monday. It is also a treasury settlement day on Monday. Here we go. So, but what I think is interesting is we point back to October 31st of 2025. That's when we had really great tech earnings, and we were concerned about CapEx spend, and that's caused a bit of a market downturn. But if you actually look at the spread of the interest on bank reserves and the SOFR rate.
And this relates to the Fed balance sheet, and they're paying out a rate of interest to banks that park their money there. Yes.
Exactly. That spikes. And then.
So what does that tell you?
So this is Fed week. This is where I'm going with it. That's when Jerome Powell put us in ample reserves regime. He didn't necessarily introduce QE. It's not QE. It's market mechanics is the way that he said it. We had to those because the reverse repo facility, because banks can't access the IORB or the reserve. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying the RRP is depleted.
That just tells you that there's going to be a lot of focus next week on Kevin Warsh, which comes in the middle of the week. That's going to be fascinating. So stick around, Jessica, and we're going to be speaking to you after the break and all things SpaceX. But coming up, we got more. We get to speak to a SpaceX investor about today's historic IPO. That is up next on Market Domination.
Okay, we got about 49 minutes to go. 49 minutes to go.
You haven't seen the sun in days. So at this point,
is that what other investors should be expecting? Is that what you expect? Yes, going back to Bryn's point, there's going to be tremendous volatility. We've never seen $2 trillion of liquidity come into a market. And there's going to be other people that are be drawing down to buy into OpenAI, buying into other IPOs. Some people are going to be holding it for the long term. So we should expect that volatility, which will create buying and selling opportunities. And there's also going to be headlines. I mean, some of the headlines, even this week, to Lowe's point of being able to outsource some of their data centers, even hyperscalers like Google and large players like Anthropic, they're going to continue to sign major deals with the government and other places to take advantage of that infrastructure as well as take advantage of the Starlink process. So there's going to be good news coming.
Speaking of good news, today, in addition to this IPO, mega IPO, biggest ever, we also got some news from the president and also Iranian officials that they were the closest they've been to a deal that they've ever been, at least since this conflict started. How much of a factor do you think that was in the performance of this IPO today? And on other days or other IPOs, I'm just going to assume we won't have any news of that magnitude.
We won't have the biggest IPO in the history of the world on other days, but
or a ceasefire to a war that's weighing on the global economy.
Exactly. So it's just risk, right? So how much risk can the market absorb? And part of the reason the IPO market's been so soft over the last couple of years was there compounding risk. There's a war in the Middle East. There's a war in the Ukraine. How much risk do we want to absorb, and what does that mean for the greater economy, and whether that's inflation or consumer prices? Now risk is coming off the table. People are willing to lean into some companies that are further out there on the spectrum.
Just to be clear, you don't think this is an outlier. This is a part of just a broader bullish sentiment when it comes to IPOs and the fact that Elon Musk and space, that doesn't put this in a separate category in your mind.
No, I think this is the beginning. And most of the times when the doors kicked open the IPO market, it is a great company. Facebook did it. Google did it. This is a great company that's recapturing people's imagination and opening the doors to a broader market.
All right. Rick, Bryn, Lo, thank you all very much. Huge day, SpaceX IPO. Great to have all three of you here.
Thank you.
All right, the analyst community is starting coverage on SpaceX. Our next guest, well, they just slapped a sell rating on the stock with a 115 price target. Joining me to make the case, CFRA analyst Keith Snyder. Keith, I don't know if you're brave, I don't know if you're crazy. You're definitely a contrarian. Talk me through this. This 115 was based on the idea that of the offering price at 135. Obviously, the stock's moved a lot higher. Are you still holding on to this, that you see a 115 price target, which generally means you think the stock's going to fall to about 115 over the next 12 months?
Yeah, so, I mean, for me, it was, I love the story. I love everything about SpaceX in terms of their rocket business, their connectivity business. It's just the AI business is such a wild card right now. And the sell opinion, I tried to get to the valuations that they were talking about. The 1.77 when they IPO'd, it was a hard pill to swallow even there. And the growth levels that would be required within the AI segment and with premium multiples would simply have to be astronomical, kind of borderline comical, to get to the valuations we're talking about. And now with it trading, around 2.2, I'm doubling down that this is overvalued at its current price, and a lot of people might just be saying that, hey, I'm a Elon Musk hater, but that really couldn't be further from the truth. I respect the man. I love what he did at Tesla. I love the story he built with SpaceX and how they built the three businesses together to really help each other and create a flywheel of growth. But and at the end of the day, the analyst in me can't get to the numbers that they're talking about.
All right, by the way, we're not going to put up your X account. I don't think you have any friends over there right now, Keith. I want to get to your note. You're saying the market's not doing enough to discount execution risk. And I think that's pretty interesting. I was just talking to Tony about the fact that in the filing, the company says we don't have any agreements for chips, and basically we're going to buy them on the market. Is that a risk that you're looking at, and what's the other execution risk that you're focused on? Yes, I mean, data center capacity is big. It's an industry-wide trend that finding space and power is becoming increasingly difficult, and XAI certainly isn't immune to that. And so, yes, even if they're purchasing chips in the open market, I'm not worried about them getting the hardware. I'm worried about them deploying the hardware. And that's really central to their growth story of being able to deploy new capacity. And then within XAI, being able to sign new deals like the one we've seen with Google, the one we've seen with Anthropic. And I'm glad we saw them. It would have been even harder to get to the growth numbers without those announcements. And so the capacity is going to be difficult to build out. And so then also with Starship, I mean, yes, they are currently testing it, they're launching it. The last test had a few anomalies in the first and second stage. And it's really central to their future growth opportunity as well when we're talking Starlink deployments, deployments of AI data centers in space.
Hedge flows just moving sideways.
There are still so many questions that are left unanswered that we're trying to, wrap our head around growth and revenue that is hypothetical.
Right up against this resistance.
It's more of a show me story at this point. It's, I hope that they're able to achieve all their ambitions. I mean, I like the company, but I need to see it before we can price that into the stock. Yeah, definitely there's some hypothetical in there. Asteroid mining is one thing that comes to mind. A lot of people like to talk about. That's we'll see if that ever happens kind of a story. So I want to go back to your rating. Not only is your price target 115, but you have a sell rating. So how do you factor in just the cult of personality around Elon Musk? The fact that people like you are big fans of his. I know you're putting a sell on the stock, but other people, they just believe in him and believe in his vision. How do you just kind of factor that into your notes and your price targets and everything else? Because that's just an X factor that's hard to measure. Sure. I mean, Elon is very charismatic. No one can deny that. And any company that he touches certainly gets an Elon premium. And, that's an established truth, especially from Tesla. The way I was looking at it is, so my $115 target price would have given an enterprise value of about 1.5 trillion, which even there I was being generous with the revenue growth, with the multiples, and it still arrived at 1.5 trillion. So at the end of the day, I have to value this company based on fundamentals and based on what they have shown within their filings. And so who knows? They could report Q2 numbers that blow every expectation out of the water, and then I will, reevaluate it. But as it sits right now, the growth that they're talking about is nothing more than hypothetical. It's fantasy. I mean, like, if you look at their total market, they said it was 28.5 trillion. I don't know where they're coming up with that number. I mean, I can't get anywhere close to that number. And so we have to value the company based on what we see and not what we necessarily are hoping for. Keith Snyder, you are a man of conviction. Hey, just stay off X over the weekend, okay? Keith Snyder, thank you very much. Sell rating and a 115 price target on SpaceX. Thank you very much. All right, as we mentioned, there's another big story that we're tracking this hour. It's a potential peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. Our Eamon Jabbers joins us now from Washington with the very latest on this story.
You're still hungry?
Yeah, Frank, and the very latest is the very latest.
You're my kitty cat, huh?
Minutes, we're now getting
my kitty cat?
Here from the Iranian foreign minister who's been on social media. He says, or he's telling, and that Iran has emerged stronger as a result of the war. He goes on to say that a memorandum of understanding has yet to be signed, but that changes are possible to it. Nuclear issues, he says, will be discussed in the later stages of this conversation. He says the end of the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, will be announced under this interim deal. And that, except for the claim of victory, of course, matches what we heard from a senior administration together behind the scenes.
These people must be smoking crack or something. They won the war, huh?
At an 85% chance in the next few days. The key point this official wanted to make is that the deal verified benchmarks, and that the regime in Iran only gets economic benefits from it once those benchmarks have been reached. Now, he said, we are there is still a lot of work to do, saying the technical aspects of how exactly the U.S. would take possession of nuclear material in Iran still have to be worked out, given the dangerous and complex nature of that operation. He said that Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz has weakened in recent days, which was one element that shifted the balance of power, he said, toward the U.S. in these talks. And he did say that the Iranians would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and the U.S. would end it.
It's hilarious.
Signing the deal. Do those claims of victory upset any deal making that's going on here? This is a very fragile thing in the last hours of the negotiations. You do wonder how Washington's going to react to what we're seeing on Tehran.
Yeah, a lot of questions remaining. We know how the market's reacting, though. While Wall Street very bullish on the idea of a ceasefire happening here. Our Heyman Jabbers live in D.C. with the very latest. Heyman, thank you very much. Well, we're just getting started here on Closing Bell. Coming up next, SpaceX blasting off, but is it taking investor sentiment along for the ride? Vantage Rock's Avery Sheffield on why the biggest story in space.
Tick cumulative has turned up. Almost everything bullish now.
Understand the story of this value creation beyond stock.
Yeah. So we're all going to be space traders. I can accept that. In fact, I think it's happening already, and that is the future. But it's always a question about timing here. You mentioned you're an early investor. You mentioned that you're buying more today. Are you price sensitive here? What's behind? Are you just going to buy as much as you can get? What's your strategy here, and what's your end goal with owning all these SpaceX?
Yeah, it's interesting because typically with an IPO this exciting, the philosophy is, oh, you just wait until it settles down and then you put your money in. But I think in this case, the ownership at this point is important to have that skin in the game now as the growth story begins. I mean, they have the data center plan. They have Starlink operations.
All right, it's 3:23 on the East Coast. We've got about 36 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, June the 12th. SpaceX IPO is behind us now, trading about 165, fading from the best levels of the sessions. I'll be looking for an opportunity to enter once, maybe in a couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, once the ETFs are up and running, the leveraged ETFs. Once we see that, then it'll be an opportunity for us to buy longer term positions that we can hold on to for a few years.
Specifically, and Starship has done, of course, many practice launches, getting more acceleration and capability with each one. But you've got the goal of Starship being fully packed with SpaceX data centers in the next 12.
SpaceX perspective, this is being built as an AI company. This is AI infrastructure. What do you see about? We've heard lots of people speculating about a possible merger with Tesla, and that might come sooner than people think. As an investor, does that concern you? Are you excited for it? Do you want just one big Elon Musk company?
Well, I've covered all the bases, Jared. I'm a long-time Tesla investor too, so that merger sounds great to me. But we talked about the Tesla being integrated with Starlink so that you have that full interconnectivity in your car. There's a lot of synergies here, but I think the larger story really is that each component for the future, from chips to satellites to data centers to the boring company that's the future on Mars, Elon has his foot in the door and is enabling all of these. So if you've got your capability built out for macro hard, and the batteries and all of these elements for the future, and you're ahead of everyone else in these arenas, you put them all together, and now we're leaping forward even faster.
All right, we've been talking a lot about SpaceX, but let's talk about your company, Explore. Are there any tie-ins here, benefits that you're getting directly from this historic IPO, or is it more down the road, just in terms of history is marching, the new tide is kind of marching on here, and you're going to be a part of it?
We are going to be a part of it. Definitely seeing momentum with a lot of investors wanting to pay attention to where we're going with our company, which has multi-sensor satellites on a platform collecting exquisite data that would be utilized by these data centers. We're very unique in terms of the quality of what we can collect and how we process it, and then can deliver it to data centers for their needs. So we are definitely part of that value chain, and it's exciting to see investors waking up and saying, gosh, I need to be investing in the raw materials and the hardware. Ours is software in terms of the data, but so basically a data company, and they're the data.
S&P trying to grind a bit higher right now. S&P still having difficulty getting back above these highs.
You have a chance to hit the jackpot in 10 minutes. No ads, no pop-ups, no withdrawal limits. You can smoothly access your rewards anytime. Try it now.
You've been hurt in a car wreck or on the job. Do you really know what to do? Probably not. I doubt it's something you make a habit. But I can tell you what not to do. You've been seriously hurt? Don't make a decision based on some 30-second pitch file. Do some research. Considering the Joe Law Firm? Go to joelawfirm.com and click all results. Talk is cheap, but the numbers don't lie. Just call Joel, 843-888-8888.
From the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, the Ego 22-inch aluminum deck mower with select cut is the most powerful mower in its class, featuring an aluminum deck that allows for extreme blade speeds, producing the perfect razor-sharp cut. Designed for durability that's guaranteed for life. All powered by Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium battery. One battery powers all tools. Find an Ego retailer near you.
I was at the store with $12 in my account and an empty fridge. Payday, still 3 days away. That's when I opened Tilt. In less than 5 minutes, I got a Tilt cash advance up to $400 sent straight to my account. With no interest, no credit check, and no stress. Groceries covered, no guilt, no games. Check out eligibility, get your offer, and lower for life with a little less weight. Visit Tilt.com today. Cash that makes you who you are.
Tap tap, my truck, skills on fire, leak fights, bright lights, land big if you play right. Tap tap, my truck, should go climb higher. What's the name? Hi, welcome to my house. Come on in.
Thank you for inviting us.
My pleasure.
How much are you doing this?
Watch my laptop.
What do you do for it?
I don't sound this often. I play this game called Club Vegas. It has totally high payout, and I just keep winning.
Club Vegas?
I used to be so bad at slots, but after finding this game, I keep winning and bounce. I'm super satisfied with this club now. Club Vegas is the best mobile slot game you can play. Plus, if you're new, you get 2 million points. I love them. I'll win it too.
Club Vegas. Claim your 1033 coins.
Best hidden object game for long flights. No Wi-Fi, no ads. Free and relaxing. Classic hidden object gameplay. No annoying ads. Stunning locations. Hundreds of levels. Just play and enjoy. Seeker's Notes. Play free and without internet. Try now.
Was brought to you by SIBO. We're watching SpaceX, other space stocks and chip names, and joining me now live from the NASDAQ is Yahoo Finance's Brooke DePalma. So, Brooke, we got to talk about SpaceX here. You were there at 11:45 a.m. when we got that first trade, 56-something million shares, $8.4 billion. What was it like?
Yeah, I mean, the stock opened up at 150, now hovering just above 160 after surpassing 170 earlier this day. Definitely the excitement, the energy, it is all there.
All right, futures coming back down a little bit. S&P fading. Back to VWAP.
There are so many ways that this IPO is so unique, including that $135 IPO price that we got even in the filing, on top of the fact that retail investors are getting a larger piece of pie. But I also want to draw your attention to this tweet where they actually gave the underwriters, supposedly Elon Musk giving the underwriters green shoes because of the green shoe option, essentially saying that underwriting banks can sell more shares than actually exists than the offer. Typically, that's up more than 15%. And so it just goes to show that the energy, the excitement, and the anticipation that this IPO going into it was already going to be oversubscribed is certainly there. And you can see this sort of playing out not only here at the NASDAQ, but really across the social media. A lot of social posts that have been putting out are getting such high engagement. So really, SpaceX now trading above nearly 19% more.
We're just talking towards silver down at the New York Stock Exchange, and guess what they're watching too? All right, we got to move on here because looking at some of the other space stocks out there, you can say Rocket Lab, Virgin Galactic, EchoStar, UFO ETF, they're all trading lower here, and this raises an overarching concern I've heard a lot this week, which is SpaceX is so big, maybe it's just sucking money out of other trades, and there are concerns that maybe they're putting in a temporary market top here because of its size. What do you think?
Right. Well, if you look at SPCE, which is quite similar to SPCE, wonder, with so much discussion around how this SpaceX IPO was really providing such momentum to the space economy, the interest in the space economy, you have to wonder how these IPOs, or rather how these companies within the space sector will perform following this. But it seems like everybody wants to be in on the company who seemingly seems to be doing everything. I mean, Elon Musk wants to build a colony on Mars. Elon Musk is already putting data centers, or rather satellites, into space, eventually data centers into space. He also wants to accommodate our moon. And so they're playing into these long-term bets. Is also taking some near-term strategy, a company that's not profitable, a company that's revenue is far less than its valuation, but it seems like investors right now willing to take the risk, perhaps moving away from some of these, old school, long-running space companies that we've seen listed for quite some time.
Sure, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, etc. I want to talk to you about semiconductors because they've had an incredible run this quarter, but they've been under a bit of pressure at various times this week. And part of what I was just talking about, the concern that some of that the SpaceX trade is being funded by other parts of the market. Well, are we seeing that in the chip trade?
Yeah, what we're seeing as we make our way into this afternoon, if you take a look at what we're seeing within the YF Interactive, we are seeing some intraday trading, moves in a mixed picture, but NVIDIA, Broadcom, Micron,
Back to VWAP.
Down, moving lower. But at the same time, we do have some stocks that are benefiting not only from...
Got 22 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a pretty slow evening, Friday, June 12th. After the SpaceX IPO, many stocks have pulled back from the high of the day and are just consolidating. Looks pretty good for next week. Everything is bullish for the most part. So even with this rejection at the 20-day overhead on the S&P, most stocks, most indices look good. Breath looks good. The 10-year yield pulling back in. VIX, what is VIX? I didn't look at VIX yet. The VIX, okay, that pulled back as well. So I've been looking to get long some VIX calls. Maybe I'll do it next week and see if this actually pulls back towards 16 to 17, and maybe I'll do some August 22s again on the VIX.
Because, here's the thing about market history is a lot of preconceptions that people have about markets and everything, they get blown up and they actually dig into things. So first, I want to ask you about SpaceX. That is the story of the day. What are people getting right? What are people getting wrong?
Well, I think there are a whole lot of things that you know, things that look back for maybe a few decades of history looking at IPOs. And this looks irrational, right? IPOs from the top, they can come back down. But the bigger question is, what is the historical analogy here for this type of company? And it might actually be General Electric. Just in the last, Elon obsesses over Nikola Tesla, but he actually acts a whole lot like Edison, right? He brings together teams, he tries to simplify problems, and he conglomerates a lot of different innovative companies together, and he sees the synergy of maybe oh, that's exactly what General Electric was. It was a lamp company, a manufacturing company, a transportation company for infrastructure in cities. And so there are all these companies that Edison understood would feed each other with innovation over time. For 100 years, that was correct. And so I think for those who are long to this idea, there's actually a really good historical precedent that you're not totally off base. We have seen an innovation disrupt a brand new space. There's a lot of competition forward. The other part of that, much like General Electric, we forget how much competition was in that space in those early days. And so in space, but there's a lot of innovation in AI, there's a lot of competition on these things. Is it going to be one of those companies that bring all those innovations into the group? Which is what it's not like. Yeah. Those analogies always break down at some point. There's at least a reason historically to think about a long position.
Nevertheless, we've seen sometimes the big IPOs and ideas coming to market where they have actually top-ticked the entire market. And you can go back to U.S. Steel in 1901, RCA in the 20s, that was radio and television, Ford even when it came out in the 50s, and then more recently, a trade like Rivian in 2021. That top-ticked the pandemic one that we were seeing. Coinbase IPO, that top-ticked Bitcoin for a while. So do you think there's a risk here that the general market might be having a little bit of fatigue right now, And we might need to regroup before we digest all this new supply coming into the market from this IPO.
It's entirely possible. My understanding of this is very much that as the market itself has changed over time, when the market we're buying today is not what your grandfather bought. Your grandfather bought a share of future profits at today's prices. You're buying a future buyer of today's prices. From the Washington administration to Michael Jackson's Thriller album, 96% of return were dividends. Well, that's gone. That day is over. And so what you are investing in is the future buyers of these companies, by and large. And the future buyers of companies like SpaceX, which are conglomerating all the innovation in their plays, there's at least an understanding that might be very different than, say, Rivian, which is saying we're going to do a truck. Right? So I think this is a bigger, bolder initiative. For better or for worse, we're yet to see.
Final frontier talk. I love it. So let's broaden the discussion here. A few things in writing this book. What has surprised you as you've done your deep dives to history and like things that would buck conventional financial knowledge?
Well, I think understanding that what always works is always changing. We got this idea that history is going to teach us the one or two things that always work, and then somebody forgets it. Come back to it. Like you're a scolded child. Right? But if I take you back to say 1912, we're a few years away from Babe Ruth playing for the Yankees, and everyone you return to will tell you exactly what it is to buy bonds and 4 or 5% over the yield because there's a world of no inflation. If I think in 1912, there's no inflation, 0%. For like 100 years, Napoleon was France, 0% inflation. The price of milk is the same for 100 years.
And then suddenly
it goes 8%, 18, 17, 15, 50. Nobody in the world had seen that happen. So everything that had worked in the old framework is coming out. So we see these shifts, these kind of shifts that kind of create a new way of doing things, a new way that is the right way until that doesn't work anymore. And so we're probably 100 years into the modern financial era. And I can go back to history and find pretty much everything that you have on your screens today. Every financial strategy that you see today comes about in that same 5 to 8 years.
That's really interesting. And I think that there's a modern parallel here because the old playbook at 60-40 that really worked starting in the 1980s, well, that got disrupted. That got torn up in 2022 because we had a bear market in stocks and bonds, which traditionally cushion the blow. Well, they lost money too. And so we had the worst year for 60-40 in something like 100 years. And it seems like investors now have to learn a new playbook rather than kind of relying on the old ones. So talk to us about that then.
Well, I think that's exactly what we're talking about, right? In 1912, no grandmother or great-grandmother ever seen inflation. They prices rise. And nothing they told their children to do worked. In the same way, as your grandfather had never seen common bonds and not insulated from problems before the volatility of stocks, now everything's increasingly volatile. And so we're in an era when the old playbooks are rapidly falling apart. I think people are going to stretch to figure out what is in the playbook now.
We have time for one more. I'll give you the floor. Talk to us about something interesting in your book or just anything you want to add to the conversation.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I think the real lesson of history is that history is not about physics. It doesn't pull you down like gravity all the time. The mean is moving through time behind you. Real deep studies of history, and mine and others, are trying to point out that what we think history teaches us is often changing itself. And so it's dangerous to use the past.
Doji spending top 4 today. All of our indicators are bullish going into next week, provided nothing changes in the next 15 minutes. Everything looks good for next week.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Right, sorry, boat's right, but am I wearing culottes?
So you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh yeah, you do have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Look at all these winners on my winning show wall. Got so many players having a blast every single day. And the cash outs, they are 100% real. For real? Don't just watch.
With Kalshi, you can make predictions on anything. Predictions? I'm the special one. I see things before they happen. This shot of crosswalk. It's good crossing for better. You see him? On the way home, we'll get caught in the rain, and then his girlfriend will leave him. But he keeps the dog.
What's your favorite game? Gleaming slots. Because it's super fun.
ARM still the high of the day, number one on the NASDAQ 100. ARM Holdings. Seagate Technologies, number two. All of these holding the highs of the day. Intel, just off the highs. Western Digital, just off the highs of the day. All of these doing very well for the day and for the week. KLAC, been active all week. Qualcomm. Okay. Again, we got all of our indicators are bullish going into next week, providing nothing changes in the next 12 minutes.
It's an historic day for SpaceX, with the space company going public on the NASDAQ on the largest IPO of all time. Our executive editor, Brian Sozzi and Julie Hyman, spoke to NASDAQ's president, Nelson Griggs, on the company listing and how the exchange aims to remain competitive for the rest of this year's blockbuster listing. Take a listen.
You and I have talked a lot on really big IPO days in NASDAQ. With SpaceX, there are a lot of new retail investors that are going to be brought into the market. They are believers in Elon, they're believers in SpaceX. Help them understand how difficult it is to bring this amount of shares to market in a set period of time.
Yeah, it's a big effort, and that effort is really led by the lead banks. In this case, you have Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. I think you look at the scale of the retail offering at roughly 20% of the offering size, and that alone will be one of the largest IPOs of all time. So I think the fascination by retail, the excitement around obviously what Elon has accomplished with Tesla, and now what he's built at SpaceX certainly has a lot of interest from the retail community.
Nelson, as you've gone through this process, bringing a company like SpaceX public, what has surprised you?
I think in terms of surprise, if you dig back in time and say, would we think there'd be a $75 million raise IPO? That could be a decent year for the entire IPO market. So I think I would say a surprise, but just I think as you look at a trend, we know that companies are staying private longer. We do know they come to market much more scaled. SpaceX has 3 major divisions, and each one is well north of $1 billion in revenue. So I think just the size of companies going public continues to surprise us, and I think we're going to see more of that to come as the year progresses.
Nelson, a lot riding on this IPO, it being so huge for you guys. And I've heard a lot of people harken back to the Facebook IPO. I know it was a long time ago, but I'm curious if you can give us sort of a behind the scenes of what you guys had to do, what boxes you had to check in advance of today to make absolutely sure that it was going to be smooth, and then what does success look like?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So we've done an enormous amount of work since Facebook. There's been several thousand IPOs on NASDAQ, the largest direct listing of all time in Coinbase. So I think we have re-engineered the entire system, but that was done in process with our partners, the lead banks, who look to us to provide a couple things. They start off by saying they have to have the right infrastructure, the right capacity to exercise any sort of deal.
Oh, we got 8 minutes left to go.
We tested orders of magnitude the largest deal we've ever had. So there's the technology underpinning the process, but then they're relying on us mostly.
We're finishing up the day with 377 stocks advancing on the S&P 500, 65 out of 100 on the Qs, and 1,177 on the IWM. All of our indicators are bullish and looking for a follow-through next week.
And then the last is the human oversight. So we do have significant amount of communication with the entire street today, primarily Morgan Stanley. There's a whole team that's communicating with them. So they rely on us for technology, transparency, and then also the human oversight. And as we've done this year alone, 7 of the top 10 IPOs in market. We've had, again, the last 5 years, we've had the 7 of the top 10 IPOs. They've gotten very excited and comfortable with our process.
Nelson, I know, again, as you pointed out, it's the banks that figure out where the stock should trade, right? And it's people in the market. But I'm just curious, does it matter where the stock opens? Does it matter where it closes? Like, how closely are you tracking all that stuff?
Well, I think when you look at market momentum, it can certainly be helpful to have an IPO shareholders on that day who decided to allocate capital into the IPO. Having a good pricing outcome on day one probably helps more the long-term, I'd say, excitement around the IPO market. So from that perspective, yes, it's important. In a company, though, their journey, this is obviously a company that they are building for decades to come. The vision is truly incredibly remarkable. So a day one pricing is not something that they're going to set their future on. But again, it does help to continue momentum in the market. And we have a very, very diversified pipeline of companies looking to go in July, and then again as the year progresses. So I'd say that's where probably matters most.
Nelson, how important is it, the relationship aspect to all of this? This is the second really Elon Musk company that NASDAQ has brought public. And I remember Tesla as if it was yesterday, but it was years ago at this point. Why does Elon trust you guys the most?
Well, I think today NASDAQ is home to the trillion-dollar companies. So you look at the companies that are driving the innovation economy. They do list on NASDAQ. We have had a good relationship with them and their team. If you think about how companies evaluate an IPO, they do think about brand. They think about areas such as how they help us communicate with investors, index opportunities, and then it's the partnership. So over the years, things come up as a public company, and they want to know they can come to NASDAQ for advice on regulatory matters, on market matters, and even when you think about the overall business ecosystem that comes on NASDAQ, how we connect them to our community. So I think trust is everything, and I have been here 25 years, so it has meant a lot to us and our partner companies to have those long-term relationships.
This is a hell of a thing to have happen, Nelson. You have the world's largest IPO, and by and large, knock on wood, it's going to go off relatively seamlessly, at least to us watching this from afar. We're only a couple miles away from you. Do you see yourself as in the pole position to land OpenAI and Anthropic?
Well, we never take anything for granted at all. And when we get to deals, we focus at NASDAQ as a company on most every IPO, but you get to companies of this size, this is what we call one NASDAQ effort. Obviously, they're very, very important companies, generational companies, so we're highly focused on them. And I do think when you look at where the largest, most innovative companies in the world is, today it's on NASDAQ. But we don't take that for granted. We're going to work very hard to show them that we are the best home for them.
Well, go get your well-deserved drink today, Nelson. Nelson Griggs, President of NASDAQ. Congrats to you and your team. This is a big one, man. We'll talk to you soon.
And let's get a quick check of the markets here on AlphaSpace as we head into the close. We're looking at the Dow up about 342 points, with 0.2%. NASDAQ up about 0.25% to 25,885. S&P 500 almost up 0.5%. in the CBO interest rate on the 10-year Treasury note loan. That is up 2 basis points.
All right, a little bit of a rally here. Okay, at the end of the day, Qualcomm, let's see, S&P 500 starting to break a bit higher now. S&P. Let's see how far we go with this. S&P is trying to rally up with 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go. All right, can we do it? Okay, there goes Microsoft. Apple turning back up. Okay, that looks good. Double check your options. Make sure there's nothing expiring in the money if you don't plan on being assigned. I'm my own worst enemy when it comes to this sort of thing. Okay, I don't have any Junes. I have the Broadcom call side credits. Those are expiring today. Worthless. That's good.
You've been here before, dreaming of a space that finally feels like yours. It's more than just a remodel. It's a transition from the textures you feel to the peace of mind you deserve. Expertly crafted by our team of highly trained employee installers. Reclaim your mornings and fall in love with your home again. For a limited time, take an extra $300 off your next bath remodeling project by visiting West
Tesla starting to rally up. Tesla end of day is starting to go. Tesla with 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Tesla's popping back up. Okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla going. Tesla popping. Okay, I'll make sure I don't have anything expiring in the money here. Home Depot. Broadcom. Robinhood. Let's see, Robinhood. Walmart's okay. Okay, McDonald's. Let's pull back a little bit. Nokia, of course. Nokia popping up. I have the 1520s on Nokia. Call spreads for August. Let's see, Nokia. Make sure that's okay. Nokia. 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. Nokia pulling back in a little bit. Should be higher next week. All right, folks, we're coming into the last minute of the trading day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. Again, we have mostly, from what my last check, just about every indicator that we follow that tells us where the money is flowing is bullish for equities next week. Okay, I'm going to just check VIX one more time. VIX at the low. The 10-year yield, US 10-year. Okay, that's inside of yesterday's lows. Okay, so that's good for IWM. IWM made a new all-time high, retreated a little bit. We'll get back into IWM next week. Advanced decline looks good with 20 seconds to go. 20 seconds to go. All right. Obviously, the weekend video will be out on Sunday. Look for that. Other than this, the markets look pretty good. SpaceX IPO was a success. And that's the closing bell. I got a hard stop. Got to run outside and do some errands. Have a good one, everyone. We'll see you on Sunday. Otherwise, it's been a good week. Back up close to the 20-day moving average. Okay, so we tried to get there, 74.65. We're closing at 674.31. So 30 handles off of that level going into the close. Have a good one. Take care. We'll see you on Sunday. Ciao.